is going live in 10.
Hello everyone! Japanese super commentator! Yay!
You guys are live. Take it away, guys.
どうぞ。
ありえない状況で、本来ここに入れるはずのないライアンとドランがパーティーに加わった状態で、ちょっとバグの紹介からいきたいと思います。
So, hello everyone. This is we've got a little surprise starting for you here with Dragon Quest IV. We're visiting Kelia, but we have a bit of an unusual party. We have Dorian and Ragnar, who normally should never be in the party at this point, and yet here they are.
さあ、この状態でラグナーに話しかけます。加わります。
So now we're going to have you see this we actually got two Ragnars on the screen there. You got one down in the bottom right. We're gonna chat with him as well. And go ahead.
おや、何か変ですね。
This is odd.
外に出てみましょう。
お
おやおやおや。
Well, this is most unusual, isn't it? We seem to be missing somebody.
マーニャがヒゲのコスプレをするようになりました。
We lack Amara in our party.
ルーラしてもこの状態です。
Escape out and still no Mara in the party.
というわけで、こんな感じの面白いバグをできるだけ紹介して、面白い技をできるだけ紹介していきたいと思ってます。
So yes, we're going to be showing off a lot of interesting bugs like this over the course of this Dragon Quest IV run. So hello everyone, I'm Vaxherd, and you've been hearing Crimson as well, who's going to be the runner here. Running this, this is the Japanese version of Dragon Warrior 4, as it was known in the US. Dragon Quest IV on the Famicom. I'll be running this no-save corruption with the additional restriction that Alina and Krista will not be allowed in the party in Chapter 5. If you know this game, you may be surprised, because ordinarily you are required to pick them up to progress with the story. But in this category, that won't be happening. So one of the many glitches you'll be able to look forward to in this run.
では開始しますね。
So yes, Crimson, if you're ready to start, whenever you're ready. どうぞ。
はい。
ではお願いします。
スタートは電源投入からで。
はい。So I'll catch you. Crimson さん、こちらがカウントダウンしますんで。Palmer, I'm going to count Crimson down in Japanese if you're on the timer. 5、4、3、2、1、スタート。
女勇者選択は必須です。
So, yep. You go. Starting out, I will point out choosing the female hero here, and that's a requirement because there is specific equipment that only the female hero can choose.
光運ドレスを装備するためです。
Yep, I'll also chime in.
Go ahead.
Hey everyone, I'm Anatoliu. I'm also going to help Vaxherd and Crimson with the commentary. Yeah, so I wanted to, as we're kind of getting into the beginning of the run here, I wanted to introduce this and sort of the context compared with some of the Dragon Quest IV, Dragon Warrior 4 runs that people may have seen in the past. So yeah, as Crimson mentioned, we will definitely be seeing probably a lot more glitches than you're used to seeing when you're watching Dragon Warrior 4 or Dragon Quest IV. Part of that is because the Famicom version has a lot more glitches, which were addressed in the NES port but this is also just kind of a special fun category where we are taking advantage of a lot of the different things that the game has to offer. So yeah, look forward to seeing those as the game goes along. And then, you know, everyone who's familiar with this game remembers that the game is divided into 5 chapters, with the first 4 chapters essentially introducing all of the various party members, and then the 5th chapter being where everyone really comes together, and you bring the whole party together, and then, you know, kind of go on the real epic quest of Dragon Warrior 4 or Dragon Quest 4. In this run that we're going to watch today, you know, chapters 1 through 4 are going to look overall fairly similar to, for example, the Dragon Warrior 4 run, but chapter 5 is where everything is going to go completely off the rails, and it's going to be very interesting. There are going to be a lot of fun surprises, so we'll look forward to that.
エンカウントですね。
So, yeah, so we start here in chapter 1 with Ragnar the warrior, Ryan McRagnar, or Ragnar McRyan, I don't know. And so the route that Crimson takes here through chapter 1 is a route that you could take if you were playing Dragon Warrior 4. We're not really exploiting any Famicom specific, you know, stuff in this chapter. He's gonna try to take it fairly safe, which we'll see by some of the equipment that he ends up getting. But all of that said, it's the boss fight at the end of chapter 1 is maybe the biggest obstacle that we'll run into. So it's probably the biggest point of RNG and needing some good luck. Maybe in the entire speedrun is the boss fight.
Yeah. It can be a huge blocker, can't it? Also, maybe worth pointing out, you were mentioning Ragnar McRyan, Ragnar, whatever they did in the remake, which is an interesting shout out to both of these original Famicom and NES versions. In this original Famicom version, his name is Ryan. Just straight up, they called him Ryan. And when they went to localize it to the US, I imagine what they did is they said Ryan, the name Ryan just sounds so ordinary. So, you know, so the guy across the street, the guy who lent you his Dragon Warrior cart when you were a kid so you could get you into the series. So they wanted to make it sound a little more heroic, and so they changed it up to Ragnar. But then when they went to do the remakes, you know, I guess they wanted to stick closer to the original names, but they also liked that particular, you know, that particular change, and so they incorporated both of the names into that. But I do like calling out how high quality for the era, especially how high quality a localization this.
Nice HP file.
So one of the things
STR
that,
plus 3, HP plus 5.
there's a nice HP gain on that level. One of the things that Crimson's already doing a little bit differently than you might see in more of a, you know, like an any percent personal best attempt, is he got up to level 2 here at the beginning, kept the copper sword a little longer than usual. He didn't sell it immediately, and he's just gonna take that level 2 just for some safety until he gets the more powerful Sword of Malice a little bit later in this chapter, and then he'll do the rest of his leveling up from there.
Mm-hmm.
So he basically took the gold that you start with, and just bought a bunch of herbs for safety. And now that he's brought Flora over here to Izmit, and he can reunite her with Alex in jail, he'll do his shopping now, and really buff up Ragnar's defense with that wooden hat, which is a little bit more how we typically start the run.
エンカウント率が日本の方で話題になってますが、実はこのゲームエンカウントの、低減補正がありまして、1回エンカウントしてから3歩までは、エンカウント率が下がります。
So So little comment from Crimson there, who's also has a Japanese audience watching as well. And one of the Japanese commentators mentioning the encounter rate. Dragon Warrior 4, Dragon Quest 4 actually has a bit of a way. It tries to avoid giving you an encounter on the first step, after you get out. So the first 3 steps you take after an encounter will have a reduced encounter rate, and so that's how it tries to avoid some of the really unfair situations you could get into in the earlier games. You just you have a nasty fight, you get out of it, and then the very next step you take is another nasty fight. But less likely to happen in this game.
Yeah, shout out to Dragon Warrior 2.
yes, that's exactly what I was thinking of. Exactly what I was thinking of.
バックサーさん、エンカウント低減って導入されたの4からです。
そうですね。Yeah. So that's actually the 4 is the first one in the series with that particular feature. So one imagines that they realized what a problem it was causing in the previous game, said, okay, we need to do something about that, and led to that particular change. In subsequent games, like Dragon Quest 5 and onward, they actually changed it over. So instead of just a random chance on every step, it is the game rolls a number of steps until your next encounter. And that's, I think, a lot more common in more recent RPGs that have random encounters, is that the game says, okay, it's going to be like somewhere between 30 and 50 steps. Well, maybe not that many, but you get the idea. So it has a number of steps, and that ensures that you'll never get like a 2-step encounter, because the range is 10 to 20 or 20 to whatever it happens to be. So it ends up being a lot more fair to the player. But this is kind of the first step. This encounter reduction is kind of the first step along that path to a more reasonable system.
Yep. So you can see we picked up the flying shoes out of the treasure chest here in the hidden playground. And of course we got our good friend Healy, the heel slime, who is going to help keep Ragnar alive, hopefully. Unless Healy decides to be Berserker Healy.
Yes. We will cross our fingers and hope that Healy does a good job.
So what we're trying to do right now is we're actually trying to take a death warp. You'll see this a few times in the run, where the fastest way to get somewhere is just to take the death warp in the cave and then go back to your return point.
Yeah, there is a penalty of half of your gold whenever
Nice!
you die, but at this point in the game, that's not a big deal. So it's much better to save the time getting back.
Yep, and there you go. And that's probably actually one of the more difficult ones in the whole game, because Healy doesn't want you to die, so you have to just keep trying to run, and hope to fail to run.
Yeah, because of course when you run, Healy also cannot take an action, and that guarantees that Healy will sit there healing you forever. Yeah. And since we were mentioning the encounter rate, might as well also point out that the reason Crimson was walking back and forth between those 2 rooms is because when you do that, there is actually a much higher encounter rate. If you play these games on this NES or Famicom version, you may have had the memory of, like, when you move into a new room in a dungeon, you very often get an encounter. That is in fact the case. I believe it's just a fixed 1/3 chance to get an encounter every time you switch rooms. And so when you're looking for encounters, that is easily the fastest way to get them.
Yeah. So yeah, one of those things that can be a little scary, because every time you're going across one of these, just like right there, you've got the heightened chance of running into one of those encounters. But yeah, if you're looking for fights, which we are at a few places in the speedrun, then it's pretty helpful just for getting them out quickly, since we don't have some of those commands that come later, like whistle or some of those kinds of things you see in later Dragon Quests.
Right.
So we're going through the lake tower here. Crimson just picked up the scale shield there, and he's on his way to the Sword of Malice, which is right on the next floor.
までいいペース。
Yes. Okay, cool. So yeah, wow, we're coming along pretty good pace so far. So by the way, Antonio, out of curiosity, have you? I take it you have played the remakes, or at least the remake of this version.
For the Nintendo DS.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, so I have not. I have. I mean, I've seen people streaming it from time to time, but the only one I actually played through and have strong memories of is the original NES version, and so yeah, I'm actually not directly familiar with the with those new names, the renamed things. So you may have to fill me in on some of those for the sake of people who may be more familiar with that remake.
Yeah, I'll do my best. I mostly only remember the ones that are extremely memey. In those cases, I'll highlight that for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, we can hear, by the way, Crimson getting excited about some of these level ups. The 4 HP that we just saw a moment ago. The level up, the stat gains at level up are randomized, and the stats that you get can make a very big difference in a lot of fights, especially here in Chapter 1. The boss fight we were mentioning a little while ago is it can very often be a wall in the run. Getting these early high HP gains is a big help.
Yeah, absolutely. And Crimson's gonna go at least to level 6, very likely to level 7 during this grind. And I think the main thing he's really looking for is like minimum of 50 max HP.
Yay!
So we're happy to have a
41!
And we're getting really, really good HP gains. I think all of them have been at least average and a couple above average. So that's really, really nice.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we're talking about. I see some people in the chat talking about this as the whole Zenithian relay. So yeah, just real quick while we're kind of going through these level ups to prepare for the end of the chapter. Yeah, so one of the cool things we're doing in this Questing for Glory marathon is we're playing Dragon Quest 4, 5, and 6 as a relay. And anyone who's played those games, casually remembers that there are some things that kind of tie those games together, sort of story-wise. Specifically, like the Zenithian equipment, the legendary equipment that the hero is the only one who can use. The kind of floating castle of Zenithia. So it's pretty cool. There are a lot of story things that tie them together, even though kind of in the timeline they take place pretty far apart from each other, so you don't have the same characters or anything like that.
Right. Yeah, they're not directly connected like you see in other other series. They're like a direct trilogy, a 1, 2, 3 sort of thing. But they all do take place in the same universe. There are occasional connections between them. You see how how some things sometimes more directly than others. But they kind of tell you that these are all part of the same overarching universe, and it's really nice to see those connections being made. It's not just a single game; it kind of fits into a larger thing.
Yeah, which kind of plays off what they do with Dragon Quests 1 through 3 as well. As y'all remember, it's kind of Erdrick and then Erdrick's descendants.
Yes. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Partly because they're the RPGs that I got into RPGs on, but they're definitely the stronger memory for me. The 1 and then the 2, seeing Erdrick's Descendants, then the 3, how you finish up 3 and you get to you get back and it all loops around, and it's just it's so well built. But yeah, I will also, I see a number of comments about the localization of the DS remake of Dragon Quest IV, and I will agree with some of that sentiment that I do think they went overboard a bit on that. It's one of those. It's one thing to to try and add some natural flavor for the target audience, because that's what differentiates localization from translation. But you don't want to take it too far, and I think that's what they did. It's a little unfortunate.
Yeah, so we see Crimson went upstairs, he grabbed the strength seed, so he's getting a little bit of extra strength for the boss fight, which works for him and his rep.
Nice!
Alright,
50 15!
Level 6 here. Another 6 HP, nice.
Yeah.
And then this chest we get
50, 50,
640 gold.
Yep.
So with that gold and then the gold from the fights he's been taking here, plus what he's going to sell when he goes back to town, his plan is to get the half-plate armor. He's going to sell his scale shield, I think, in order to be able to afford it. But that's going to help have some nice physical defense for the boss fight, and hopefully increase his chance of surviving.
And there's the 50 HP too.
Yeah. HP is looking really good for level 6 here.
Yeah, that was kind of Crimson's goals. As you mentioned earlier, Anatolia, is look for that 50 HP before going down to fight the boss. So having that, especially having that at level 6, which is nice and early. Because he's gonna get one more level before he's gonna be level 7 at the boss, so it's 50 plus whatever we get on the next levels. It's not bad at all.
Yeah, and the reason it really matters is the way that Healy considers whether to heal Ragnar is based off of Ragnar's HP as a relative to his total max HP, and in particular he'll heal Ragnar if it's less than half, rounded down. So the higher your max HP, the more HP Ragnar will have when Healy will heal him. So sometimes you're trying to fight the Shadow and you've only got like 42 HP, and Healy won't heal him until he's down to like 20. And there are attacks that will just kill Ragnar in that boss fight. So that's why it's really, really important to get as much HP as possible in this grind. So yeah, this is kind of the extra trip back to town that you don't always see in kind of a non-marathon route. Some people do it for the added safety, because again, end of chapter 1 is a really big roadblock. But yeah, you can see Crimson here selling his stuff. He's gonna fill up with herbs, and then he's gonna grab that half-plate armor. One nice thing about doing it this way is, since you're replacing that scale shield in your inventory, you do have room for one additional herb. You only got one off that seed, that's too bad. And so he has a little bit more of a buffer if Healy gets wiped out early in the boss fight, that Ragnar can hold on with using more of those herbs. Inventory space is a huge part of all of these early Dragon Quest speedruns before you have a bag.
Yeah. Yep. Very much so.
5 fab and half plate armor.
Yep, there we go. Alright, so now we've got all the stuff we need, and we're just gonna head down to the bottom of the tower. Yeah, probably pick up one additional level, kind of because why not? He'll probably get level 7 right around the time he gets to the bottom of the tower here. And then we'll go for it.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, generally you want to plan to get your levels right at the latest point you can, so you're not wasting time getting any extra experience. So I'm sure Crimson is playing. That's probably why he hit level 6, then fought a few more fights before leaving, because he knows roughly how many battles he'll take to get to the boss, and that should get him just to level 7.
Yeah, and he's also able to
all routed in.
Yeah, he's also able to take the faster fights. Like, you see he skipped fighting that Oswarg, which makes sense. That it could do some good damage to him, and it would take an extra turn to finish. But he's taking this fight, which is a little bit easier. But yeah, let's actually talk about this boss for a second. This is just like one of the most iconic Dragon Quest boss fights. So what we're gonna run into is it's a 2-monster fight, and it's got Sorrow's Shadow, which is kind of the main enemy, and then
nice!
he's got oh, level 7.
5. Put a 5.
Another 5. Cool. So we're at 55 HP. That's really, really good.
That's really good.
Shadow
yeah.
fight.
Yep.
So yeah, Sorrow's Shadow has a sidekick called the Giant Eyeball. So the Sorrow's Shadow, it's got like I think like 250 HP, and he can do pretty strong physical attacks, which will be somewhat negated by that nice armor, although Healy is pretty squishy, as you can imagine. And then he's also got a pretty strong fireball magic attack and a weaker blaze attack. And then he can also emit a fireball, which is kind of a weaker AoE attack on both of them. And then the eyeball has a really interesting mechanic where when it kind of falls into the bottom range of its HP, it will get angry. And when the eyeball gets angry, its HP returns back up to 30, and then it attacks twice a turn with a high chance of doing critical hits. So an angry eyeball is like very scary, and sometimes can be quite difficult to survive.
Yep.
So what Crimson is going to do is he's going to try to take that eyeball out quickly at the beginning of the fight, and if you get pretty lucky with damage and the eyeball doesn't take guard damage, which it can do either by overtly guarding or sometimes just because it felt like taking less damage.
Yep. It's
then,
got that sneaky guard.
Yeah, which Healy can also do, to be fair. But yeah, if that happens, there's a pretty good chance you end up in that angry range. We're hoping to avoid it, but it doesn't mean certain death. But yeah, if we can get around that, that's really step one, and then the fight's a lot easier to survive when it's not just the Shadow. But the Shadow himself is pretty powerful, and if he decides to focus on Healy with some of these attacks, then that could be pretty scary as well, because it's hard to make it through.
Yeah, it's
So
not
here
free
we
at
go.
all. Definitely the thing you want to see is taking out that eyeball.
Timing!
Alright, so the eyeball took guard damage there, but it's not in angry range yet. We'll see what happens on this next turn. It would actually be great if it guarded again, but you see Crimson kind of taking it safe here, getting the heal. Ragnar from Healy there. Oh no.
Ah!
Oh, we got the critical hit on the eyeball. Nice. Gaishin.
Nice.
There we go.
OK! 勝ったぞ
Alright. Okay, good. Very good start. Alright, Healy survived that. It's a little scary here still with Healy only at 13, but this is a good start. This is a really nice start thanks to that critical hit.
Yeah, critical hits are so huge in this game.
Yeah, when you hear the Japanese pop off, that's Crimson.
See you.
But you have to get really excited about a critical hit that's that well timed. That was perfect.
Yep.
All right, so you can see, we're quite a ways into the fight now, but Healy's gone. Fortunately, we still have quite a few herbs in our inventory, so as long as Crimson plays this pretty safe, I think we've gotten through enough of his HP pool that we can survive the rest of this. But it a little bit depends on the attacks that the Shadow decides to do from here, and if he decides to do, especially like the Fireball spell, which takes off the most damage.
So, this game doesn't have
Yes!
like we have, magic defense in a lot of other RPGs. We don't have that. They're just specific pieces of armor that can reduce magic damage by like 1/3 or 1/4, but there's no magic defense in general. So magic spells are always going to be a concern. But yep, safely made it through.
Yep.
First try. Always nice to see the first try.
Yeah, that's even with this equipment loadout, even with these higher levels, that was probably around a 50% chance to
あだけんしてる
to win or lose.
Yeah.
But yeah, really nice, great time on chapter 1 here. So yeah, that's pretty cool. And so, in my notes here, I kind of highlighted some of the places where the run is the most different from sort of the typical Dragon Warrior 4 NES run. And in chapter 1, I've got almost no real differences. Chapter 2 is where it begins, so we'll look forward to seeing some of those highlights. The one thing you'll see Crimson do here, which is kind of interesting, is he's gonna grab the Swing of Wyvern, which helps him return back to the castle where the chapter actually ends a little bit more quickly. There's no monsters once you've beaten the boss, which is very much a Dragon Quest thing. And he's actually gonna go pick up the agility seed, which is in the hidden playground, and he's going to carry that into chapter 5. Agility turns out to be a little bit more important in this speed run than it is in a lot of other ones, so Crimson's actually going to go a little bit out of his way to pick up a lot of agility seeds as we go through the course of the run today.
5勝用に素早さの種を取っておきます。
There it is, the agility seed. Yeah, we're actually going to be heading down towards the end of the game. You know, be heading down to the final area of lower levels than we usually have. So every extra little bit of buffing helps.
Yeah, he'll be finishing this game probably about 5 levels below where we typically finish it in the Dragon Warrior 4 speedrun.
And of course, that is far below what you would usually be at playing casually. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. At least 10 or so levels below probably where you're at casually.
Yeah.
But you'll see why it works when we get there. There are some glitches that we really can exploit in our favor to make us a little bit more powerful than our level. Yeah,
nice
so,
HP for Ragnar there, yeah.
Yeah, this is good. Ragnar's looking really nice. Oh wow, the 14.
Yep,
Woo.
the 14. Yeah.
Oh wow, that's great. Yeah, very nice. So at the end of the chapter here, because Ragnar actually joins the chapter 5 party a little bit late, he gets all this bonus experience from the king, so that he's kind of on parity with the rest of the party when he finally joins. Wouldn't want him to join and then be super behind.
Yep. It's good planning on the part of developers.
Cool. So yeah, we get into chapter 2. Chapter 2 is where you meet Alina, Christo, and Bray. And as Crimson mentioned, one of the things that's going to be special about this run is that while we'll do chapter 2 mostly as normal, when we get to chapter 5, we are not going to bring Alina and Christo into the party at all. So you can imagine the chapter 5 part is going to feel pretty different than the normal speedrun.
Yeah. Chapter 5 is going to be very, very interesting. No question.
Yep.
But yeah, for the moment, still pretty close to or a usual Dragon Warrior 4, Dragon Quest 4 speedrun.
Yeah, absolutely. So you kind of go around the castle here, you pick up some fairy water, or holy water in the Japanese version. And we're just hitting some story triggers. There's a nice feather hat in that drawer there, which is great defense for Alina.
Yep.
画面共有どうなりましたか？画面共有再設定しましたが直りましたか？
That is. ありがとうございます。Yeah, it's always nice, just even playing casually, when you're just looking around, you find that hidden bit of armor that really makes your life easier for the first few levels.
Yep. So Alina breaks out of the castle. Christo and Bray say, "All right, well, if you're leaving, let us join you." So this is nice because the chapter 2 party is really well balanced. So you've got Alina, who's obviously kind of the fighter class, and Christo, who's got healing and support magic, and he can also equip some weapons like the copper sword or the iron spear. And then you've got Bray, who's kind of the wizard with all the attack magic.
Mm-hmm.
So he's gonna give a copper sword to Christo there in the shop, and Alina will use the club for the beginning here. So chapter 2 starts with a boss fight over in this next town, but we can't win it immediately. So we've got to get a few levels under our belts. So specifically, what we're going to look to do in this next section is get Christo up to level 4, which is where he learns the upper spell. Upper is a spell that increases the defense of one target, and that's going to allow us to pretty much breeze through that fight, at least as long as we don't get really unlucky.
日本のコメントですが、AI 学習は5章に入ってからターン終了ごとです。
So guys, passing on a quick comment from is responding to a comment in the Japanese restream of this Sneaking Relay. I should mention that these Dragon Quest games are hugely popular in Japan. They are of course the original RPG in Japan, and so there's that as well. But these relay there have been occasions when commercial TV stations have carried these relay races of Dragon Quest games. It's the level of popularity in Japan. And so these are always events that the Japanese viewers will congregate to see, and
Nice five!
to see the interaction from them as well. And again, we get the huge HP gains, the 5 HP to start off with. And,
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, with Alina here in chapter 2, so her most important stats are HP, which we just kind of saw, and her attack. And those are really super important because chapter 2 ends with a tournament, which is Alina kind of one-on-one against a series of enemies, and all she really has is punching them and surviving their hits.
Yep.
So in these early levels, the first stat that rolls after the levels is the attack stat. So we want that to be at least a 2. We don't want to see any 1s. And if we roll a 3 or something, that's great. And then starting, I think, at level 8, all of those kind of double, so we'd want to start seeing 4s or 5s.
ちょっとコメント対応に気を取られて、クリフトのカッパーソードをつけるの忘れてました。
So Chris accidentally forgot a bit of Christo's equipment while checking the Japanese comments. And I will say, having watched some Japanese streams of various games, the Japanese community or Japanese viewers are not always that engaged as we often see on English Twitch streams. But when it comes to Dragon Quest games, they really get into it, and it's just really great to see that kind of community interaction there on the Japanese side as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he had just forgotten to equip that.
Yeah, that's what he's right. That's what I was saying. Is checking the comments and just forgot that one menu, which is a thing I have done as well in my own stream. So I can't blame him.
Yeah, absolutely. Always equip.
クリフトレベル4まで上げます。
So you can see it was a little sketchy getting to the town. Sometimes that happens because you have to cross all that forest and all those hills.
Yep.
And you're level 1 when you leave town, so yeah, sometimes it's a little scary, but he made it. Everyone barely survived there, so now we're good and we can just kind of complete the grind here. So
yep, and remember, it's only the last HP that counts, so yeah.
There you
Once
go.
you got that last HP, everybody's fine.
ちなみにこのテンペ周辺は、ドラクエ4界で一番塩化率が高いです。
So just as a side note from Crimson, the area around Tempe here is actually the highest encounter rate area in the entire game. So that's another reason why it can be so difficult to actually get into the town safely.
本来はホグマン仲間にした後の砂漠が一番高いんですが、砂漠より山の補正地の方が高いので。
Yeah, if you look at the base encounter rates, some of the desert areas in Chapter 5 have high encounter rates, but it turns out that the hills, so the hill environment there, the specific tile that you're standing on also affects your encounter rate. And the encounter boost that you get from walking on hills turns out to be higher than some of those higher encounter rates later in the game. So that's what makes this particular area so heavy with monsters.
Yeah, I think the other one that has a really high overworld encounter rate is at the beginning of Chapter 5 when you're walking over to the Cave of Betrayal, the Symbol of Faith Cave. Yeah. It is interesting that there's just these couple areas of the overworld where they cranked it up.
Yeah.
レベル上げの間が暇なんでちょっとした情報を喋っておくと、小説版だとアリーナがボコボコなんですよね。
Nice. This is a really good experience fight. So there's a lot of different kinds of monsters in this area, but a lot of them are actually pretty low experience. So, you've seen those Cascos hoppers. They only give you 1 experience. They're kind of like the worst thing to see around here. Plus, they always focus on 1 character, so they're actually also kind of dangerous. But if you see troglodytes or worms or the flying rats, those are the things you really do want to see because they're worth 3 or more experience apiece. And those really accelerate the grind. So you're always kind of hoping to find the efficient monsters here, and sometimes you just get a group of grasshoppers or gophers instead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
現在、薬草1個ドロップしてますんで、カメレオンヒューマノイド戦では負けないとは思います。
So we have gotten 1 medical herb drop. So that's going to help out in the chameleon humanoid sen, the boss fight coming up. So Trudy is pointing out that will make the fight a lot safer.
Yeah, definitely. We're not doing any shopping for herbs until the next town after this one. So if you have something like that is a little bit of buffer in case things go wrong in this next fight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, obviously, the ideal is that you would have some herbs to serve as backup, but at this point in a run, it's not worth spending the time to go to a shop. So if you can get one like that for the random cost of 1 second for just to show the text, that's something that you will absolutely take.
Crimson got surprised by nighttime there. You don't really want to be doing these fights out here at night because there are much more dangerous formations. Like you can get groups of rabbit hounds during nighttime, for example, which is a little bit scary. This one he ended up getting was fine, but he didn't mean to take any fights at nighttime.
Yeah.
今ちょっと危なかったんですけど、夜だとここ狛犬が4匹とか出てくるんで、良かったです。
Yep. So spending a little bit more time on the overworld than planned, but it all worked out.
Yep, worked out just fine. You got Christo level 4 there, so that's actually really good timing. You only ended up using the inn 1 time, so it didn't have to take an extra one there. So really efficient grind, actually.
Yep.
Alright, so in this town, we're going to talk to the mayor, and he says, oh, the monsters are demanding sacrifices, and my daughter is the next sacrifice. I hope somebody is courageous enough to fight the monsters.
Somebody.
Alina, of course, volunteers because she's trying to prove her strength and courage, and she's off to have an adventure. And so then we get the litter joke.
Yep.
Yep.
Which is actually So that's so the original here in Japanese was a pun on there's a phrase that the priests always say. It's may the protection of the gods be with you. And it turns out the Japanese word for protection and the Japanese word for box or litter are pronounced the same. And so they made a little pun on that. And so when they did the localization, they tried to they wanted to preserve the humor, but the best they could manage was don't litter the litter. So they tried. You give them the credit for trying.
Yeah, it's a good attempt. They were trying to be faithful to keeping that, which is cool.
And it's all good.
So the boss fight here, it's actually kind of a rough start. Bray got taken out very early there. I didn't actually see if he got the sap spell off on the chameleon humanoid or not. But you can see that Crimson's a little bit in survival mode here, trying to balance Christo casting heal spells and casting upper. But I think that he got upper on both of the living characters. So he can actually get through the rest of the fight now.
Once you get that upper up, these enemies only do physical attacks, so you're pretty much safe.
Yep. Once you can, and that's why that level 4 is so important.
Yep.
So now you can see they're not really hurting us. We're feeling pretty safe at 8 HP apiece, and we're just getting through the rabbit hounds first. So the chameleon human has enough MP to cast heal twice. So that's why the beginning of the fight goes a little bit slow because he just keeps healing up that rabbit hound. But once they start going down, they'll go down a little bit more quickly.
Yep. And now we see it's already out of MP to heal. So it's just grinding them all down. And as you can see, they're only damaging us for 1 HP, at most 1 HP at a time. In this game, when you're when your defense is high enough to basically counter the enemy's entire attack power, you basically have a 50% chance of getting 0 or 1 damage. So, on average, we'll be taking half a hit point of damage from each enemy each turn, and that's why Crimson's not bothering to heal at all here. So we're perfectly safe at 5 to 6 HP.
ファミコン
So
版はス
managed
カラ永続
through
で
the
す。
end there.
ファミコン版はスカラ永続です。
All right, to attack that one at least. Oh wow, 10 HP, huge gain. Very nice. Alina's stats were a little low. That definitely got her HP
Yep.
up to above average. Her strength is maybe still a point or two
Strength
below.
is still a little weak, yeah. So we do want
Yeah.
to see some big strength rolls coming in.
But really, really nice HP gain there. And we left the chameleon humanoid for last in that fight because, similar to other Dragon Quest games, the last monster that you defeat in a battle is the one who has the chance to drop an item. And if you kill the chameleon humanoid last, then it's a guaranteed drop of a life force nut. And obviously, we don't want to, pass up on free,
Yep.
free health gains if we can get it.
Very useful item. Definitely one you do not want to miss.
アリーナが強いですね。37あります。
And there's another life force nut. Oh, there's another life force nut right on the altar there. So that communion humanoid actually gives you 2 life force nuts, all in all, which is awesome. Super helpful. You can grind those out and get 12 max HP gain.
Yeah, which is one thing I think we'll probably be seeing. We will probably be seeing a little bit later on is the grinding of the seeds. That there's a random range. Each seed can give you 1 to 3 for the like the strength seed, the strength and agility seeds, 4 to 6 for the life force nuts, and we want to force those high end values out. So we're going to see later on that Crimson's going to be resetting to get those high rolls.
Yep. So we're taking a few fights outside of the town of Frenor here. And this is kind of just to get a little bit more experience on Alina. I think he's just trying to get her up to level 6. Plus, when he gets a little bit more gold here, that'll also allow him to afford some better equipment for Alina, in particular the chainmail. So it'll be a nice armor upgrade for her.
Yeah.
So yeah, we come here into the town of Frenor, and this is kind of where we get to the next story trigger on Alina's adventure, where there's a person who's pretending to be, a princess, kind of maybe pretending to be her, and she's gonna get kidnapped, and so we have to find this item, the golden bracelet, to exchange for the fake princess's freedom. But first we're gonna grind out these life force nuts, so we're looking for 6s here, I think.
Yep.
There's a 4.
Not acceptable. Nope, that is an instant reset. Unfortunately, it is very quick to another 4, but it is fortunately very quick to just reset and immediately get back into the game.
And you can see that Crimson's actually like hitting the back button a couple times, so he's trying to make sure he's not getting the same RNG. As that's something that can accidentally happen to you if you just menu through this as quickly as possible. You might just end up getting the same thing over and over.
Yeah. So we got 2 5s there. It's now it's looking for 11 from the 2, so you want to see if the first one's a 5, you want to see a 6 on the second one. And so that's why he's doing the 2 at once and then resetting. If he gets a 6, I imagine he will probably just save that immediately.
Yeah.
To simplify getting the second one.
Yep, but seeing a lot of 4s and 5s, unfortunately.
There's a 6.
Alright, so...
And, oh no, he's gonna go straight into it.
He's just rolling it.
Ooh, but, yep.
Bad luck.
Taking a
6 to 4.
chance, and unfortunately did not cooperate, yeah.
Yeah, this is always a funny part of the speedrun. This is the same in English as well, where sometimes you just lose 2 minutes to grinding life force nuts.
Yep, yep. There we go, we got the 11, 6 and 5, so it's good enough to proceed.
Alright, yep, so here's that fake princess getting kidnapped. You can see fake Christo and Bray in the room there.
Yep.
Cool. And then yeah, we're just gonna come down here, do some shopping. We're really gonna load up with stuff, so we're gonna get a whole bunch of herbs and antidotes. Get some wings of the wyvern, and then that chainmail, like I mentioned. Bray doesn't learn the return spell until like level 8 or 9, I think. So until he gets
I think it is. Yeah, it's still a ways off.
Yeah, so until then, we're relying on wings for all of our travel. Let's see, return. Level 8, yep, so he's a ways off from that. So we're fighting these Brommerds, these bullbird enemies, and in addition to just, looking to get that experience to get up to level 6, these guys have a 1 in 128 chance to drop a strength seed. So, last time...
You don't rely on it, but yeah, if you can get it, that's a pretty tasty drop.
Yeah, absolutely. Last time that we were in I think it was in the DQRTA marathon when I raced Crimson, he got that strength seed drop, and had an incredible chapter 2. While I was stuck in chapter 2 for an extra hour.
Oh. No.
So that's Dragon Quest 4 though.
Yep. Classic Dragon.
Nice.
All right, so you can see that Crimson intentionally killed Bray there, and that's because of a glitch called the coffin block. Do you want to explain coffin block? Back?
Yeah. So there's so this game has an interesting thing. When enemies do their ordinary regular attacks, physical attacks, the game actually prioritizes people who are in front of the party, which is the common thing you see in a lot of RPGs. People who are in front of the party are more likely to take damage. Unfortunately, there's a little glitch with the way they did it, such that if you have somebody in the party who is dead, and they're not at the end, so like right now we have Bray is dead and is at the beginning of the party, then the last person in the party order will not be targeted at all. So right now, the way it's set up right now, whenever an enemy does its regular attack, they will only hit Alina, and Christo will never take physical damage. Now this doesn't apply to spells, so like these Blaze Ghosts, if they they can cast Blaze and hit Christo just fine. But Alina will be taking all the physical attacks, and that just makes it a lot easier to manage the damage because you know where it's all going to go, and you can preemptively heal or do whatever you need to keep Alina, in this case, alive. And we're going to be seeing this strat throughout the run. It's very important to to make the route more safe.
Yeah, really, really important strat. One of the things that did not get fixed when they ported this over to NES, so you see that used throughout the NES run as well.
Yeah, there were a number of bugs in this original version that were fixed in the port to Dragon Warrior 4 in the US. I saw a mention in chat earlier of the fairy water glitch. That was fixed, so in this version, we will probably be seeing it later. You can throw fairy water at metal slimes and just kill them in one hit. Fairy water does, I think it's 10 to 15 damage, something like that. Relatively small amount of damage, but does it to any enemy. And they just forgot to check for the metal enemies' resistance to magic effects, so you can just kill metal enemies in one hit. Things of that nature. And there are a few more, and I'll kind of touch on them as we get to them. For the moment, just rest assured there will be more exciting things to come. But most of those were fixed in the English in the English version. So unfortunately, a lot of these you won't be able to do in the English.
Yeah. We are absolutely going to see fairy waters get thrown at metal enemies.
Yep.
Throughout the run.
It's going to be fun, and it's going to be fun. Yep.
Yeah, it's one of those things that when you are used to playing the Western version, you're like, oh wow, that would be nice. It would be nice to kill the metal
Would
slabs.
be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, we're here in the Golden Bracelet Cave. So on that first floor, we picked up some gold. We picked up an agility seed, and then down here in the basement, we are going to grab the Golden Bracelet, which is the item that the kidnappers for that fake princess demanded in exchange for her freedom. Um, so it's a story item that we need to progress the chapter here. We're gonna finish this with a death warp, so that's why Crimson's not worrying about healing the poison or anything like that. He's kind of trying to balance making it to this treasure chest and then having a quick death warp afterward.
Yep, it's always a trick trying to find that perfect balance, because you don't want to play too aggressively and then die on the step, like when you step on the chest and get an encounter there, and that kills you before you open the chest, and you have to go all the way back. But it looks like this will work pretty nicely. Yeah, and you can see the Oswargs targeting Christo there with the spells, and so showing the coffin block does not work against magic,
Nice.
only against regular attacks.
Yep, nice quick death warp.
素早さの種吟味します。
Okay, so now we're going to do some more seed grinding.
Yep, we've got a strength seed. Oh wait, not yet. We've got the agility seed.
Well, yeah. So saving first here, and then we're going to hit that menu and see what we get. We get a 1, which is absolutely not acceptable.
Yep.
So into the loop we go.
Yep. And the reason that, it's pretty unusual to grind an agility seed. In this run, you wouldn't usually do it, but like I mentioned, agility is going to play a bigger role in this speedrun, and that's in particular because we're going to exploit a casino glitch later on that allows us to have a bunch of meteorite armbands. I think that he's doing it here on Elena, though, for safety in Chapter 2, because obviously...
Here it's just safety,
her in
because
Chapter 5.
we're not going to see her again, but yeah, here, right, it's worth mentioning also agility not only affects turn order, but is also the base component of your defense power, so getting to certain agility levels also implies that you get a higher defense level, and I'm not sure exactly how it's going to work out in the end. We still have 5 or 6 levels to go before we hit the tournament. But even if you get that 1 extra point of defense, that can make the difference to winning or losing the tournament. So every little bit helps.
Yep, absolutely. Good. So we got the golden bracelet. We'll turn that in sometime. Right now we're gonna head down to the bazaar, which is kind of the next town in the game. And we're just gonna get some of the supplies that we need for the rest of the chapter. Get that as a return point. Just kind of making progress through the chapter here. You can see that he's fighting most of these to get the experience, but he's not going to fight those blaze ghosts.
Yeah, some things are just not worth doing.
Yeah, blaze ghosts. Not only can they target Christo in the back there with magic spells, but they also
there's also a chance to miss. Yep.
Yeah, if you attack them, sometimes instead of taking damage, they'll just decide to split into more enemies, which is not really helpful because they're not a great source of experience or anything like that.
Yeah. It's not like the Grizzly Sabers.
No, yeah, Grizzly Saber is a much better option if you're gonna be looking for experience. It's also safer since they're not casting spells.
Yep.
So you can see we grabbed that strength seed out of that jar. We're gonna go up here to this shop, get a wing, get some fairy waters, and yeah, those fairy waters are gonna be useful for fighting some metal slimes pretty soon. Looks like we're getting some antidotes.
いけそうなんで宝先取り行っちゃいます。
Okay, so it looks like we're going to be getting doing a slightly optimized route, picking up the Birdsong treasure chest, I think it is. Early.
Yep. Yep, absolutely. So there's a couple of things that, well, in order to get into Birdsong Tower, we're going to need to grab the Thief's Key. So we will have to turn in the golden bracelet because that's how we get the Thief's Key in exchange, and then we'll head off to Birdsong Tower.
Yes, this is one of the points in the run where the the route can change slightly depending on how your stats are at this particular time, and Crimson's just looking at how his party is saying it looks like he can't take the faster path, and so he's going to go for that.
Yep, I think that this is a spot where you could consider doing a little bit of extra grinding before you go in the tower. But since Alina's got especially good HP, she's more likely to be able to survive that. So the next story trigger has to happen at nighttime, so just kind of like what you saw at the beginning of Chapter 1, we're going to walk on these 2 castle tiles where there are no encounters, just to pass the day-night cycle to nighttime.
It is worth mentioning, and I think this will actually come up, as an important thing a bit later on. But the day when you stay at an inn, the day-night cycle actually does not restart at like the beginning of the day. It starts around midday, or I guess mid-morning. So there are times when it can be faster to stay at an inn than to walk back and forth like that. There's all these little optimizations that have been discovered as the route has become more and more optimized.
Yep, so we got the Thief's Key there. That's the first of 3 keys in Dragon Quest IV, although today we're only going to get 2 of them.
Close enough, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure, it'll be fine. We'll work it out.
I'm sure, we won't miss the other one.
Yeah.
I'm sure it doesn't matter.
1円足りなかった。
1 gold short.
Of course. All right, so yeah, we've got pretty much everything we need for going into Birdsong Tower next. I think he's gonna probably grind that strength seed first. Makes sense, because you want to take a safety save here anyway, because the tower is pretty dangerous at these levels.
Yep.
Yep, just gonna wait to grind the strength seed. If you're not planning on taking any fights, then you can do it now or you can do it later. Doesn't matter too much. Alright, so we're hugging the coastline there, and part of that is because we have a lower encounter rate on the grass tiles, but there's also 3 tiles on that walk that just go into the beginning encounter zone by the Santine Castle. So if you want to get a fight, you're hoping to get some slimes or something instead of the pixies.
Right. Yeah. Speaking of grizzly sabers.
Yep, there they are.
But yeah. Yeah, it is fun when you can take advantage of those little encounter section overlaps, because obviously because of the memory limitations and so forth, they have just this large grid that they overlaid on the map, which sets where the encounters are. And sometimes because of how the coastlines go, you can duck into either a weaker zone or sometimes a stronger zone. And you take advantage of those.
Let's go!
Okay, so Crimson's gonna go for doing the entire tower in one dive here. So this is pretty risky because it's extra walking in the tower, but over here he takes the staircase up and there's a strength seed and there's a box with 1,200 gold, which is essentially how we're going to afford the Iron Claw that we want to use in the tournament. But it's scary because the fights in the tower are very dangerous, so this increases the chance that he'll die and he'll have to reset and try this again later. The alternative is to just kind of rush up to the top of the tower, get the Birdsong Nectar, and then come back to grab the Strength Seed and the gold after you've done all of your Metal Slime grinding and you're much stronger.
Yeah, but as I was mentioning earlier, Crimson is looking at his stats, saying, it looks like we can do the whole thing in one go, take the, avoid the second trip, and so that's what he's going to be attempting here. Get these 2 chests and then head up to the top.
今、セレクテッドの不思議な踊りがアリーナに当たりましたが、これはブライの棺桶を先頭にしている時のみ起こります。
So an interesting thing here that Crimson just pointed out is that the strange dance, which lowers a character's MP. Normally, enemies won't use that on characters without magic, like Alina. But because of the coffin block that we have with Gray up, the game got confused. It saw it. What happens with the coffin block is the game sees there are only 2 characters alive, but forgets. But when it goes to target them, it forgets that there's a dead character in the front of the party, and so it chooses between the dead character and the second one in the party. So it sees there is a person with MP there, namely Bray. And so it says, okay, we can do a strange dance. Then when it goes to target, Bray's dead, so the only person that can target is Alina, and you basically get a free turn out of the enemy.
おたけびの頻度を下げるのは目的ですね。次の曲。
It's a little bit of a scary formation here. He's trying to think about whether he should probably pause and put an upper up, or if he should just keep trying to run. It's really tough because we've got all these physical attacks, and then that flight rope can also cast stop spells, so there's a chance that.
that was pretty close. Yep. Yeah, that was, but it did work out.
Yeah, made it through, but we still got. We're not even into the most dangerous part of the tower yet, so that's fun.
Yeah. There is still more tower to come. It's worth mentioning that the chance to flee from encounters, although there are level modifications when you're higher level than an enemy, it does get easier, but the base rate is 50%, 50%, 75%, and then 100%. So on the 4th try, you are guaranteed to flee, but up to that point, it could take up to 4 tries. So that means you could take up to 3 turns worth of damage from enemies when you try to run. So you always have to balance that. Can I afford to run, or do I have to try and fight this out?
No.
Uh-oh. This could be, yeah, you don't want to see the Pteranodons. Those are very scary.
Yeah. So far, getting pretty good luck with running away from the really dangerous encounters here. So only this last top floor to go, and he's in pretty good shape.
Mm-hmm.
Yes!
This is the enemy you want to see right here, because this guy just...
Yeah. He just sits there and does Iron
Yes!
Yep.
Yes!
Yes! And
All
there we go. Nice. Yep.
Great tower. Really, really nice. And that's going to be a great time save at the end of the chapter, since he won't have to come back.
1 shot, first try tower. Yep. Real good.
Cool, so we get the Birdsong Nectar. We didn't talk about it earlier, but the reason we need to get that is because Alina's father, the King of Santeem, lost his voice. And so that's something that can restore it, and what actually happened is he was having some visions of the evil world, and the monsters took his voice away so that he wouldn't be able to tell anyone about it, but he's gonna say, alright, well, now I see that there's this danger, and Alina, you have my permission to go fight it with Christo and Bray, and the nice thing is this allows Alina to leave the continent, so it opens up a warp shrine that allows us to go to the Castle of Endor, where we can finish the chapter.
この瞬間、ブライはもう生き返らさないことが決まりました。
So, from this point on, we will not see Bray again. Bray is just going to be a coffin block for the rest of the game. Or for the rest of the chapter, at least.
Yeah, well, I think he...
Probably the rest of the game, yeah.
Yeah, he's alive for about 2 minutes in chapter 5. And
oh, right, because he does revive himself when we see him in chapter 5, but not for long.
Yep, and he's a very useful ghost or coffin for us in chapter 5, as we'll see.
Yep.
サランの境界は種吟味が早いので、ここで吟味しちゃいます。
So this is where we're going to do the seed grinding.
So we got
And
two
the
strength
reason,
seeds.
yeah, two strength seeds. But I was gonna say the reason we actually do it here, it's a very subtle reason, is because this particular map is quicker to load than a lot of other places where you can save. So, so for example, if like when you go to save in a town, then you reset. When you reload back into that town, the game has to load up that entire town map, which takes not too long, but a noticeable amount of like a second or two. Whereas these indoor maps load much more quickly. And when you're resetting possibly 5 times, 10 times over to get that perfect seed, those seconds add up. And so that's why Crimson chose that particular location to do the seed ramming.
Yep, and had nice luck with those strength rolls on both of those, so it didn't take very long, and we're off to Endor here. Walking to Endor can be a little bit dangerous. Once we go to the other side of this warp shrine, we're in the Endor encounter zone, and there's some pretty strong monsters over here for only being at level 6.
Yep. A theme of most RPG speedruns, to be fair, but definitely of Dragon Quest IV, is that you are usually not at the level you are intended to be as you're walking through these encounter zones.
Yeah, so you can see he's taking it safe here. Alina's parrying, and Chris is going to cast Upper on her, so that if we fail to run a few times, she's not just going to die.
Yeah.
The plus side, though, is now we are in the encounter zone where there are metal slimes, so if we run into one, then we can throw fairy water at it and hope it doesn't run away.
Yep.
But made it to the castle, no issues. That was a really nice walk, actually. And we're going to save here so that we can pretty efficiently go hunt for some metal slimes.
Quick shot to pick up some more fairy water here. Yeah, as you kind of alluded to earlier, is the original name is Holy Water, and I think in the recent English releases they've also switched back to that. But this was back in the era when Nintendo was terrified of anything that might even be remotely religiously oriented, and so they asked the developer to change that for English, and thus we ended up with things like fairy water and House of Healing as opposed to church.
Yep, no coffins with a cross on them. You get a ghost.
No coffins
instead.
with a cross. No, the King's Tomb. Those of you who are familiar with Dragon Warrior 4's King's Tomb. Actually, I guess we don't do it. Or maybe we do. Yeah, the King's Tomb in this one looks quite a bit different than the Western release.
Yeah, I don't think we'll go there today, but
I don't think we go there on this run. No.
Yeah.
We have other ways to accomplish the things we need to do. But yeah, that in the Japanese version, if we visited it here, you would see there's a giant cross on top of the building, which is how you know it's a tomb. Whereas in the English version, it's just this tiny little house. You kind of wonder what it's doing there.
yeah, looks just the same as all the other shrines or
Yep.
kind of random places.
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, what we're doing is we're going out and looking for the encounter that has one metal slime in it. It's about an 11% chance to find that. So it's about 1 in 9 or so encounters is going to be that. And so you're going to see Crimson probably reset quite a bit, just because you get fights like this, and then yeah, it's not really worth continuing. But what's nice is once you find them, you got about a 50% chance of winning the fight, because as long as it doesn't run away, then all's well.
Yep.
Now, 今のは多分あれです。
Crimson's just heading out
Here-
out of town, out to the hills, and that's
Yep.
just looking for the highest encounter rate, knowing that the hills
Right.
have the highest overworld rate.
Yeah, as we kind of touched on a bit before, is that the particular tiles you walk on influence your encounter rate, and hills are I believe the highest one in the entire game. And so this is just get that counter as quickly as we can.
Yep, seeing a lot of scorpions today.
But, 1 in 9 does mean it, typically take you about 9 encounters to find it. So this is kind of the your classic Dragon Quest metal grind.
Yep,
Gotta find that. Good.
I just learned yesterday from Crimson that the chance to see a metal slime increases by about 1% at nighttime. Which I didn't know.
Every little bit. Yep.
But there you go.
Nice!
There we go. Okay.
Nice!
Now, and it stayed around.
Perfect.
Which means it's a free kill. Yep. We don't even have to wonder, are we going to get that 1 damage to 2 damage? Nope. Just throw out a holy water, and as long as it stays around the first turn, you're done.
Yep. Easy experience. And, Alina's the only one who lived here, but that's fine. We've got plenty of wings
fine, yep.
for traveling. We're not trying to keep Ray alive or anything. And the fact that Kristo didn't make it doesn't matter, because he's not going to be here in Chapter 5.
Exactly,
So we don't need anything from him.
Yep. This is actually ideal. Yeah, we do want to see, just Alina, because since experience is divided among the party members, having one person alive as opposed to 2 means that one person gets double experience compared to the other way around. So this is actually what we want to see.
メタルスライムは昼 11.4%、夜 12.3% です。
So Crimson commenting on the worked out those exact percentages. It is 11.4% during the day and 12.3% at night to find that metal slime.
Yep. So I think we're gonna hunt for 3 metal slimes total here, which will bring Alina up to level 12. You can get Alina through the arena at level 11 after 2.
Nice!
It's a bit more dangerous. Oh, nice. Just
Ow!
showing right up.
Showing right up and running right away. Yep.
But level 12 is nice because, you get a lot of extra safety, especially for the most difficult fight in the tournament, which is the 4th fight with Samson.
Yep.
So I think just for marathon safety, it makes a lot of sense to just go for 3, especially since it's so quick to, take these metal slimes out. So you can use the holy water.
Oh!
Oh! Well, it has to stay around once more.
Nice!
There we go.
We didn't get the Buckland run today.
No. But this is one of the reasons the Japanese route of this game is so much different from the English one, because in Japanese, even when you're playing the glitchless category, which is what most Japanese runners do, they don't count this as one of the forbidden glitches, and so it is the way you grind stuff is just you throw holy water at metals. And it's just part of the run, and it really does make such a difference when you can count on getting those kills.
Yaba.
Yep, absolutely. Trying to get away from these scorpions, but if we die, actually if we die, we have to reset because we need the money for the Iron Claw.
But we got away.
Okay.
That was close. Yeah.
That was close. That was a little scary. Alina's HP is looking really nice at 79 there. I think her strength is still a tiny bit low, but I don't think it's catastrophic.
死んだらメタル買ったの帳消しでした。リセット。
Yeah, that's a really nice pace for the first 2 metal slimes. So yeah, we're cruising through chapter 2 right now.
Yep. Yeah. Chris is saying that it was a scary encounter, but we did get a metal slime out of it, so it's we'll call it good.
Yeah.
2 metal slimes this early is just really it's what you want to see.
All right, hunting for number 3. Just resetting when he sees the ambush. No thanks.
Yep. No thanks. Yeah.
Those Rogue Knights are pretty mean. They have a chance to crit. Both the Scorpions and the Rogue Knights are monsters around here that have a chance to do critical hits, so not looking for any of those. Crimson going down into the forest like that makes me think he might be playing around with the Metal Slime manipulation for the 3rd one just for fun. which is which warms my heart a little bit. But we'll see.
力が42なんで次勝ったらいきます。
Okay, so Krim's saying strength. Alina's strength is 42, so one more is definitely going to be enough for us. One more metal slime.
Yeah, 42 strength with the Iron Claw, which I think has 38 attack, would bring you up to 80 attack for the tournament, which is, it's on the lower end of what you can get through with. So yeah, getting one more level is going to be really good.
Right, and we do have the one more level coming up. So
Hey! Oh!
And away it goes.
Goodbye. Yeah, with the way that strength works in this game, we actually really want to see at least a 4 on the strength for the next level, because having 84 attack is significantly better than having 83 for doing the right amount of damage to Samson. It can make the difference between beating him in 6 turns of attacking versus beating him in 7 or 8.
Yeah. Well, at least we're getting away from all these useless encounters.
Yeah, maybe they're on the beach.
アナテルさんに聞きたいんですけど、日本のこれ見てると羨ましいですか？
So a question for you, Anatolia, from Crimson. Do you feel envious of the Japanese version watching this?
Nice!
Nice! Number 3. No. I love hunting metal slimes. It's fun. It's okay that it's harder.
いや、全く感じませんね。普通に戦った方が、楽しいと。
なるほど。潜水使ってフレノールの宝取りに行きます。お金です。
So I'm just picking up some extra money here from the cave.
Yep. We skipped this earlier. We'll grab it now, and this gets us enough money to afford that Iron Claw. And this is obviously a really quick dip because we just need that treasure chest right there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, nice leveling. So we're up to 12. Alina's stats are pretty good, and yeah, now we just gotta get ready for the tournament. So the tournament is definitely, it's not quite as hard as you would see in a non-glitched run, which you'll see why in a minute. But it's still pretty tough. there's a pretty good chance that we won't make it through on the first chat, especially depending if, for example, if Samson decides to use a medical herb and heal up, then that fight can be pretty much impossible for Alina to get through. So we'll need a little bit of luck. But yeah, the tournament is another one of those really kind of iconic Dragon Quest things. You know, they've had callbacks to this in later Dragon Quests, especially in Dragon Quest 11. And
it's a very memorable part of the.
Very, very strong arena.
Yeah, Alina's strong. She's got that. She got to that 84 attack, which is great.
Yep.
But yeah, it's really, really fun. So we'll talk about the encounters kind of as they're coming up. But the first one's, he's pretty weak. Hun, just his physical attacks actually doesn't have that much HP. And so he's not really too much of an issue. But the second one is Rorik, and Rorik is a little bit stronger. He's got more HP, so he can be a little bit tougher. But he also sometimes just guards, which is great, because that's essentially a free turn for you to do some damage on him.
Yep.
Yeah. Number 3 is going to be Vivian. She's a magic user, so she can do some good damage with her spells. But yeah, number 4 with Samson is the big one, because he's got huge physical attacks. He's got great defense. He can use medical herbs to heal himself, and that's tough. So Hun here, he's got 70 HP. You can see we're making pretty quick work of him. Doing 25 damage. Yeah.
Teresa only took 1 hit.
Yep. He's not even going to use the herb in between fights here because he took so little damage there. He's going to heal sometime during this fight. You want to heal sometime in the fight just because Rourke's going to drop a medical herb, and you don't want it to not go into your inventory because your inventory's full.
Yeah. And want to open up that one slot.
There's that guard turn. Yep. Take the turn to heal here.
The guard
Nice.
turn, and
Oh, nice!
Nice. Good turn order at the end there, so he hit Rourke first.
yep.
That's all you can ask for.
And yeah, one herb here should. Oh, not using the herb. Okay.
Yeah,
I guess we don't really need for Vivian.
yeah, he'll probably heal again during the fight. Kind of doesn't make too big a difference either way with Vivian.
Yeah.
At 59 HP, there's pretty much no chance she's gonna
Right.
be able to do enough damage to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
And she's even casting the Fireball spell there, which uses more magic and doesn't really do more damage.
Yep.
She's running herself out of MP really quick here.
She does also have a heal spell, but because she used 2 attack spells first, I think her heal actually did not go off because she was out of MP.
最高の
Now
状
we're
態
at
で
the
すね。
Samson. Now it's the yeah.
Very, very nice.
Yeah, good so far. We've got some nice herbs for Samson if he does decide to make this go on for a little while. Doing 16 damage is great. As long as you're doing at least 15, you can take him out in 6 turns. And he only heals when he's below half, so you can see Crimson taking the chance to heal up before he brings him into that threshold, and now we're going to try to charge through the last few turns. And hope he doesn't medical herb.
We got him. Nice.
Perfect
nice.
fight. Cool.
Hatsumige
That's exactly
shimasu!
the Samson you want to see.
Yep. So,
Alright, Linguar. So, yeah, Linguar, you know, is a lot of fun for all of us, as we know.
as we
you
know, yeah.
Exclamation
Wow.
point, Linguar A.
But of course, we all know that you can't actually win this fight because Linguar's a barrage. So it looks like Crimson's just gonna run away.
Yep, so we're
Because,
just
you know,
gonna...
3.
Yeah, Linguar's pretty scary with his arms up like that.
4.
yeah.
Maybe if we just keep running away, eventually it'll leave us alone.
5.
You think it would confuse it if we ran away more?
6.
That's 6 times now.
Seven.
I thought you were guaranteed to run away after 4, but...
ピッカリンガー A バトン A, B, C, D
B, of course.
B
Obviously B.
Alright, Linguar B.
No! A, B, C, D
Oh,
Oh. Go
A,
ahead,
B,
go
C,
ahead.
D
oh my god. D.
D.
D No! A, B, C, D
C.
C No! A, B, C, D
Okay, chat, you gotta help us out. C.
D Nice! Thank you!
Incredible.
The crit.
Okay. Woo, we got
Okay,
him.
so yep, we got him. So okay, what happened there, by the way, with that final crit? That was not luck. That was another Japanese version specific glitch. If you try to run away 8 times in a boss battle, which of course you can't run from, the game gets confused and all of your characters will start getting guaranteed critical hits. And so the 8 times we ran away was actually a setup for this. And with that, we were able to we still have to hit the 25% chance on Linguar, but we did get, once you get that hit, it's guaranteed to kill.
So yeah, that's I don't know if it's even statistically better than just going for Linguar from the start, but
It's
it
so
was
much more fun.
a fun opportunity to show that off, yeah.
Yep.
Alright, so we made it through the tournament. Our allies are magically revived. We head back to Santeam Castle here, where everyone is gone. And Alina goes off in search to figure out what happened, and that ends chapter 2.
Shout out to the cute chapter title plates that we see there. The beginning and the end of the chapter in Japanese version. It's one of the things that didn't make it over to the U.S. Release. Possibly because they just ran out of memory on the cart. Who knows? It's a very large game.
Yeah, for sure. Nice. Welcome to Chapter 3, with everyone's favorite, Talon, Torneko.
Uh-huh.
Oh boy. So, you know, in the Dragon Warrior 4 run in the West, it's a pretty common strategy for the runner to keep Talon at level 1 the entire time and never let him get any experience. And part of the reason for that is we don't use Talon at all in Chapter 5, and obviously Chapter 3 is not really about getting strong and fighting monsters, it's about making money. But today, since we aren't gonna have
Nice!
and Christo,
Oh!
who almost made it there with no fights.
Nice
It was a
sneak!
walk.
Nice sneak!
Really, really nice walk. Since we
Sneaking
won't have
walk.
Aline and Christo in Chapter 5, we are going to actually use Talon a little bit, so you will see Crimson get Talon, maybe some experience here, but he will get levels and experience in Chapter 5.
Yep.
And one nice thing, again, we're playing the Famicom version. There's a cave that Talon goes into later to get some treasure that has metal slimes in it. So you'll see Crimson pick up a fairy water before he goes in there, just on the off chance he can grab that experience, and Talon can quickly go up to level 9.
Yeah. And here we see Talon helping himself along to the Death Warp here, taking advantage of the fact that you can attack your own party members in this game.
Yep. So we went in that cave to grab the chain sickle, which we're really just using for money. But Talon can also equip it to accelerate his own death warp there, which is what he did.
Yep.
Hey, come on! Drop! 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 Oh! Oh!
Oh, we got the drop.
That's the one!
We got Copper Sword drop.
Good old copper sword. Yeah, so one of the fun mechanics of Chapter 3 is Talon gets these really, really high drop rates of equipment from monsters, which of course he can use to make money in the chapter.
Yep.
So
Yeah, normally drop rates from enemies are like anywhere from 1 in 128 down to 1 in 4096, but Talon is special. Talon gets the drops.
yep, you're hoping to see like a half plate armor or something like that, but we got a copper sword. It's fine. It's fine.
Better than nothing.
Better than nothing, sure. So we sold that chain sickle. We're just gonna get a bunch of wings right now, and the wings help us to hit some of these story triggers that we have to do at the beginning of the chapter. First thing we're gonna do is go talk to the prince. He's like, "Hey, meet me at nighttime." And Talon's like, "Yeah, I'll do that sometime. Maybe not tonight, but some night."
Something. So yeah, just go hang around, and one of these nights, we'll be there.
Yeah, nighttime. We didn't agree on a day. We just agreed on a time.
Yeah. Yeah. There we go.
Sneak behind the guard here, and we're gonna bust the son of Grandpa Tom out of jail here. I don't know if Purple Mario is here, but he really enjoys the name of this character in the DS version.
ここはいわゆる日本で流通しているチャートとは違う動きをしています。
There's a comment from Crimson to the Japanese viewers that he's going to be using a different route than is usually seen in Japanese runs.
Yeah, this is also actually quite different than what you usually see in the West too. So you can see we're getting the dog early before we hit some of the other story triggers. I think this is actually a really interesting routing in Chapter 3. It's pretty cool, and one thing is we're going to show off a fun little glitch that also works on the NES version that you don't usually see with the Prince's letter later. So we'll keep an eye out for that. So yeah, we picked up Tov the dog. We're heading over here to the town of Foxes. And this is just allowing us to progress through the story and ultimately allow us to get down to the castle of Endor, which is kind of the hub city for the early game here.
Mhm. All roads lead to Endor.
Yep. What's nice is for letting the fox that was pretending to be the mayor go here, it gives Taloon a full plate armor, which is really nice because that allows us to get our gold really going here,
Mhm.
and Taloon can turn that into some really nice defensive equipment.
本来は海外でも王子の手紙を先にもらうんですが、それを後に回して、その分アイテムを1個多く、女神像の洞窟に持っていきます。
So this Kurt is just explaining a little bit more about the change in route. That saving the Princess Letter for later gives us an extra item slot in Taloon's inventory that we can use to move stuff around, pick stuff up right now. And so again, as you were mentioning earlier, Anatolia, the inventory management is such a big part of this route throughout the game.
Yeah, and especially here in Chapter 3, because you're asked to carry items around, you're buying things and selling them other places.
And you only have the one person in your party, so...
Yeah, eight inventory slots, it never feels like a lot here. You know, casually people pick up that iron safe.
Even casually, yep.
Yeah, and then you pick up that iron safe, which, you know, is nice because then if Taloon dies, he doesn't lose half his gold, but it takes up an inventory slot.
Inventory slot, yep, yep.
So we're gonna leave that thing alone.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we didn't pick up the Prince's Letter yet. We'll get around to it. We're gonna head down here to Endor, and this is where we can get really nice
one
for Taloon. Yeah. No problems walking down to the town there. Yeah, it's good.
Nice walk.
Pretty scary for level 1 Taloon.
Yep. Yeah, well, it always makes you happy when you get here, because once you get here, you know, all your travel you can do by wings, and so, you know, that's that's perfectly safe.
All right.
The iron aprons here.
Yep. He's gonna get an iron apron, iron shield. He'll pick up a wooden hat from the item shop as well, and with those pieces of equipment, Taloon will have like 52 defense, and that's gonna allow him to pretty much walk through the Silver Statuette Cave dungeon, mostly without fear of monsters.
Yep. Again, the one thing that causes problems is spells, because as you mentioned earlier, there's no concept of magic defense, and so spells will always hit for the same amount regardless of your equipment.
Yeah, there's also one monster that can
one
cast
particular
sap,
monster. Yep.
can cast sap on.
Oh yep. And here it is. Fortunately, we are fine.
Yeah, so that's the Duckspill is the real final boss of Chapter 3.
Yep. especially because when you're at the very end of the chapter and walking around with that 60,000 gold in your pockets.
Oh yeah.
通常の RTA ではありえない行動なんですが、特殊レギュレーションのため、聖水持ち込んでます。メタル出たら借ります。
Again, mentioning that normally you would never see this in a run, but since we are using this very special route today, we brought in some fairy water so that if we happen to run into a metal slime, we can make use of it.
Yeah, which is great because metal slime usually is actually one of the more dangerous monsters in this cave since it can cast the blaze spell. But today,
I was kind of mentioning earlier, no magic defense. It's actually kind of funny because normally you're so happy to see a metal slime, and in this one chapter, you don't want to see it at all. You just want to stay away.
Yeah, absolutely.
But,
it's bad news.
But today it's good news.
演歌激しいですね。
counter's coming fast and furious here.
Sneak!
And you'll see Crimson's gonna pick up equipment a little bit differently than what you usually see in this route, and that's because of how different Chapter 5 is. So ordinarily we would leave,
Hey, come on!
for example, the Morning Star and the half plate armor alone in here, and pick those up later in Chapter 5, but we're not going to do that today. We're going to just go ahead and pick those up now.
Come on, Metal! Come on, Metal! Hey!
We're
Hey!
summoning,
Hey!
summoning the metal slimes. Metaru.
Metal's not cooperating.
Yeah, and the metal slime encounter rate's still not very good in here. I don't know exactly what it is,
Yeah.
but it's definitely under 15%. You don't see them too often.
So it's not heavy, kind of that you expect to see one, but the chance is there, and we want to be able to take advantage of it if it comes by.
Yeah. Thanks for petting the dog. When you hit the button, you have a frame where you can turn around there and actually face Tom and give him a good pet, which is good. He's a good dog.
Yep, indeed.
So yeah, I went over, grabbed that Morning Star. So just more useful to have for money rather than attack at the beginning of Chapter 5, which is what we usually use it for. But we won't need that today. But yeah, no metal slimes yet. Just gonna go up here and grab the iron spear. This is something we usually do grab. Although, yeah, some runners prefer to kind of switch the Morning Star and the iron spear. There's some preference stuff that has to do with how you route the equipment between chapters 3 and 5, since it's kind of shared. So, but today we're just gonna grab all this. The only thing we're gonna really leave is the broadsword for the hero to pick up at the beginning of Chapter 5.
Hey, come on!
Makes sense. Yeah.
Come on, come on, come on! Hey, come on!
Yep. This is the last room we can find the metal slimes, so hoping to see them.
No!
No.
No, just the flies. Flies, octopus, lizards, yeah.
Slime's must be taking a break.
Yeah. Freeing up room in his inventory there by using a medical herb, which is a pretty common thing you have to do in this game is think about, alright, well, if I try to pick up this chest now, it's going to make me throw something away, so let's get ahead of it.
Might as well use it first.
Yeah.
Ah!
Well, pretty smooth walk in the cave, but we didn't see any metal slimes.
No, yeah. Unfortunate not to see the metal slime, but yeah, you do want to get out, so and not have to come back again because he died. So good for that. No, yeah.
Yep. Unequipping all that defensive gear, and now we're gonna have this bat help us with the death warp. There we go. And you can see he did equip the I think he equipped the iron spear there to help him do that death warp quickly.
Yeah.
All right. So this merchant over in Bon Malmo is a lot of people's favorite guy. He will buy your armor for a random value that surrounds the actual price of the item. So we sold this guy our full plate armor earlier. Took a few offers, but he gave us quite a good deal for it on I think the third try. And we're gonna be spending quite a bit of time with this guy selling armor and trying to get more out of it than what it usually costs.
Ooh, nice.
Nice crit. There's a I think it's a 1 in 32 chance that you can get a critical roll.
That sounds right. Yeah.
Yeah, and that'll give you an offer that's between 150% and 200% of the item's value.
Yeah. Whereas normally it's 75 to 125%. So it's always nice to see those crits, especially nice and early, and get a good start on the money farming.
Yep, absolutely. So we're almost that part where we're gonna be really trying to get a bunch of money so we can afford Tullian's shop. But I think the prince wanted us to meet him a while ago.
Oh yeah. You suppose he's still waiting for us out there?
Yeah, let's just see. Let's just see if he's still there.
Guess it can't hurt to check.
プリンスレターはここで取ります。
Again, the long wait for nighttime.
Yep. That's the prince's handmaiden just being like, "Oh, have you seen the prince? Where is he?" Okay, still here.
Nice and patient. Good. Good to
So
see.
patient. So he gives us the prince's letter.
Yeah.
The whole idea with the prince's letter is that you can show it to the princess of Endor, and then the king would walk over. He would give you the royal scroll to bring back to the king of Von Malmo. But we're going to do something a little different here. So first we're going to turn in the silver statuette to this guy. He buys it for 25,000 gold. It's the whole reason we dove into that cave, because it's a fast way to get a whole bunch of money.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're going to go into the castle at nighttime, which is weird, because you know the princess and the king are in bed. They're sleeping, so there's no way we can show them the prince's letter right now. We'd have to wait until morning.
レターブリッジ。
Let's see. Princess would usually be on this throne. Okay. So we're gonna read the prince's letter to the empty throne. Okay. Now we have a royal scroll in our inventory.
Yep. And we heard a voice out of nowhere, and all of a sudden we have a royal scroll. So, yeah, we'll take what we can get.
Cool, fun little glitch there. Basically, it's just checking where you're using the item, not if the princess is actually there. And yeah, it actually skips a little bit of dialogue and watching the king walk over. And... So, pretty cool, fun little glitch.
Fun that actually saves time.
Yep.
So now we are into the money farming and the crit sale hunting.
Yes, indeed. So the most expensive armor that we can buy are these iron aprons over in Endor. So we're gonna fill our inventory with those over here, and then we'll go to Von Malmo Castle and sell them more. Get this royal scroll out of our inventory by talking to the king.
Yep. Yeah, we only got 8 slots. We can't afford one for your letter, sir.
And then, yeah, we're gonna spend a couple rounds talking to this merchant over in the corner. So I think that the threshold that Crimson is going to use is he's going to look for an offer that's at least 1,710 gold. So it's kind of in the upper...
Somewhere around there, yeah.
Yeah, looks like he took it, yep. So that's basically the upper 1/3 of offers, so...
Yeah. And you can see that, you know, if you recall, if you've played this game in English on the NES, you can tell the difference. It's much more apparent when you have them side by side. You can tell how much more quickly this text scrolls than it does in the English version. Just bam, 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 right through the menus, and checking those sale values. Whereas in the English version, it's like 2, 3, 4 lines of text on every single menu.
Yeah, this is I think that overall, Chapter 3 ends up being about 8 or 9 minutes slower on the English version, and it's all text speed.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's all because the text is so much more text.
Oh!
Ooh,
Nice.
nice crit.
Yep. So crits are funny because, I mentioned it's that 150% to 200% range, so you can get like a kind of a low crit or you can get kind of a high crit. And so the value range for these is going to be 2250 on the low end to 3000 on the high end, and that was closer to
That was definitely
3000.
yeah, it was a high end. Yeah.
Yeah, really good.
Japanese GG ボケ
Yeah, it's there's a good regular. That's a regular one, but it's on the high end of the regular CR range. So you like to see those high values as well. But yeah, the number of crits you get here is very directly affects your time, because the more you get, the fewer you have to, fewer times you have to go back and forth and do these sales.
Yep. You can
So
see our
I
gold
think-
little. Oh, good.
Yeah, we're not quite to the our target point yet, but depending on how this next cycle goes, we may finish this off in just 2 cycles, which would be ideal.
Yeah, it looks like we will. We're in really good shape for gold. We ended up that with like 34,000. We need 35,000 to buy the shop.
Right.
Plus
Yeah.
plus one a little bit on top of that to afford a piece of equipment to kind of
Yeah.
seed our shop with.
Right. Yeah, I think Crimson's target here is 35,650 is the number he's going to be looking for, and I think we'll have no trouble hitting that. In fact, yeah, I think it's guaranteed, given he's always going for 1710. The other way to think about it with the crits is that if you look at how much you're making off of each sale, the 1710 is just a profit of 210 gold, but that 2700 he got, that's 1200 gold, so that's worth 6 iron aprons on its own.
Yeah, the critical hits
So
are
that's
huge.
that's pretty much one full cycle that it just saved for us.
At some point, you need to go talk to the king here. He thanks Tulun for creating peace between the kingdoms and gives him permission to own a shop in the town. So at some point, you got to do that. It kind of makes sense to do it right there, because then you just swing out to Von Malmo after.
Yep.
So he's buying that wing on the walkover, which means he's confident that this is going to be his final round. Otherwise, you would do that after.
Right. But yeah, I'm sure Crimson's done the same math in his mind that I was just talking about, and knows that given his threshold of 1710, this is guaranteed to be the final round. So he just grabs the wing, comes straight over.
Yep. And even if he doesn't get all the way up to that 3650, which would be starting with the Abacus of Virtue, he could start with something that's not quite as expensive. It'd still be completely fine to start the next section.
Yeah.
So doesn't even need to be too strict on it. Nice,
Oh,
1875.
that's a perfect. Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
maximum you can get on a
Yep.
on a non-crit. So
Yep,
let's see those high rolls.
It's really, really good to see those. Made 375 off that roll, and
Yep.
yeah, doesn't take too many of those to get the story going.
Oh, another crit.
Nice, nice, nice!
This is gonna be a really good chapter 3 now.
Yeah, we're in good shape. And yeah, if you're seeing 1 crit per round, that's a pretty good pace. Because you usually need about 2 of them to kind of be ahead of the game and not have to come in for a 3rd round. But
Yeah.
it's all luck, whether you see it or not, of course.
Mm-hmm. 10. We do ultimately have to sell all of these, because we do have to make back the money we spent buying them before we can afford the shop. So we do still have to finish off these menus, and ultimately it's random, how long it takes to get to that 1710. But once we're done, we're going to be in really good shape for the rest of the chapter.
Yeah, shouldn't take too much longer. Just got 4 more to
Wow!
sell.
Third crit, my goodness.
Another low crit.
Actually,
yeah.
I guess that's a 4th crit, including that one we saw earlier too.
Yeah, I think we saw
It was a
one
low
on.
crit, but still, yeah.
um,
What was it?
Was it on maybe on the bronze armor or?
Yeah, bronze.
We're in good shape.
Yeah. Now I'm sure Crimson's wondering why he's getting this luck now and not on one of his record attempts.
Yeah, I think he's
That is-
he's probably about 10 minutes ahead of his
Yeah.
PB pace now.
This is fantastic.
Yeah.
38,000.
He got about twice as many critical hits as you would
Yeah.
reasonably expect there. So that was amazing.
Yeah. He's starting off with 2 abacuses there.
Yeah, this is great. You really love to see the start because what we do with the shop here is pretty much all kind of exponential growth. So the more you can start with, then the faster it all goes.
Exactly.
Awesome. So the cool thing about Netta's shop here, Netta is Saloon's wife, is she basically sells every single item for what was a critical hit roll in that last shop. So she'll sell all of these for that 150 to 200% value. And it doesn't need to be just armor. She's also happy to sell weapons or pretty much anything else you want to throw in there. So the fastest thing for us to do is just walk to the weapon shop across the street, buy their most expensive stuff, and then come back to our shop and sell it for, a whole bunch more money.
Right. So every time you talk to Netta and Sleep, she has, I think it was like a 2/3 chance to sell each item. And so we just sleep a couple of times, hope that most of the stuff gets sold, and take those profits and turn them back into more items to sell.
Yep, I think it's 3/4 chance.
3/4?
I could be wrong.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah. So that's why we sleep.
It's pretty good, right?
It's good. So that's why we sleep multiple times, just to try to make it so there's not something left over. But yeah, this is a nice start. It's looking like should be a pretty quick, and he's actually had great chapters 1, 2, and 3 so far. So everything's been going really well.
Yeah, this is really pretty much ideal so far.
ここはスコットのブロックが非常に危険なので注意します。
So you do want to watch out for that one NPC that can get in your way.
Yep, it's Strom. So you can recruit Strom as a kind of a mercenary character to help Saloon in this chapter. But he doesn't like our dog, so we're not gonna ever have him join our party. Because obviously we don't want to go bring the dog back home. He's like, we're attached. So he's just gonna stand here and sometimes get in the way of us being able to go back home at night.
Yep.
今解説にもありました
NPCs being in the way is a
が
very classic thing in Dragon Quest.
英語版ではスコットのことをストームという。すいません、どうぞ。にないなら一応説明しておくと、1泊につき1個よ、75% で売れます。
Okay, so yeah, Crimson's confirming that it's a 75% chance, so 3/4 chance for each item to be sold after sleeping. So, obviously, the more times in a row you sleep, that gets closer to 100%. So, typically, I think you sleep twice.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, 2 or 3. And you kind of want to sleep. Yeah, you sleep more depending on how many items you have in there. Just to. So at the beginning, you probably don't sleep too many times, and then once you've thrown like eight items in there, you probably want to sleep 3 times just to make sure.
And again, you see how quickly the text goes in the Japanese version, so this makes it much easier decision to say, if I want to sleep one more time, sure, let's go ahead and do it.
Yep. But yeah, what Crimson's doing here is essentially following the same route we do in the Western version, where we're getting enough money that we can complete the King's Order, which will be the final thing we do in the chapter. And completing the King's Order gives you 60,000 gold pieces, which is coincidentally exactly the amounts of money we need to dig the tunnel to the other continent.
Just by coincidence.
Yep.
Yeah, so our final target here is going to be 24,000 gold. At the rate we're going, probably should not be too long before we hit that.
Yep, making really good pace here. I'm gonna step away for just a minute.
Sure. And see, each one of these Abacus of Virtue is the item, but each one of them that we've bought for 1,600, she's putting up for 2,400, and then we'll actually sometimes sell it for even more than that. And so that I think the 7 that we put in there, that might well get us to the 24,000 we need. Let's see what she gives us. 16k, and how much we already have. We'll see where Crimson goes from here, but I think we are either close or it looks like we're not quite done. Okay, yeah. So 1 or maybe 2 more rounds should finish it off, and then we can head over to the king. So just filling out what I mentioned earlier. What the king gave us permission to own a shop earlier.
No!
We have a shop.
No! Stop!
Oh, that was close. Strom threatening to troll there, but kept away at the last moment. But yes, so the king, once we have a shop, the king will put in an order for us to fulfill, which is 7 broadswords and 7 suits of half-plate armor. If you remember, we only have 8 inventory slots, so we can't even take all of that in one go. But we get but that is what we are making money for here, to get the broadswords, to buy the broadswords and the half-plate armor to give the king, and that will give us the money we need to finish the chapter. So again, here we see the triple sleep just to make sure everything gets sold.
ちなみにあれ、塞いで家に帰れなかったら外泊でした。
So it looks like we are ready to go on. And of course, one of the funny things is that the half-plate armor that the king wants is actually sold right in this shop here. So, one thinks that the king could just send somebody out to get the stuff, but no, he's kind enough to order through Tulun, so of course we have to do the menuing ourselves. But yeah, you see, we're well past that 24,000 target that we had, so it's just a matter of buying the things, turning them in, and doing our final bit of setup for Tulun's entry into Chapter 5. So the broadswords, the broadswords, incidentally, we'll be able to find in Bon Malmo, and that's just going to be one quick trip over after we turn these in.
Yep. Some people are talking about the version differences and the differences in records in the chat. So yeah, the route that Crimson is doing today is a little bit unique. He's kind of developed this one kind of on his own, but there are different routes that are used in the Famicom version that have some different times. The fastest ones are under 5 hours. Well, the fastest ones that really glitch things are even faster than that. I can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, they'll have different rule sets depending on which glitches they allowed. So there's a few different times and leaderboards that are used, especially by the Japanese community for the Famicom version. But overall, even if you play the game essentially the same way, yeah, it will be faster, just because of the text differences that Baxter was talking about. Yeah, and this is a route, just like Hactical mentioned there, yeah, this is a route that's kind of designed to show off some glitches, so in some cases we're going a tiny bit slower. So this is kind of like the, any percent fun glitch. This NPC, I love this guy.
Again.
I had a PV.
We're just gonna walk out and reset him.
I had a PV that lost like 1 minute to that NPC one time, and
no.
I would always gain time on this split after that. That was funny.
Right. 7 broadswords, and we were one half-plate armor short because of, again, inventory space limitations. But since we will be using a wing to return to Endor. That will free up our 8th slot, and we can buy that last half-plate armor and turn in all 8 of the remaining items at once. And so this will be our last trip before we head to the end of the chapter.
Yep. And then, since this is the special route, we will do one last thing before we actually finish the chapter, but we can talk about that when we get to it.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah, we'll go in, we'll complete the order here. In exchange, Sloon will get back 60,000 gold pieces, which is, a lot of money.
It is a lot of money, isn't it?
I wonder if he'll take a safety save before he goes to the tunnel.
Yeah, you never know when one of those duck spills gonna crop up.
Mm-hmm.
This is dark speed.
Yep, picking up the wing so we can get back to town quickly. Grabbing some fairy water, because we'll, as we mentioned, we use a lot of fairy waters in this game, so
Yep.
may as well throw a couple in the inventory right now.
Yeah, so worth mentioning that gold does not carry over between chapters, but items do. So whatever you have in each of the characters' inventories will stay with them when you go to chapter 5. And so one thing we try to do is basically use up as much gold as we can by filling inventory, and then we can just sell it again in chapter 5 to get some of that money back.
Okay, no safety save. It should be fine. We just need to make it to the tunnel.
Safety!
Okay, alright.
There we go.
I got it.
Okay.
That's a very scary walk. It's short, but
Yeah, it's short, but you see the duck spill pop up, and you are very afraid.
oh yeah. It can go wrong very quickly.
Yep.
Duck spills can show up in groups of 2 or even 3 if you're super unlucky, or they can show up with carnivore plants alongside, and it's just like, 1 or 2 bad rounds and you're just done.
Yep. And there goes 30,000 gold.
He did have a wing in his inventory, so he could have winged out of the fight, which may be
True
what his plan was. Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
It's
let's go-
going!
yeah, let's go to the casino.
Yeah. So, casino. So this is the casino. You normally don't come here because the casino coins cost 200 gold apiece here. And you're not going to spend your 60,000 hard-earned gold on that here, but
待って、間違えた。
it turns out we just bought 922,000 coins for 24 gold because reasons. And so all of a sudden we can afford everything in the prize shop as much as we want. So what happened there is this is another glitch that was fixed in the NES version, but in the Japanese version, the Famicom version, the game does not check if the amount of money you're trying to buy overflows its internal storage. So that number, the number that Crimson entered, ordinarily would have worked out to somewhere on the order of 180, 190 million gold, but that just overflows the game's counter so many times that it ends up overflowing back down to 24. And so the game just totally misses that you're buying way more than you should. You end up with 900,000 coins essentially for free. And that means that things like the meteorite armband that Crimson just bought in the shop there, for example, all of those things that normally really hard to get your hands on are just available for us to use in this run as much as we want. And we'll be going back there in Chapter 5 as well.
Yeah, really, really fun overflow glitch. And unlike gold, casino coins do carry over through the rest of the game, so
Yep.
those are going to be available to us in Chapter 5 when we get to Endor again.
男装趣味のある女が出てきま
Yeah,
し
we'll use them.
Yep.
た。ヒゲのマーニャさん。
But before we can take advantage of all that, we gotta get through Chapter 4. Fortunately, nothing ever goes wrong in Chapter 4. So we've
Nope.
got, yep, we've got the sisters, Nara and Mara. So, when I mentioned in Chapter 2 is we had a really well-balanced party with a fighter and a kind of a cleric and then a wizard. This is a less well-balanced party.
Not- Perhaps not exactly the best balance that one has ever seen.
Yeah, we've got, Mara is, she's a lot like Bray. She's like an offensive magic user. And Nara is, fortune teller class. So she actually has mostly support magic and, pretty weak attack.
Yeah.
A lot of people who know this game very well know that when you're kind of comparing stats between characters, Nara just seems to be underpowered compared with a lot of the other characters.
Yeah.
So in order to make this a party that can really do anything, we're gonna need some help. Fortunately, there's a very strong guest character in this chapter, so the thing we're gonna do is try to get to him as quickly as possible.
これ聞いてたのあんまり良くないんですよね。お金が足りない。
Seems to be a little bit short on money here. So actually selling the strength seed there to.
Yeah, we don't need
Save up
strength
the
seeds in
money.
this chapter,
No.
but we do need his armor. So we're gonna sell our strength seed that we picked up in the kind of event venue there where we started. We're also gonna sell the copper sword. We're gonna sell Mara's dancer's costume, and we're gonna trade that in for the leather dress, which is better armor for Mara, and then a bunch of healing items. So we'll get herbs and antidotes, all that stuff. Cool little glitch coming up here that we also like to do. It's not even really a glitch. In the Western version, which is this dog that is right above us. When you talk to it, it likes to follow you around town. But what you can, well, it follows you around no matter what. But what you can do is, if you switch your party members when the dog is right in front of you, then it'll clip through your party, and Crimson always does it, which is cool. So, runs through your legs. Fun little dog clip.
Yeah.
6 6 6 6
Excellent.
6 6
And we got the 6.
Got it.
We got the 6 on the life force nuts without even trying to grind. So it's not one you really need to grind. But obviously, every HP you can get is helpful when you have a party like this.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
we take those.
It's yeah, we're two sisters, both level 1. It's not really worth trying to get them levels before we get Orin, the guest character. So yeah, we're just gonna try to run from everything. We've got 2 heal spells on Nara, and then we've got a bunch of herbs, and hopefully that gets us down there.
Yep.
お金ないんでキメラ取ります。
Can grab a wing of the wyvern on the way down. There we go. Mara putting in a little bit of work there.
Yep. This is something that I usually don't do because we mentioned earlier that when you cross those transition tiles, you get a higher encounter rate, so you're pretty likely to take an extra fight or two trying to grab this. But it is right there.
It is. Yep. This is where you start seeing the run fails, and well, this fight isn't that bad, but when you have this party, any run fail is a little bit worrying. So
Yeah.
I don't want to see many of those.
Yeah, that's for sure. These fights up here can be dangerous, especially if there's a bunch of monsters. Those lava dolls are probably like the best enemy to see here because they just don't do that much damage. The really scary stuff is on the next floor, where we have it's where you get Orin, but you can get groups of blaze ghosts
Yep.
on that floor, and That's really, really bad
Don't
news.
want to
for
see
the party.
those. No.
Nice.
All right, not dead, staying alive.
あ、間違えた
Oh, he accidentally used the herb with the wrong character.
The herb on the wrong character. Yep.
I think he's okay though. He's been getting through this pretty well. He's got plenty of herbs.
Yeah.
It's probably not going to be an issue.
Yeah. You always see that one instant where you've noticed you've mashed the A button just a little bit too long. But good walk so far. You can see Orin down there. Okay, good fight. Good fight.
Yep.
Get away from this.
These are the monsters we want to see. He's going to pick up this lamp of darkness really quick.
エンディングフリーズ防止用の闇のランプを取ります。
And made it. Nice.
Nice. Very good. So, we are not going to be coming back into this cave in Chapter 5, which you would always do if you're playing Dragon Warrior 4. So that's part of what is going to change about Chapter 5 for this version. So, because it is convenient sometimes to bring nighttime, we're just going to pick up the lamp here, even though it takes up a little bit of inventory slot.
And we're not as pressed for inventory since we have two controllable characters in this chapter.
Looking at Crimson Splits right now, he's 12 minutes ahead of his PB. Oh, I think maybe that's average. But yeah, that was a gold split. That
is average time, yeah, but
yeah.
He is very far ahead of his expected time, so
yeah,
we're on very good pace here.
I'm sure he's actually still way ahead of his PB too, because I think his PB is like a 4th try Sorrow's Shadowed.
Oh, wouldn't surprise me if he was ahead, because so far it's just been a really solid run. Pretty much everything has gone the way we want to see it.
Yeah, it's been really, really smooth. So yeah, now we got Orin in the party, we can actually take some fights. He's up front there, he's got a ton of HP, he's got great defense, really good attack, and so he's gonna help us clear through these monsters. We'll pop over here, we'll grab a Life Force Nut. I think he used the first one on Mara, he'll probably use this one on, well, we'll see who he uses on, because I think he actually keeps Mara for the Balzac fight at the end of the chapter, so he might use both of them on her. Or he may just save it and use it on Hero in Chapter 5, which is also another thing you can do.
Yeah, he may also be wanting to see what he gets out of the levels first before making that decision.
Yep. So we picked up Orin, which is kind of the big first thing we had to do in here, and now we can go to the bottom of this dungeon and pick up the Sphere of Silence, which is really, really important for us to be able to beat the boss of this chapter.
Yep. Yeah, you can see in these fights just how much of a difference the HP is there between Orin and the sisters, and how much difference to survivability that makes.
Yeah, there's a few places in this game where you can tell they're expecting you to just like hang out and grind some levels, and the beginning of Chapter 4 is absolutely one of those.
Yeah. I will say that playing casually, I did not mind that at all, because the Chapter 4 overworld music and battle music are both fantastic. But yeah, it is a very weak start in terms of ability to fight, and so having Orin in there for the speedrun definitely adds to that stability.
Yep. When we joke about nothing going wrong in Chapter 4, one of the big things we're joking about is trying to get to Orin, because it's just so dangerous. And when you die trying to get there,
危ないけど回復しない
he's taking this a little bit risky again. So we're setting up for a death warp. So he's hoping that both sisters stay alive, and they did.
Nice.
Okay.
Yep, made it all the way.
Nice.
As we were talking about back in Chapter 2 as well, when you have these planned death warps, you don't want to heal right before death warp, because that just slows it down, but you also don't want to die before you grab the thing you're trying to get. So trying to find that balance is one of the skills of a speedrunner in these games.
So this is kind of like that death warp at the beginning of chapter 1. That one can be a little bit tricky too, just because if you run into just single enemies, Orin sometimes just punches them before they can do any damage to you.
Yep.
But it was nice that we ran into a group of monsters there, so Orin was not able to just immediately end the fight.
Mm-hmm. Bring everybody back, and we get on our way.
Yep, the game automatically revives Mara, but you always have to bring Nara back. So revive her, put our armor back on, and put the party order back how it's supposed to be. Cool. So we're gonna pop by Kilion Castle just to get the return point really fast here, and then we'll head over to the town of Actempto, which has the other item that we need to be able to complete the chapter. Along the way, we'll grab some experience. So this, like, I mentioned a couple times that we're going to be doing some different stuff in Chapter 5, and one of the things that we're doing that's really, really different from the normal speedrun is Nara and Mara are going to be, significant party members for quite a bit of the game. So we're not going to, kill off one of the sisters for coffin block safety like we might normally. We're actually just trying to get them stronger because they're both going to be significant contributors for quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
OK。マーニャが HP1 しか伸びてないですけど、種で6伸びたので大丈夫です。
So we got a bit of an iffy level up for Mara, but she does have the 6 HP from the Life Force Nuts, so should be good.
Yeah, she looks fairly safe there. You can see he's not healing up Nara, and that's because this next dungeon is still a little bit safer with the ghost, so that the attacks can be focused on Orin and not go after Mara in the back there, or Nara in the back there.
Right.
This is actually a pretty good fight. I was able to take out that middle character, and now that'll make this next dungeon safer.
Yeah, one thing you'll see some runners do if they come in here with all 3 characters' lives, they'll deliberately walk over that poison swamp on the left until one of them dies, and then set up the coffin block that way. But we were able to get that done in the battle, and so don't have to spend that extra time.
We're saving here. It's a little bit for safety, but also because this is a little bit more of a convenient place to return to after we do a death warp at the end of this dungeon. Head over, we'll grab the Mystic Acorns out of this chest. I don't think we're going to use them. I think we probably sell them later on. They're the stat increase item that is the most valuable from kind of a selling standpoint, so that's what you end up doing those quite a bit in these speedruns. One thing that we're not going to do that you're probably used to seeing is we are not going to pick up those silver tarot cards. We're just going to leave them in the chest. Because, we're not using Nara for the boss fight at the end of this chapter. We're using Mara instead. And we don't need anything from those at the beginning of the next chapter because of what we're going to do with those casino coins instead.
Yep. Yeah, casino coins, among other things, you can turn the, you can't sell coins, but you can buy items with coins and then sell the items. So essentially, that is going to be our gold source, and so we don't need other items also for gold.
Yep. And the casino at the beginning of Chapter 5 has some pretty cool equipment. It's got metal babble shields, which are obviously really great armor, usually extremely expensive, but not a problem for us today.
Yep.
And they can be equipped by both Nara and Mara, which is cool. And there's also the Staff of Jubilation item, which can also be equipped by both Nara and Mara. So as far as a weapon goes, that'll work just fine. And then they'll both have a bunch of additional defense from that metal babble shield as well. But yeah, got to the bottom of the mine, we picked up the gunpowder jar, which was the story item we needed, and then we put Nara back in the front of the party for a quick death warp.
Yeah. Nice!
And there it goes.
PB ペースです、これ。
So yeah, apparently this is PV pace for Crimson.
Yeah, I knew it had to be. He's
Yeah.
going so fast.
Not entirely surprised, but yeah, this is a really solid run so far.
All right, so yeah, here we're gonna obviously revive the sister and then get kind of all prepared for the Kilian fight, or sorry, the Balzac fight at the end of the chapter here. So
Yep.
we don't have magic key, but Orin is very strong and he can just break the lock. So thanks, Orin. And then Crimson always does. Crimson's D-pad movement is so good. I can't actually do this. I've tried it and I mess it up. But he likes to do the wedding march here.
タカタタン、タカタタン、タカタタン、タカタタン、タカタタン、タカタタン、タカタタタタタタタタタタタララタタタラタラタラタタタタタタタタタラタタ。
Yeah, you do have to be perfect on that because if you ever get a step ahead of him, he will see you and be startled. So
I love it.
so Crimson is very solid with his movement.
So the Balzac fight here, so this one's a little scary for the first couple turns. There's a couple things we need to do at the very beginning of the fight. So we need Nara to use that Spear of Silence, and we need Mara to cast the Stab spell. Fortunately, he just opened up with a Fireball attack, which is pretty good, so both sisters were able to get their actions off. And now we really want to see the character in the middle there, Nara, die, so that we have a coffin block for Mara in the back. And then the fight can be safely finished. But as long as she's alive, this is actually pretty scary, because we don't want to lose Mara in the back.
So you see, actually defending with Mara, and good thing is defending because Mara took a hit there, and if she wasn't defending, she would have been dead.
Yeah, that was really scary. Oh my gosh,
50!
1 HP. It's the last HP that counts. It's the last HP that counts, and it's a good thing we got that 6 on the life force nuts, you know.
It sure is.
But there we go. We got the coffin block set up.
Whew, finally, that was scary. That took a long
Yep.
time.
Yeah.
Alright, so yeah, now for the rest of the fight, Mara's going to use medical herbs to keep Orin healthy, and he'll keep attacking, and then if Mara has a turn that looks like she could do an attack spell to do a little bit extra damage, that's nice. Balzac is the first boss in this game that actually regenerates HP behind the scenes. So a little bit of additional damage on some turns is actually pretty significant, even if the numbers are less than what Orin's putting out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is really interesting that because of the system limitations when they were developing these games, you couldn't have a boss with like 3,000 or 4,000 HPs. It just didn't fit into the program, and so the way they got around that was to have this auto regeneration. But the side effect of that is that you can go from say doing 50 damage per turn to 52 damage, and it saves you 3 turns in the fight because the boss is regenerating 48 per turn behind the scenes, for example. But that regeneration is definitely something you have to keep in mind when you're ratting out this game.
Yep, and it's not too significant on Balzac because I think he's only doing like 20 a turn. But yeah, for some of the later bosses, like for example, we're not going to see Radamvice in the speedrun, but Radamvice in the regular speedrun where you fight all the mini bosses is you can get to a position where you just have like 1 or 2 characters alive and they're not able to keep up with the damage of what he's regenerating, and you literally have to just die or reset.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, good. So we beat Balzac, and then Kilian beat us up. The True King was down there in the dungeon, and he gave us the boarding pass for the ship here and told us to get the heck out of there. So off we go, and the sisters are going to sail off to Endor. So yeah, like I mentioned, overall, the first 4 chapters are, we've seen a few things that are a little bit different, but mostly, pretty standard following non-glitched speedrun routes. Chapter 5,
Things are gonna change.
Yeah, it'll start off kind of normal, but it's gonna go off the rails, and we'll talk about it quite a bit when it happens.
Yeah, indeed. I'm going to step away for just a moment as we head from chapter 4 to chapter 5. Be right back.
Yeah, this is the speedrun break where you have the 45-second cutscene. This is one of the longer breaks in the run. You can also have some long breaks if you have big level sequences. We do have one extremely long level sequence coming up in chapter 5. So look forward to that. That might be when Crimson's going to take a break too.
PB ペースです。
Yeah, PB face.
メタルキング狩りが早ければチャンスありますね。
Let's hope for good luck on Metal Kings later. Cool. So yeah, now we get into chapter 5. So we meet the final character. Finally, we meet the hero that we named at the very beginning of the game, and we chose female hero specifically for some female-only equipment. But yeah, we're just gonna kind of get through the beginning of the chapter here. We have to go talk to our dad, go talk to our mom again, and then we find out that monsters have found this hidden village where they've been hiding the hero as she grows up. And we have to go hide while the monsters go take care of everybody. Picking the female hero does result in a little bit of extra dialogue here. I think it's about 1 extra second total, so it's not like a big difference. But we'll point it out when it happens. But when the hero's kind of best friend comes down to say goodbye and use the transform spell, if you have the female hero, then she adds an additional line of dialogue that says, "You're so cute, I've always thought of you as a little sister." So, that's nice.
名前ついてだけ解説していいですか？アクサーさん。
はい、どうぞ。どうぞ。
このレという名前には、名前入力画面で B の連射を入れながらカーソルを動かすと、すごくカーソルが早く動いて終わりまで持っていけるので、そこから上 A、下 A と押すとレになるんです。まあ僕は今手動連射なんですけど。
So it's a quick note from Crimson about the reason the particular name he's chosen is just the single character Rei in Japanese, and that's a coincidence of how the cursor movement works out in the menu. Because if you're using a turbo controller and you hold down the B turbo, the cursor can just move really fast through the menu, and doing that to get to the end option to get out of the name entry just coincidentally ends with that particular character. And so there's no deeper meaning. It's not like some other games where the name you enter gives you certain stat boosts. It's just a coincidence of how the menu works out.
Yep, naming the hero doesn't have larger consequences like it does in, especially like Dragon Warrior 1 and 2, for example, where it does your stats or it names other characters or, does all kinds of other stuff. Here we have the 1 in 32 chance of winning casino coins. It didn't happen today. That's probably fine because we have enough.
That's normal. Yep. We don't have to worry about that in this run. We've already got that taken care of.
Nice quick walk over to Endor. Not very many monsters. It's nice.
Yeah.
Cool. So we're gonna come over here. We'll start by just trying to get the hero geared up right. So as usual, we're kind of selling some of the basic equipment, like the sword, and we are going to pick up a wooden hat for better defense, which is something you do in almost every chapter in this game.
It's a good starting thing to work with, and nice and cheap too.
Yeah, nice and cheap, good defense. Crimson at the end of Chapter 2 left a life force nut in this treasure chest back here. His Alina was strong enough that he didn't need to try to grind out another 6 HP, and that worked out fine in the tournament. So we can grab it here at the beginning of Chapter 5 and make the hero a little stronger, which is nice.
4.
4 HP.
And this is not one you really need to grind out, so we just take what we get out of it.
Yep, just kind of an extra. So we'll go over here and start pulling the party together. Oh look, it's Nara. So one thing that's a little bit difficult about the beginning of the chapter is even with all of those casino coins, there's not equipment.
4!
2 fours.
Oh no!
2 for it. Well, yeah, something had to go wrong, you know? And if this is the thing that goes wrong, that's probably just fine.
Well, what's good is that one that he didn't use in Chapter 2 is something that went right just because his HP was so good in Chapter 2. So, in a way, he's got like 2 extra HP. That's how I'm going to think of it.
Yep, that's a good way to look at it.
But yeah, what I was saying was there's not equipment that the hero can use in the casino, other than that meteorite armband. So we still need to get good stuff for the hero, because at the beginning of the chapter, the hero actually has to take a couple one-on-one fights. Well, not one-on-one. It's hero against the monsters.
Right.
So we gotta get her some good armor and some good weapons before we can actually go do that. So picked up that wooden hat. We're picking up an iron shield right there. And we're gonna dive back into that silver statuette cave so that we can get the hero's broadsword as a kind of the best early game weapon.
Right. Yeah, in Chapter 3. But first...
Yep. Go grab the other sister, and then why don't we get a whole bunch of goodies out of the the casino store?
Yeah, those coins that we mysteriously acquired back in Chapter 3 are still sitting around for us to use here, so we will make good use of them. And this is the point where now that you start getting more party members, is the inventory space is a little bit less of a problem, and so we can just start buying stuff here.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can see all these items. So the meteorite armband is that 4,000 coin one. So pick up a whole bunch of those, and that effectively doubles your agility. So super helpful weapon or armor.
Picking up some wizard's rings, or prayer rings, the original name. But those will restore MP when used. In this game, it's the only way to restore MP, and so it's not the only way. But the other option that one all the way at the top, the magic water, is a single-use item, and again, then we start talking about inventory space. Whereas the prayer ring has a 10% chance to break when used, but otherwise can be used as many times as you want. And so it just helps conserve space. Yep. The final item we're picking up here is the Staff of Jubilation, which we can use as an item. Will also serve as a source of gold later on as well.
Yeah, and we'll use those wizard rings a whole bunch, especially at the beginning of the chapter here.
Yeah.
So that we can use a lot of healing spells off Nara, for example, not have to worry too much about it. But yeah, really loaded up there with the meteorite armbands, with metal babble shields, with wizard rings and staffs of jubilation. So yeah, we're in pretty nice shape thanks to having all those coins. But we don't have a good weapon for heroes, so we gotta go grab a broadsword.
Yeah, you're definitely in much better shape than we would be on a normal Chapter 5 entry.
Mm-hmm. And I don't think we got the half-plate armor for the hero yet, and that's just because we didn't have enough gold for it. So I think that in addition to grabbing the broadsword in this cave, we'll also grab that gold chest that we left behind from Chapter 3, and that, along with some of the fights that we're going to take, is going to allow us to actually buy that armor for the hero.
Yeah, makes sense, yeah.
女神像の洞窟地下3階のメタルスライムは1匹2匹合わせて、約 10% 出ます。狙っていきます。
So there are metal slimes. There are still metal slimes. Worth mentioning that even these caves that we visited in previous chapters, the enemy arrangements will change in chapter 5. But they're on the third level of this dungeon. There is a 10% chance for a metal slime formation. There are two possible formations. There's a single and there's a double metal slime. But between the two of them, there's a 10% chance to see one of those encounters. So fingers crossed, you know.
Yep,
Didn't
would
get
be
lucky
great.
in chapter 3. Maybe the luck is waiting for us here.
Yeah, no luck with Taloon, but would be great to get here. It makes that those solo fights that the hero has to take a lot easier. So it's a nice place to get a metal slime. And yeah, in chapter 3, you don't usually see them show up in groups. Well, maybe you do. Can't remember. But yeah, if we see 2 of them and we're actually able to get 2, then we'll not only be set for that part, but we'll also be in really good shape for the lighthouse, which follows that, which is
right.
Probably, as far as this run goes, maybe the last actually difficult boss fight.
Come on! Get interesting after that.
Come on!
Yep.
Trying to will the metal slimes into existence. Method.
Yeah.
Hey, come on!
Those don't look very metal to me.
Metal fly.
Hey, come on!
Metal worm. That worm looked kind of gold, I have to say. Gold's a metal.
Yeah, could have been. All right, so that was the broadsword for the hero. We'll just grab that, go back out.
Hey!
Chance?
Oh!
Nope.
Oh
well.
Even so, we're trying to get Hero a few levels here. He'll be fine to get through those fights. She will, as long as she gets up to like level 4 is pretty safe. So finding these worms are actually pretty good experience. The fly thropes are pretty good experience. So even if we don't find a metal slime in here, we'll be fine for the next section as long as we take a few of these fights. And again, we're still trying to get Nara and Mara some experience as well, because they're going to be with us for quite a while. So we want them to be stronger.
Next one, try! Come on! No!
The one
No
step
metal
encounter,
slimes.
but was not a metal. What a
No
shame.
medals.
No medals, but still decent experience for the hero. So yeah, but as you said, we're still in good enough shape to progress forward. Yeah, it looks like level 4 for. Oh no, it's Mara. Okay.
Yeah, 8 for Mara there. She's got all that Balzac experience, so she's pretty strong. But yeah,
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
also level 4 for the hero.
Yeah.
Nice. Good.
Yeah, that's what I was
So, yeah.
expecting to see. But yeah.
So yeah, that's probably okay. You'd have to have some pretty bad luck for that to be an issue. And one thing that's nice about this version is since we have that wizard ring on hero, so one of the biggest issues you'll run into on the NES version is you get surrounded when you're fighting the Licklicks, and then you have to kind of fall back on using the blaze spell instead of physical attacks, and you can run out of MP before you can beat them up. But if you have a wizard ring, that's not really an issue. So yeah, he's actually got a little bit of extra safety here that you wouldn't normally have thanks to those casino coins.
Okay.
Yeah, all good. Mara's already got the return spell there, so go straight back to Endor. Go to that armor shop. I think this is where we're gonna grab that half-plate armor for hero. We need 6 more gold. But fortunately, we can just sell the leather armor there. There we go. now Hero finally has some decent armor ready to go.
It's always so nice when you finally get somebody who has the return skill, because it just means you don't have to keep filling up your inventory with wings anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. And since we didn't bother to get levels on Bray in Chapter 2, that's going to fall over to Mara, which is the reason I think that he chooses to keep her alive in that Balzac fight instead of Nara.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
Cool. So, yeah, the next place we're going is the Symbol of Faith Cave, or the Cave of Betrayal. And this is, I mentioned, way earlier in Chapter 2 that this is the part of the overworld that has really high encounter rate, so he's about to cross over on this next step into that higher encounter rate. This is the last one in kind of the easier zone. And so you'll probably see a lot more encounters for general overworld than you might expect, although maybe not. It's looking pretty easy right now.
Yeah.
Okay, that's very lucky.
Yeah, the game knows when to make fun of you,
Yeah, you can never actually predict what the game's gonna do, but hell, if you only get 1 or 2 fights while you're trying to walk over here, that's very lucky, so. Although, can't get away from the Bantams.
No.
Yeah, like one fight.
Single encounter walk, yep.
Okay, great, cool. That's fine.
We take those.
We do take those. That's actually like one of the points in the speedrun where sometimes you just end up resetting because you just totally get trolled trying to get over. But yeah, we need to have all 3 party members alive to break those bricks. And the reason for that is because you kind of need that in order to be fooled in this next screen here by these 2 monsters that are pretending to be Nara and Mara. So yeah, Crimson's gonna keep using the physical attacks here unless he gets surrounded, just because it does take off more damage than using the Blaze spell. And then he'll kind of start to use Blaze as the backup to finish him off here. And he knew he could finish that one off by casting Blaze, so he just went ahead and did it just in case he got surrounded first. But this is a great fight. Didn't get surrounded.
And even if you're not surrounded, there is always that tiny chance to... Actually, I don't know if they have a...
これ負けたかもしれない
dodge
で
rate is
す。
not 0, but yeah. But Blaze is, spells are always a guaranteed hit, so it's more reliable.
Yep, we have a confused vampire bat in this fight, so he's gonna help us out. Oof. Tried to be really aggressive there.
Did not work out.
Didn't quite work out. Trixie Urchin fight can do that. They're kind of an interesting monster because they spend a lot of turns building tower, which is it's fine overall. And then they have and they're also really slow, so you can pretty much count on your action going before them almost always. And then that vampire bat is kind of a wild card there.
Mm-hmm.
But didn't quite do everything we needed it to, unfortunately.
Yeah. It wouldn't be a Dragon Quest run without something going horribly wrong.
Yeah, we finally needed something, some kind of bad luck. It's actually not too bad of a setback, because you weren't too far in there.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty quick to get back here. We saw a few more encounters this time than we did last time.
Of the set of things that could go wrong, this is definitely not the worst.
Yeah, absolutely. It's way better than dying, in the Silver Statuette Cave when you're about to push the button to Saloon.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a couple places that are far, far worse. Here we go. We won't fall for this trap again, I'm sure. Oh. All right, and even though we beat these guys, we'll do it again.
思ったより経験値足りなくて、ベホイミー覚えなかったので、ちょっとプレイミスです。
Just the Crimson mentioning he made a slight mistake here in not getting enough experience for heal more on the hero, and so that would be why the last fight ended up as it was, because he didn't have the the healing to recover from that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he heal more at level 5.
Yeah, his hand was kind of forced in that fight. He had to go aggressive because he didn't have any herbs.
Yeah.
But now he is at level 5 and he has the heals if he needs them. So this time we should be fine.
Yeah, this is very safe now with as much HP as he has, with enough MP to cast heal more once, with a wizard's ring. Yeah, he's absolutely safe now.
The Ericsson's gone. The bats are just pushovers.
Yeah, they'll either do no damage or 1 damage, so nothing to worry about from them. And the Trixie Urchins are a cool monster. You see that 922 experience is a huge amount of experience for this part of the game. And
yeah,
this is kind of the game forcing you into a hero-only encounter that allows hero to get up to the same levels as everyone else.
Nice 12 HP there too.
Yeah, really, really great HP gain, which is helpful. Seeing 57 at this level is really nice, because after this we got to go through the lighthouse, and yeah, like I mentioned, it's still a very dangerous dungeon, even with everything we've got.
Oh.
Alright, here we find the real Naramara again. Rejoin the party. We can break through that brick now that we have 3 party members again, and we can get the Symbol of Faith from the bottom of the cave. Symbol of Faith is a story item. We didn't go out of our way to talk to him in advance because you don't need to, but if you go visit Hector at his inn next to the desert, he'll kind of tell you about how he was betrayed by his friends in this cave. And the Symbol of Faith restores his faith in his friends, because he realizes what actually happened, which is the same thing that happened to Hero. And then he'll join the party, and he'll also give you the wagon, which is really, really important for us, obviously, to be able to manage all these party members.
Very important.
One of the best things is...
Go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I was going to say, one of the best things is, since they expect you to have visited him in advance, when you talk to him again with the Symbol of Faith, he says, "You again," which is always fun.
Yeah. I wonder if maybe his friends weren't the only doppelgangers he saw in that cave.
Right. I think there might be a spot in Dragon Quest VIII that happens as well, that there's a "you again" moment.
Uh-huh.
But yeah.
And the wagon in the party. Or the party in the wagon, one way or the other.
Yeah, in the NES version, it's Hector, and then I think it's Hoffman in the...
Right, Hoffman, yeah.
Yeah, in the DS version, they go back to being Hoffman as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's one of those. Yeah, see, because they changed. They brought in a new localization team, I think, at Dragon Quest VIII, and that team had a slightly different approach to some of the. I guess some of the intervening ones as well have had different teams, but yeah, each team has kind of its own approach to its kind of own opinion on what makes a good localization, and sometimes that means hewing closer to the Japanese names. Sometimes it means tweaking them more. There's no one real right answer. But that's why we get these different names, and I have to apologize too, because I am, since I am bilingual, I'm actually reading the Japanese text as Crimson plays here, and I see Hoffman in Japanese, and so I instinctively say Hoffman in English when I should be saying Hector. But that's how it goes.
Yeah, apologize if that's ever confusing. It's you see this with all Dragon Quest speedrunners though, that we'll go back and forth on the English and Japanese names and the NES names and the later names for spells and characters, and it's just part of DQRTA.
Yep.
So wow, this is a really nice encounter rate we're getting here.
My goodness.
Would-
Are we sure there are encounters here?
yeah, that's odd.
Okay, well, we take those too.
But yeah, what we have is, so now that we've got a guest character in our party, we can exploit one of the major glitches that's used in pretty much all Dragon Quest IV speedruns, which is the repel glitch. So essentially what's happening is repel is referencing your party members who have the highest level. And now that we have a guest in our party, the game actually doesn't handle their level very well. It actually chooses to reference, I think, their monster index as well, which is something around 200 for all the guest characters.
Yeah.
So when you use the repel spell or use a holy water outside, and in the last fight that you took or on your last save that you loaded, you had a guest character, it's gonna say, oh, well, you're level 200. So you're stronger than all these monsters and you don't need to get any encounters.
Yeah.
So we're gonna use
Very
that for,
convenient glitch.
yeah, it's super convenient, and we'll use that for a whole lot of the rest of the game when we have to travel over the overworld to prevent any monsters from showing up that we don't actually want to see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the reason they you see when you open the status window, you see that question mark where the level should be. It's just because they didn't assign any levels to the NPC party members. They just didn't bother doing it. And what happened internally? What happens is the memory location that normally stores the character's level is where they put that ID, that index value for the NPC. And just when they went to calculate the highest level in the party, they forgot to check whether it's an NPC or not, and so that's how you end up getting the level 200 repel glitch.
Stay.
Ah! Ooh, it stays.
Yeah.
Nice.
Perfect. So
Oh,
metal slimes
yeah.
are, they're pretty common in the first couple floors of the lighthouse here. So Crimson's looking at. I actually asked him this last night how many he was trying to get, because in his video that he sent me of this, he just got a fight with like 7 metal slimes and killed 4 of them, and I was like, okay, but how many does he actually need? So he's looking to get at least 3, so that'll make the boss fight pretty safe.
And again, it just is so convenient that in the Japanese, the Japanese, right, you can just throw fairy water and be done with it.
Yep. So it's gonna be super helpful. You know, in the Dragon Warrior 4 run, we do try to kill a metal slime in here, but we're only successful, I don't know, less than half the time. Whereas this time he can count on getting at least 2 and probably 3 quite safely before he even gets to the 3rd floor.
Yep.
But you can see he took advantage of that transition tile there to try to spawn the fight on these bottom floors where the metal slimes actually live in higher groups. Strike first on the Mad Clowns there, so we don't have to deal with them,
Stay. Nice!
but metal slimes aren't going
There
anywhere
we go.
today.
No, very nice, very nice. And
Great.
of course, will he stay here for a 3rd one, or will he move up to the 2nd floor as he...
Yeah, I bet
Sure that.
he'll go upstairs and
I
just
would
count on
imagine
finding
that
a,
he'd go up. Yeah,
just count on finding a
third
3rd one.
by the time he gets to the next stairway.
That's great. Cool, easy. Really, really smooth.
Basic
If he gets,
experience,
if he gets the 3rd one, then Hero will get enough levels to learn the repel spell.
Nice.
And
And
that-
don't have to worry about fairy water for the for that.
Yeah, help with some of that overworld movement for the next little while. Oh wait, it's Taloon.
Hello again, Taloon.
So Taloon is saying, you know, I'm trying to sail places, but I can't because there's all these monsters that have taken over the lighthouse. They lit a dark flame at the top. So I need you guys to take
One
out the
more,
monsters at the
please!
top.
No!
Oh, just Grizzly Saber.
That is, yeah.
So
One
in order
more,
to get-
one
Another
more,
chapter,
one more!
That might be nice, but
Oh, bad fights.
that is a fairly ugly fight. Just because if you fail to run, you're going to be sitting here watching 8 separate animations.
Healer casts the heal spell.
Surprise!
One more!
Yeah,
One
over
more!
and over and
One
over
more!
and over.
One
So,
more!
yeah, we're going to be looking for that third metal slime here.
You can see metal
That's not a
slimes.
metal slime, though.
You can see metal slimes on the upper floors,
One
but they
more!
only come one at a time. Whereas here they can show up in groups. So that's why we're
Yeah.
gonna hang out here for a minute.
We're going to hope for that big group of slimes.
But yeah, we'll complete the lighthouse, and that's what we need to get
Nice,
two men to join the party
nice!
and to get the ship.
Oh, we got 2.
Let's
Face
go.
today.
Easy.
Oh,
we
we got-
outturned it.
We outsped one. Nice.
Oh, amazing. And then they went for the turn one
Nice!
for the
We still got
clown.
the third.
Nice, nice!
Those are the
Oh, we
slowest
got
metal
the third,
slimes.
so yeah. Yep. It's so rare to see the outspeed. Yep.
The fact that that metal slime was like, okay, I'll let everyone else go. They killed the mad clown. All right, I'll leave. It was very strange.
Yeah.
Cool. That's everything we needed. We can go up and finish out the lighthouse. So yeah, I mentioned that this is probably one of the last really challenging parts of this run, thanks to some of the glitches that we're going to exploit. But this fight, not so much that we can do about it. It's still going to rely on luck, kind of like what you've seen in the NES version of the speedrun, or trying to get the expel spell to land on the flamers. One thing that is nice is the sisters are in the front of the party. They each have a metal babble shield equipped, so that's a little different.
Oh!
This is a bit safer than.
No, stop!
But this is
stop,
not a good fight.
stop,
This
stop,
is not
stop.
a fight we want to see.
Stop!
These Pteranodon enemies.
Stop!
This is less than ideal.
They have a 50% chance to cast a fireball spell every action, and they're doing
yeah.
it. Oof. Yep. Goodbye.
And, yep, this is not. Yeah.
Well,
That's not
in the
good. No.
Ooh, triple run fail. Well, that's probably about the worst fight in here to fail to run from that many times.
Yep. That
Okay.
is, yeah.
Classic
Dragon
lighthouse.
Quest.
It's such a lighthouse thing to do. It's like,
It
here are
is,
some metal
yeah.
slimes, but we're still going to kill you even with your high levels.
Yep. Yep. Those
well,
Pteranodons are absolutely horrible.
they're awful. They're bad in chapter 2, and they're still bad here. It's amazing how that
Yeah.
they just haunt you.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the one upside is that we now have a chance for more metal slimes.
Yeah, we can get more, and we'll definitely take them if we see them. There's no downside.
Yeah.
Another nice thing about guest characters not actually having a level is that they always only cost 10 gold to revive,
Yeah.
which is very convenient.
Yeah. Especially as the cost can really start skyrocketing as as levels go up. But having
Yeah.
that 10 gold revive is can definitely be a wallet saver.
Yeah, that was rough, but yeah, you're really hard to get through a Dragon Quest IV run without some fight like that happening at some point. That just you can't get away from it, and all the worst things are happening to you, and just completely destroys you.
Yep.
ポジティブに考えればまだメタルスライムを借ります。
So yeah, Crimson's all saying you know, the right way to look at it as we have more metal slime chances like these.
Yeah, here's the group that we were talking about. This is the kind of thing we wanted to see earlier. So we're pretty much guaranteed to take at least 2 of these guys out. Got 1 already.
Yeah. And I think all of them stayed. No, 1 of them left. Okay, still.
Yeah, 1 ran. Got it.
There we go.
Nice.
Got 2. Yep.
Another 2,000 experience. It's great. Or 2,700.
Big levels. Yep.
Really, really good. So yeah, that'll help significantly for this next fight too. So we won't have to rely quite so much on expel landing. If we have bad luck with that, we can get through the fight with doing damage now.
Yep.
なんじゃこりゃ。
Yeah, we'll take them if they want to keep showing up.
Yep. And if they keep staying around, yeah.
All right, 3 more. Wow, we're set. We're good on experience now.
Yeah. This is kind of the game's apology for that
Girama!
silly Pteranodon fight.
ヒートも
What's nice about this run is, you know, usually when you're getting all these extra metal slimes in the lighthouse, you actually are feeling a little bit bad about the extra level ups that Nara and Mara are getting because you're about to stop using them.
Right.
But today
not
we're going
this
to keep
run.
using them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's fine. It's good. We want them to be strong.
Yep. No downside. In fact, Mara just learned Firebane too, so these levels are coming fast and furious.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, she gets Firebane at 14, which is super helpful. Usually you're just happy to bang at this point if you've gotten a couple metal slimes. At the level 19, she's going to learn Blaze more, and that's a really, really helpful spell for some of the fights coming up. So if we get that early, that's only helpful.
It's only 1 of them, we're probably fine. And we got away.
Yeah. Those fireball spells definitely add up, though.
Yes, they do.
Yeah,
It's the one enemy you're coming through here you absolutely do not want to see when the screen unfades.
That's right. Yeah, we want to see those lost souls.
Those are fine. Yeah, those just kind of sit there. Yeah.
Pretty harmless. Every once in a while, they'll do a weak physical attack. And that's pretty much it.
Yeah. And you know that one thing where they, if you actually try to kill them, they will explode and do massive damage. But since we just run away from them anyway, they really are just harmless.
Alright, here we pick up the Fire of Serenity, so that's the real Lighthouse Flame, which is what we'll use to light it if we can get past the boss.
With the 6 metal slimes we've fought, I think we're probably in pretty good shape. Never guaranteed, but pretty good shape.
Yeah,
One break.
Go.
Yeah, we just lost one of the wizard rings, but you can see we have several backups there, and the ease with which you can just refill our MP before our boss fight.
Yeah, this is one of the major dungeons we have those for anyway, so fine that one broke in here.
Yeah.
So yeah, this boss fight. So we want to get rid of those flamers. They're the ones who are really dangerous because they'll cast the fireball spell just like those pteranodons. So they are somewhat vulnerable to expel. It lands a little bit less than half the time. So I think that's what we're going to start by using to see if we can get lucky and get those out that way. But even if we can't, you see Mara casting Bang there. So, yeah, Expel missed Flamer B there, yeah. Didn't hit.
Yeah, we've already got, I think that was a Tiger to sleep. Somebody's asleep.
Yeah, Nara's casting the sleep spell, which is really helpful.
Yeah. Okay, the Flamer B's asleep. Yeah. As long as we keep, putting these guys to sleep, even if they wake up, they have to spend the turn waking up. So, yeah, this is looking really good.
Yeah, Expel's not really doing much here, unfortunately, so I wouldn't be surprised if
but with
Crimson
these
switches over to damage.
Yeah, with these levels, it's not as critical as it would be, in a base speedrun.
Nice, he finally got
Already
it.
got one Flamer out, yep.
Third try. And now he's not going to try
little...
to expel the last one. Just going for damage.
Yeah, the Tiger's down now, and yeah, it's easy win. Yep.
Cool. Nice fight.
Here we go. Yeah.
Went pretty well.
you.
Too bad about third try expel, but...
Mm-hmm. But again, with these levels, you don't need all the things to go right. You just need one of them, and you got the you got the bang, you got the damage, and you got a couple of good sleeps.
Absolutely. So cool. All right. So we beat the lighthouse. We're gonna go get Talon into our party, which is great because we're actually gonna use him today, at least a little bit. And then we're also gonna get the
Then
ship.
things are going to go a little weird. Yeah. We do have to get the ship. Then things are gonna get a little bit weird.
Yeah. So everything up to this point has been more or less standard with some small glitch exploits here and there. But yeah, it's about to get weird. So hold on.
Yep. This is where things get fun.
このシーンでよく見てると、オーリンの姿の男が壁抜けしてますんで、注意して見ててください。左下の。
Yeah. So there's so keep an eye on Orin here.
今回はなかった。
Oh, okay. And so sometimes you can see Orin just walking straight through a wall. And unfortunately, he didn't cooperate this time. But yeah, just casually. You recall how he broke through that door in Chapter 4. Walls are no barrier to Orin. Bashes straight through.
That's funny. Is it when the ship is sailing off, but the NPCs are still moving around?
What it is, I think is just randomly walking and does not, during that moment doesn't take the walls into account.
That's funny.
But,
So we came down here to Mintos. You can pick up Bray early, even before you heal Christo, and you know what? We're never gonna heal Christo. They'll probably be fine. They'll probably be fine.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a strong guy. He can make it through on his own.
Yeah, and Alina's looking for the seed. She'll figure it out. But we picked up Bray. He's gonna help us out.
In his own special way. Yep.
Yep. He may not be alive for much of it, but he'll be helpful.
Yeah.
And we're actually gonna go back into Mintos here and get something we don't usually get in the speedrun. Well, we're gonna pick up the small metal. We do get that because it's right there. And then we're gonna go over here. We're actually gonna get the world map. This is partly because Crimson doesn't know his way around. He just hasn't played the game very much. But it's also we're gonna use this
when you're unfamiliar. Yeah, when you're unfamiliar, you want every bit of help you can get.
Yeah, it's good to just pull it up sometimes, see where the towns are. It's helpful.
This is
we're gonna use that for a glitch later on.
それじゃまあ
And this is a Famicom only glitch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's incidentally called the treasure map rather than the world map in the Japanese version, but it has the same effect of showing you where you are.
Yep. So yeah, I think that Crimson picks up 5 small medals total, so that's number 2 right there. And we're just gonna go around and grab a couple return points real quick here. So head down, and we still have that repel glitch going. And as long as you just keep renewing it, it doesn't matter if the guest is actively in your party. So keep using it.
Right. Yeah, as long as you don't fight, or I think it's win another fight is the condition, or possibly save.
Yeah, win another fight or reload your game without the guest in the
Reload,
party.
that's what it is, yeah. So until that point, every time you use repel, it's going to use that glitch level, and you're going to get no fights on the overworld.
Yep. So we grabbed the Soretta return point. We're going to stay over here, grab the Mambaraba return point.
Yeah. And worth noting that that Crimson has carefully worked out the points at which he has to cast repel in order to use it before it's. Normally, if you let repel run out, this text box pops up saying repel has expired. You don't want to waste time reading that, and so Crimson knows the points at which, like one step before it's going to run out, like right here, and uses it again. So he doesn't have to see that text box and still gets repel lasting as long as possible.
Next,
Head over here.
invisible balloon.
Invisible
Oh, yeah.
balloon. All right, so we're here in Stancia. Grab that as a return point, and then this is a town that's very, very close to the corner of the map. And in the Famicom version, they hid something. They made it invisible, but they hid it in the corner of the map. So if you know where to go to look for it, you can just sail over to it and pick it up. So you just count where you're going very carefully from this top island. You see Crimson's kind of got a route here where he keeps the edge of the island, zigzags up,
Hey,
counting,
cats!
and we're flying.
Flying.
This is
yeah,
go ahead.
The invisible balloon. So yeah, this is the invisible balloon. This is the Japanese version, Famicom specific glitch. We're mentioning the thing that was hidden in the corner of the world map was the balloon. Until you've unlocked it, it's still on the map, but it's set at coordinates 0, 0, which is the upper left corner. So if you just go to those coordinates and press the A button, you are now on the balloon, and you can fly anywhere in the world. You can cross all of those mountains, which are normally supposed to block you from until you've progressed the story. You can get onto the final island of the game, which I believe is where we're going to be heading now. But yeah, this is this completely, as I've mentioned, as I was just saying, it completely breaks the game open. You can go anywhere you want, and we're going to be abusing that for some nice quick levels.
No, backfire. This is the
Right.
hole. The hole.
Yeah, so we fly over to Gotside Island here, which is only accessible by balloon. So usually you wouldn't come here till much later in the game.
Yep. This is the final island. This is where you get to the final cave. So yeah.
Yeah, the only downside of the invisible balloon from here is that when you get off of it, it returns back to that 0, 0 point. So you can't keep using it. If you want to use it again, you've got to sail back to that spot and pick it up again.
Yeah. But since we've gotten to this town, we now have it as a return point, and we can just return here whenever we like. We don't need to pick up the balloon just to come back here.
Yeah. So nice. So here in Gotside, there is a portion of this island that has a relatively high encounter rate for king metal slimes. So king metals are obviously highest experience monsters in the game, and we have our fairy water glitch that we can exploit to do damage to them if they stay around.
Yep.
So this is by far the fastest way for us to get the experience that we need to get levels for the end of the game.
Mm-hmm. So normally we would be going a little bit later on, but we would be going to the King's Tomb to grind out some metal babble fights. But here we have a better option, so we're going to take advantage of that.
Just skip straight ahead to it. We're gonna just take care of a couple things first. We're gonna grab the small metal Instancia. We want to get Panin into our party. We actually have to get him in order to get these Zenithian equipment, so no way around that right now. So we have to do a story trigger in here so that we can pick him up. And with him and Hector in our party, we will use them to help us survive some of those encounters. We're trying to get the king metals. Hector doesn't leave your party until you get Alina and Christo. And since we're not going to get Alina and Christo, he's just going to hang out with us.
Yep. Cool guy.
So I think, you know, when you play this game casually, you don't usually end up in a situation where you have more than one guest character. You can do it, but the game is kind of routed so that, you know, you kind of lose one NPC and then you go and pick up another one if you're kind of following it linearly.
Yeah. Yeah, it is able to, you know, to handle having two at once. What it can handle is having three at once. Although normally you can't get that. But if you take advantage of various glitches to force a third one into your party, stuff breaks pretty, you know, pretty fantastically.
Yep, and we will show one of those off at the end of the game here. Cool. So yeah, since we're at endgame, one of the nice things that we can get kind of early on is over here in this little shrine where you pick up the Baron's Horn. We can also pick up the Dress of Radiance. And this is the whole reason we actually picked up the female hero, is so that she can equip that as her armor that she's going to wear for a lot of the rest of the game.
Yeah, of course, since that is endgame armor, it is you know, it's far stronger than anything else we could get normally, and so it just stays around.
Yep, because it's going to be a while before we actually pick up the Zenithian armor. And so yeah, it's going to be good for her. You know, Dress of Radiance is always a little bit weird casually because it does randomly reflect spells back. So sometimes you try to heal your hero and it just gets reflected back.
Yeah.
But it'll be fine for us today with what we're doing.
So the strength of it, you know, just being very, very powerful armor outweighs that minor, you know, drawback.
ネクストインビジブルルーン。ブライが生きてると邪魔なので殺します。
So yeah, so now so we've gotten through that bit. So just a quick detour here. You know, we mentioned Bray having a very special role to play, and so we're going to get him to play that role by jumping into his coffin. Pick up the invisible balloon once more.
Yep, and again,
this time it's so invisible it doesn't even have a shadow.
Yeah, no shadow this time. And again, we're going to use this to go to a place that we wouldn't be able to get to for quite a while ordinarily. We're going to fly over to Dire Palace. And this is usually a place you can only get to after you go through the Colossus and have the final key. But don't need to worry about any of that today.
Nope.
Which is good, because the Colossus is not a fun dungeon a lot of the time with all the instant death spells in there.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I've seen more than one run suffer an undesirable end to that.
Yeah, so we came here, we're grabbing the return point anyway, and pick up a small medal. We're gonna also go pick up some life force nuts, I think, that are off to the east side here. We don't have the final key yet, so we're not actually able to grab the Aeolus shield out of the basement. I think we do grab that later on.
See you, Bray.
Yep, and this is our opportunity to get rid of Bray as well. Goodbye.
Yep. Bray in his element there, and yeah. So Bray is going to be a big coffin block helper for the rest of the run. For those who weren't around the beginning of the run when we discussed this, there's a glitch in the game's targeting for enemy attacks, where if you have a dead character in the front of your party, then the character at the end of your party will never get hit by enemy attack, by physical attacks. Magic can still hit, but physical attacks will never target that character. And so it's a good way to guarantee that someone you want to keep alive stays alive, especially with the later game bosses that can hit pretty hard. So that is why we have Bray in a coffin.
All right, so now we've got our two guest characters. We have Hector and Panon. We've got Bray coffin blocking the hero in the back there. So we are all set up to hunt for King Metal Slimes.
King Metal.
We are looking for 3 King Metals overall to get us all the experience that we want. So, yeah, see how it goes. The other fights out here are very, very dangerous. Obviously, we're very underleveled for this area.
Yep.
So, we might have some resets. King Metals only show up, I think, about 10% of the time over here. Or no, I think it's like 20 because it's each group of them can show up at 10%.
Mm. Yeah, Crimson will put in 1 run attempt. If we get away from it, fight's not King Metals, then great. And if not, it's immediate reset because there's no way we can survive.
Yeah. Okay.
You can also see using the scent pouch there to increase the encounter rate.
Yeah, he bought a scent pouch.
Hey, come on!
Got side town there, and this is one of the few times you'd actually want to use it when you're trying to get more encounters out on the overworld. So, why not? But yeah, looks like when you add up the numbers for the 2 King Metal formations that can show up, it's about 15% chance to find one.
Mm-hmm. Which isn't too bad. It's obviously take a few tries, but
yeah,
it's high enough that it's probably not worse than trying to find the metal babbles in the King traits. Except of course there you can use the screen transitions to buff the encounter rate.
Yeah. It is better than looking for metal slimes in Chapter 2.
There's that, yes. Very much so.
Yeah. One of the things that's rough is King Metals can take 2 actions in a turn, and so they have a couple of chances to run if they decide they want to.
Cooperating yet, but at least we are mostly getting away. Or at least, and again, even if we do have to reset, it is a very quick, nice quick reset. So, not a huge time loss at all.
Yep. This is probably the biggest RNG point for the whole rest of the run is trying to get these King Metals to show up and then be able to defeat them as well. And in some of these any percent.
The heroes,
Oh, go ahead.
Let's say we just saw the heroes Dress of Radiance proc there. Get the reflection. It didn't end up making a difference, but
yep, that can be helpful with the King Metals because they can cast Firebane and they can fly back on them.
Have a chance to reflect that back. Yeah.
And reflected spells will actually work on metal enemies, and unlike if you cast it. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, this is a when you watch the any percent runs for this version, this is probably one of the biggest parts of the run that you see runners either gain a lot of time or lose a lot of time, just because you are kind of counting on low likelihood events here.
Yeah. Ultimately, it is a metal grind. Even if it is a not the one you usually expect to see, it's still a metal grind. You still have to deal with the RNG of do you get the metal, does it stick around, etc. Yeah.
日本から質問が来ていますが、
Yeah, we keep going up to this region with these mountains on the north side of the island because that's a different encounter zone, and that's where the metal kings are. The metal kings are like 3 or 4 times more likely to show up there than they are on the rest of the island.
クリスさんどうぞ。
はい。
なんか質問は、
メタルキングの出現率はいくつですかってことですが、
はい。
この北部の、メタルキングがよく出る場所以外では、昼、3.78%、夜、2.79%、で、この辺り、よく出る場所では、昼、約 15%、1匹2匹合わせて、夜が、約 12.6% です。
Just filling in on those percentages you mentioned. In this northern area, the chance of a metal king metal encounter is 15% during the day, 12.6% at night. Whereas in the other areas, it is 3.7% during the day, 2.6% at night. And 3.8%, 2.7%. I'm sorry. But it's much less in the southern area. So you want to get up to that northern area as quickly as you can to get that better chance of a king metal encounter.
Yep, absolutely. And then for people watching on the
Whoa! Whoa!
There we go. Now does it stick around?
Oh. Showed up in the lower encounter zone too.
Yeah, it showed up in the lower area, which you were just saying has such a low chance.
That's funny. But yeah, what I was saying was, for people watching on the RPG Limit Break channel, Crimson's also streaming to a Japanese audience, which is why you hear some Japanese commentary as well.
Yeah. So as I was mentioning earlier, the Dragon Quest series is of course very big in Japan, and the Japanese community always loves to gather around relay events like this. These are very popular. There's one of this series, the 4, 5, and 6. There is also the 1, 2, and 3, the so-called Roto Relay. So that's why Japanese community is watching this as well, and I'm sure enjoying what they're seeing too.
Yep, with about 150% of the viewers, so
Yep.
No surprise, that's how it goes.
Yep, indeed. It's I often talk about Dragon Quest as specifically in speedrunning terms as Japan's version of Super Mario 64, because it is just the speedrun game, especially. Dragon Quest 3 in particular is it has that Super Mario 64 level of cultural awareness, I guess. People talk about speedrunning, and if they know about speedrunning at all, it's because they've seen a Dragon Quest 3 speedrun. It's the level it is over here.
Yeah, we joke about how if you want to get your Japanese citizenship, you have to speedrun Dragon Quest 3.
In under 3 hours.
In under 3 hours, right.
これは正直かなり運が悪いですね。
So yeah, this level of luck that Crimson's getting here is actually not unusual. I'd say this isn't even a bad grind yet. This is just kind of a tough grind.
Yeah. I will say, given the 15%, it does seem like it's taking a few more encounters than one would expect, even the time it takes to get up to that northern area. But sometimes that's what the grind is, and just have to live with it.
Yeah, these ogre enemies, these ones who have this kind of double flail, as well as the pink palette version, are the only non-boss monsters that have regeneration. No idea why, but there you go.
Yeah. It's an interesting design choice. I have the feeling that it was a thing where they were getting to this point in the game, and not so much the total HP, but just saying we have this neat feature, let's make use of it. So they threw it on a couple of random enemies.
Oh!
There we go.
All right, come on.
Stick around. Oh, come on.
No.
Luck is not in our favor at the moment.
Yeah, they're running away. But yeah, like I mentioned, it's a little bit more likely even with king metals than the other metal monsters, because yeah, they can take either 1 or 2 actions,
Right.
and
Yep.
every single time they have a 50% chance to run.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And yeah, we're looking for 3 king metals total for this grind.
If they pop up, it can be really quick. Well, it can be really quick to get the kill. The levels are a different question. We may be sitting around watching levels for a little while, but we do have to get that kill.
Yep, and one thing you don't see here, so in the active party we've got Hector and Panin and the hero, but we also have the wagon with us. And characters in the wagon, when it's present, can actually get the experience from the fights. So alive in the wagon, we've got Bray, Nara, and Mara. So when we do finally get a king medal, in addition to the hero gaining levels, all of them are also going to gain levels off that 30,000 experience.
Actually, Bry is our coffin block, but
sorry,
yeah,
I meant
that's actually a very
Talon.
good point. Talon, yes. But that's actually a very good point, because not only do the characters in the wagon get experience, they get experience based on what the people in the party earned. And since we only have one controllable character who's alive, namely the hero, that hero gets the full experience, and party members in the wagon also get the full experience from the enemies. So it works out very well that way. It's kind of a way of getting around how the game tries to split experience among your party members.
Whenever we see king medals, I always see people mention that they use Talon to get that the metal battle helmet from the king medals, because that's like the only way you can get it. Naturally, it's the lowest drop rate in the game. It's like 1 in 2048. But Talon has that strange ability where sometimes he steals the item from the monster.
Right. And that just ignores it. If that ability is chosen, it just completely ignores the drop chance and takes the item. So you're all set.
オフ番の矢はヤングマンの矢です。
Yeah, this is pretty nasty luck. Would be expecting to see a few more king medals by now.
Yep, part of the metal grind though.
Mm-hmm. Just how it goes.
Yeah, High Spirit's commenting in chat. Waking up to slimes again.
Yep.
I think you might see a few looking around trying to fight metal slimes during this relay. It might happen 1 or 2 more times.
You think?
Not Dragon Quest without metal slime grinds.
No. Carefully waiting to use the Ooh, here we go.
Alright, this is the fight we want to see.
Stayed!
Toilet!
Got it.
And we got it. Okay.
That's great.
30,000 experience. Remember, that goes not only to the hero, but to everybody in the wagon as well. They're all getting 30,000 each. And so, we're going to be here for a while, folks.
Yep, that's the fight we wanted to see. And
That is the fight we wanted to see and the result we wanted to get.
Yep, got one that actually stuck around. It's really, really great.
Yeah. So I believe Crimson was saying that this first King Medal is going to be about 4 minutes of level up. So, sit back, relax, stretch, do what you need to do. We're going to be here for a while.
Yeah, and I think that 3 minutes and 45 seconds of that is Talon.
That's entirely possible. Yep.
He's just spinning the wagon doing push-ups.
And those have become very valuable push-ups now.
Yeah, while we're waiting for all these to go by, we can kind of, give the context as to where we are in the speed run. Because once things start happening again, it's gonna go pretty quick since we'll be so strong.
Yep.
So, what we have now is we've got all the party members except Ragnar. Haven't seen that guy. But we don't have any of the legendary Zenithian equipment yet, and we do need all of that to finish the game. So once we've got all of these levels behind us from the King medals, that's going to be the next objective, is collecting those 4 pieces of Zenithian equipment. And getting Ragnar as well, so that he can help us out with the end of the game.
Ragnar, yeah. Could be useful. Here, Talon's levels.
Yeah, and since Talon didn't get a Metal Slime in Chapter 3, so he finished that chapter at really low level. He had a long way to go.
Mm-hmm. You can see Hero went, I think, from like 11 to 19 right there, and so that just tells you, the characters each have slightly different experience curves, but they're all roughly in the same ballpark. So Talon's going to be going from, I think he was 2, leaving Chapter 3, all the way up to around 20. And each one of those levels has this long sequence of text, so, yep. I'm back!
Yeah, Crimson just went.
Welcome back, yep.
Made a cup of tea, had lunch,
And it's still going.
One nice thing is now that Hero's got all these extra levels, she can survive some more of those random encounters too, so we won't have to reset quite as often from those other overworld encounters as we were having to.
Mm-hmm. And now we're finally on to Mara, so should be just a few more levels. 1 or 2 more levels here, I think. And then we go on to the next one. Next King Medal. So obviously now that we have all of these levels, the next ones we get will go much more quickly, because it'll just be like 2 or 3 levels per fight. It's still 2 or 3 levels per fight, but not 20 at a time. So. Blaze more, so that's what, 19, I think.
Yeah, I believe so. So that's really helpful. And that's actually really helpful in the order that we're doing things, because we're going to go fight Bakor for the first Zenithian item. He's going to cast Increase on himself, but having a strong attack spell like that will be able to do plenty of damage to him. Cool. So that's the only King medal we need right now. We're going to grab a couple more once we got Ragnar, so he can get the other experience.
Yep. Let him join in the leveling fun.
Cool. So we've collected those 5 small medals along the way earlier, and now it's time to trade them into the Metal King. And we're going to turn all of those into Staves of Punishment. We're not going to get any of the other stuff that you might see in other speedruns, like the Hat of Happiness or the Sword of Miracles here.
嬉しいお知らせがあります。勇者の HP が超高い。
So, good news from Crimson is Hero's HP is really high.
Oh, that's great.
It'll definitely help stability as we go forward.
あと、東大でメタルスライムを余計に借りまくったんで、魔法捨てが入ってますね。
Yeah, so we've got. You also have a little bit of a buffer because we got so many metal slimes in the lighthouse.
Yeah, definitely. So the Staffs of Punishment that we just got 5 of, it's an item that when you use it in battle, it casts Infirmore, I think. And
I think so, yeah.
we'll use it a little bit for that, especially like I kind of mentioned against that Bakor fight when he uses increase on himself. And the other main purpose is that we can sell each of those for quite a bit of gold, and that's going to help us get the actual equipment we want for the end of the game.
Yep. Yeah, this is where the Bakor fight particularly is where we can kind of take advantage of how I was mentioning earlier. There's no magic defense. That of course applies to enemies as well. And so no matter how much they use increase, you just have to throw spells at them, and they take as much damage as always. So quick grabbing the invisible balloon again.
And this time we're going to sail over to Gardenburg. And again, this is an area you wouldn't normally be able to reach immediately. You'd need the magma staff to get over here. You can see that mountain that you'd usually crumble with the magma staff is still alive and well.
Yep. Yes, no mountains were harmed during the execution of this speedrun.
Back here, we'll grab the Fire Claw. We're not going to use it at all because obviously there's no Alina in our party, so it's just going to go straight to being gold.
Classic. Take a look at my dresser. Surely there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Immediately running out of the room and shouting, "Fee!"
Yeah. So this is Bakor. What's the name in Japanese? Baxter?
Bakota.
Bakota.
So instead of Bakor, it's Bakota. Yeah.
盗賊バコタ、
Slight difference.
シーフバコタ。
And then of course in the DS remake, Kirk Buzzard,
What?
which is
That comes out of nowhere.
apparently a Kirk Buzzer, in some kind of, I think, British slang, maybe, is someone who steals your stuff while you're at church. So,
Okay.
yeah, there you go. That's kind of what he's doing, I guess.
I guess, yeah.
Yep.
So, Crimson also taking advantage of this forced delay. You have to wait a little while before somebody comes down to let you out, and Crimson taking advantage of that, just do some menuing as well.
Yeah, Crimson likes to menu when he's waiting, so he'll do some menuing here in prison. He'll do some menuing when he's waiting in line in Stancia later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah. Time doesn't actually pass while you're doing the menuing, but since you have to wait one step for the menu to open, that one step is a step that's saved. So it is a very tiny time save, but a time save nonetheless.
So this is the subplot to be able to get the Zenithian shield. So first of the Zenithian equipment. She took Bray as hostage. Oh no, it's too bad.
Gee, what a shame. Whatever will we do?
So before we're actually going to go dive into Bakor's Cave to fight him, we're going to take a trip over to Roseville. Now that we've got that money from the Staffs of Punishment and from the Fire Claw, we can afford some really nice equipment for the hero, and that's what we're going to do here. Sail up to the one-man shop. Classic.
Yes, the classic. Yep.
Yeah, the character they take as the hostage is it's just dependent on your party order. So we always make sure that the character in that position is someone that we're okay losing for a little while.
Right. Yep.
So yeah, each of these Staffs of Punishment itself are 3,225 gold. So you can see how turning one small metal into that amount of gold is really helpful, and that's why we pick up the easy ones along the way here. Fireclaw sells for 7,500, which is huge.
finally afford stuff, because this is some high level stuff that we're going to be getting. So it does cost a fair amount of money.
Yep, so picked up, I think, a Sword of Lethargy for hero there.
Yep, yeah, that's what that. The Iron Mask.
And Sacred Robe. Sacred Robe's gonna go to Christo, so he can equip it. And then, yeah, just... Hero now has a weapon that can, it has a 3 in 8 chance to put a target to sleep when you successfully hit somebody with it. And got some nice defense from that Iron Mask.
And the great thing about the Sword of Lethargy is that 3/8 chance to sleep ignores sleep resistance. So any enemy, including the last boss, which we will see, can be put to sleep by that, and it's great.
まどろみの剣の睡眠率は3分の1ではなくて、8分の3です。
はい。
Yeah, so Sword of Lethargy is going to be really important. What's nice is, you know, Hero's got one equipped now, and it's actually Panon's default weapon. It's what he comes equipped with in the party. So he also has that capability, which we exploit in pretty much all versions of the speedrun.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is pretty fun. We're in Bakor's Cave here, and we have a pretty unusual party composition with Hero, Taloon, and the two sisters.
Yep.
So, fortunately, you know, everyone being level 20-ish, they have some pretty good survivability for this dungeon. This is definitely higher than where you'd normally be in the speedrun. But even with that, there's some pretty tough fights in here, so we might choose to take some rather than risking running away and dying, which is what he's doing here.
Some of the fights in here are really going forward to have some really scary fights. Taloon with a 1 HP.
Hold on, Taloon.
Yeah. Yeah. So sometimes you see a fight and you say you have to fight it because it's too risky to run away. So.
Okay.
And so that's why even after spending all that time, you know, we don't really need the experience. We have better ways to get experience. And so once it's safer to run away, then yeah, it's just gonna go ahead and run away.
Yeah, and those Chilandon enemies are pretty scary with their strong AoE attacks. So
yep.
Yeah, just wanted to take those guys out as soon as he could. And that's totally how this cave is. You know, it's got actually a really low encounter rate, which is nice. But some of the formations that can show up are pretty brutal.
Yep.
You'll see that here. When we go to grab the Zenithian armor, you'll see kind of that similarly as well, where the fights that show up are just sometimes extremely brutal. Here's Crimson going a little bit out of his way again just to grab one of those agility seeds. So, exploiting the fact that we get double agility thanks to all of our meteorite arm brands.
Yeah.
アジリティシールド、プラス3、プラス3。ミテオライダースバンドがあるんで、アームバンドがあるので。
はい。そうですね。
So yeah, the Bakor fight's going to look a little different than what you're probably used to seeing, because usually what you would do is you would bring Christo in, and Christo would cast Stop Spell on Bakor to keep him from using Increase on himself. But yeah, with this party, we're not going to bother bringing Christo in, and we're going to be okay with it when he does cast
because
Increase.
Because we don't have him in the party in the first place.
Yes, there's no Christo here.
Yeah.
So because of that...
Oh. Yeah. Good.
Yeah, because of that, we have to deal with the fact that we can't stop spell Bakor. So instead, we're just gonna say, all right, we'll rely on magic attacks to get through this fight. So we've got some Staffs of Punishment, which, like I mentioned, uses an item that casts Inframore, and then since Mara's actually got some pretty good levels, She's got that Blazemore spell, and that's going to be a huge source of damage for this fight.
Yep.
Yeah, and earlier when I said when we got that Sacred Robe in Roseville, yeah, and I said, oh, we got that for Christo. That was just
Yeah,
knee deep.
I was wondering, were you going to should I point it out?
No, that was
Yeah,
me.
we do not
me
have
thinking
it
about
for
the
Stone
normal
Up, right?
speed run. Yeah,
Yep.
it's for Nara. Nara's got that equipped.
Yeah.
All right, everyone's favorite buzzer.
Nice.
All right, Saloon's gone. So again, we've got Coffin Block going now. That's going to protect Nara in the back there. And that'll help her, so she can cast sleep spells, she can keep everyone healed up.
So using Fence spell here. A little more safety.
Yeah, Bakor will cast the Snowstorm spell. Yeah, I don't know if I mentioned it, the Metal Babel Shield, when you use it as an item in battle, casts Fence
Yes.
spell.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So that's another bonus to having gotten all of those at the beginning of the chapter. Is, we can just use it.
The Mara's down. That's
Oof.
probably fine.
Yeah, it's just a little bit slower.
Yeah.
So what he's going to do instead here is you can see him using the run command, and I think we all know what that means.
Build up. Yep. Build up that. Just you notice he's not using it every turn. It's because Bakor has a fixed rotation, and so he's not using it on the turns where it could take severe damage.
Yep, we always know what Bakor's next action is going to be, so on the dangerous turns, we're going to parry, and then on the ones that are safer, we're going to run till we've tried to run 8 times. And then just like we saw in the Lingwar fight earlier, after you've done that, it basically tricks the game into allowing you to make every attack a critical hit.
Yep, and there we go. The nice thing about critical hits, they ignore damage, so all of those increases now no longer have any meaning at all.
And yep, get through the rest of his
There we go.
HP pretty quick there.
Yep.
So yeah, I'd say that was the backup.
Yep.
Just because we
Yeah,
lost
I mean,
Mara.
right, and also because it just takes so long to do the 8 runs, especially when you have to block during some turns as well. So the idea would have been to keep Mara alive and just send out all Blazemores, but as the backup, yeah, we had that the 8 run option.
But yeah, successfully beat Bakor, so we'll come back here to Gardenburg, and report back to the Queen, and she will allow us to get the Zenithian shield, and she also gives us the final key. So yeah, we skipped the magic key, just never went and got it, and we were able to balloon glitch our way around everything that we might have needed it for. But we do need the final key, because we can't get the Zenithian armor, for example, without going through a final key door.
Yep.
Rolled that agility seed that Bakor dropped there. Got a 2.
Again, not one that we really have to grind, but you just hope for a good roll.
Yeah, another 2 from that one in the dresser.
Mm.
Not too bad.
Average luck is perfectly fine for this case.
次にデスパイスに行って封刃を取ります。
So mentioned earlier the Aeolus shield that Crimson passed up earlier. We're gonna stop back in Dire Palace now and pick that up now that we have the final key. That would be useful in is an alternate expel. Well, it kind of an alternate expel to help get enemies out of the battle.
Yep. I think it uses the beat check.
It uses a different resistance than expel itself, but it has the same effect of just removing the enemy from the battle. So for enemies that are resistant to expel itself, this is our second option to quickly, because it also works on all enemies the same way expel does. So just to quickly clear out a fight.
Yep. So even though it's kind of out of the way to go all the way to the basement and open all these doors and stuff, sometimes it really saves you.
Generally, on average, you expect it to save you some time, so go ahead and do it.
本来はこれ必須ではないんですが、クリフトがいない影響でキアリーを唱えられないので、特に世界中のグリーンドラゴンなどで活躍します。
Pointing out that while this isn't really a mandatory item, one thing we do have to keep in mind is that since we don't have Christo in the party, we don't have the antidote spell. And so any enemy that can poison us is actually a considerable danger. And so especially World Tree, you have the green dragons which can poison, and so we want to have this extra option to clear out the fights quickly.
Yep.
So
and some of you,
Sword of Lethargy as well.
Yeah. Some of you may be thinking about all the enemies that poison you when you're walking down to Esterk. Don't worry about that today. We're not going there.
That is a thing that we do not need to worry about today. Not at all.
Yeah. Oh, sorry if that's confusing in chat. We're talking about the Aeolus shield still. The item that when you use it in battle, it basically expels all the monsters in the battle.
Yep.
And it is nice because in the tree, the green dragon, which is the monster that poisons you, is actually pretty vulnerable to that. So you can sometimes get through the battle knocking all those guys out and not ending up getting poisoned. All right, so this is gonna be fun.
Yeah. Yes. This will be a good experience indeed.
Yeah, first, everyone waved to Healy over there. Achieved his dream, became a human. That's great. So yeah, we came back here over to Keeleon. And usually what happens is you use the magic key to get through this door. Yeah, there was a question earlier about does the final key allow you to open magic key doors, and I forgot about this door, so yes, the answer is yes. But usually you'd see Ragnar up here fighting some guards, but he's not here, because we didn't get that trigger that brings up Ragnar, but we can still find the hidden button, come back here, and fight Keeleon. So we're going to do that.
And some solid levels, and it's not a particularly difficult fight at this point.
Yeah, we're several levels ahead of where you'd normally be taking this fight, especially in the speed run. So we're not gonna have too much trouble with Keeleon. Probably just put him to sleep and then do a bunch of damage. He can be painful, but
yeah, but even here we even have Talon putting in some damage, which is great.
Yep. So he went down pretty quick.
5100 experience here. A couple extra levels.
Yeah, that is pretty good experience. It's too bad that you can't fight.
Yeah, too bad you can't refight bosses, you know?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Especially with how quickly that went. That would be yeah, really good experience for me.
Yeah, probably more reliable than King Medals.
さあ、こっからが本番です。
Yeah, I was thinking about a different route when I was talking about the 3 King Medals earlier. Today we're only gonna fight the one. That's right. Oh hey, look, it's Ragnar. He appeared.
Nowhere, but hey, we take those.
Hi, Ragnar.
Yeah, welcome to our party, Ragnar.
Cool. Ragnar's gonna go hang out in the wagon.
Stuff. Quick detour up here, and well, they closed the door, so they must, you know, they must be cleaning up inside after. Who's that on the throne?
Fight!
Wait a second.
Haven't we been here before?
Yeah, this is pretty funny.
Hello again. Yeah. So yes, when you if you skip getting Alina and Krista in your party, come here, do the fight, go upstairs and back down. The game forgets that you've killed King Leo, and he's right back, and you can farm him as much as you like.
Which is good, because we need to get our revenge on Helion for all those times he's beat us up in Chapter 4. So yeah, this is actually kind of a nice way for us to get some reliable, consistent experience, especially for Ragnar in the back there.
Yep.
I think that we're going to keep fighting Helions until we get Hero up to level 22. So probably take 3 or so. 3 or 4 maybe.
アリーナを仲間にしない状態でここに来ると無限にキングレオが殺せます。
And then what's really funny is, oh hey, look, it's Ragnar again.
Yep. Hello, Ragnar. Would you like to join us again? And he joins the party again. Hello again, Ragnar.
Can't hear the join the party jingle too many times, so let's just keep doing it.
Yeah. I think that sounds like a fine plan. Down the stairs, back to the closed door, and inside. And oh, hello again.
キングレオ C!
Yeah, is it a question of how many Ragnars you can stuff into the wagon, or is it just
Yes.
or is it just saying, Ragnar, go back to the wagon. We don't need you here.
He really wants to join in the fun.
Yeah, he's been bored for the last 3.5 hours.
Yeah. Just waiting around for somebody to come along and to offer him a party to join.
Alright, every time the Helion fight gets a little bit shorter.
Yep. A random half-plate armor drop. I think it's full-plate armor, actually. Talon doing his job.
I think it's a guaranteed drop of full plate armor from Helion. Yeah, he's just giving us full plate armor every time.
Okay, yeah. We gotta have one for each of the Ragnars we're getting. So
yeah, each one gets one. Yep. Yeah, it is funny that the game does that. It's like, all right, here's Ragnar, and you know, I know that we left you with probably not some great armor on him, so here's also some good armor for Ragnar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what's nice is there's a couple boss fights that even though it doesn't seem like the rest of the party from the wagon is present, the wagon characters do get that experience. And this is one of them. So, you know, we do have a Ragnar in the wagon, and that that Ragnar is gaining levels from all these Kilion fights that we're doing. And I think this is probably going to be the last one. I think this gets us up to level 22 on the hero.
Should. Mhm.
Finish.
Cool, looks
Yeah.
good.
Hero 22.
All right. So yeah, we're most of the way toward the levels we actually need to be at for the end of the game. We'll definitely get at least one more from talking to Master Dragon when we finally get to Zenithia. But yeah, let's now that we've got the whole party, I think this is the whole party. Yeah, let's say so. We can focus on getting the rest of that Zenithian equipment. Crimson's gonna make a quick detour here down to the Pedeki Seed Cave. We didn't need to go in here because we never decided to heal Christo. But there's an agility seed at the very beginning of this dungeon. He's just gonna pop in and grab it. High enough level now that we're guaranteed to run from every encounter in here on the first try.
I think at 22, it's not guaranteed. Oh, we do have 23. Okay, total is 23. So yeah, we are fine. I think is guaranteed. The level at which you're guaranteed to run is 23. If you're 22, it's not guaranteed, but it is very high probability. There is a sliding scale when you're above. It's the way it works when you're 5 levels above the enemy. You have that guarantees you running from the running on the first try. But if you're between 1 and 4, that basically increases your chance of running. So instead of the 50, 50, 75, it's like 80, 80, 90, or however it works out. But it does. You do get some benefit from being at a higher level.
Get back here to Roosevelt, we're gonna get a second Sword of Lethargy, so that allows both Hero and Ragnar to have one equipped. I think we upgrade Hero's armor. Maybe we get it for Ragnar. We'll get that Dragon Mail from the armor shop as well.
Yep. So sell off the remaining staffs of punishment for more money.
So the next place we're gonna go is probably one of the more difficult dungeons, both casually and in the speedrun, which is the Zenithian Armor Cave. So it's fairly short, but yeah, the encounters in there are really, really, really tough. So even though we're at pretty good levels here, that place could still be fairly dangerous, and we'll likely see some party members die as we try to make our way through there.
Yeah.
今、まどろみの剣を、ミディアに持たせたんですが、これが世界中、天空の塔で効いてきます。
So I think for Crimson, the past the sort of lethargy just got over to Minia, but that's something that will be taken advantage of in the World Tree. To Nara rather. There I go again. The Japanese versus the English names.
Yeah, Minia and Maria.
Minia and Manya.
Manya.
instead of Nara and Mara. Yeah.
ここである仕込みをします。
Yeah, you get. So aside, we are here to pick up the Zenithian armor, but we're actually going to be setting up for another glitch, another very interesting glitch on the way out.
Yeah, this one's pretty complicated. So
Yeah, yes, yeah, you could put it that way.
yeah, we'll try to talk through it and explain it as we see it, because it is really interesting. Essentially, what it's going to allow us to do is, well, usually when you pick up the Zenithian helmet from the King of Stancia, Panon leaves your party. And what we're going to do is exploit a glitch that allows us to get the Zenithian helmet, but keep Panon in our party.
It's very good because Panon is actually a pretty good character for a number of fights.
Yeah, absolutely.
Use your skills.
Yeah, I mentioned how he has that sort of lethargy equipped, so boss fights throughout the entire run. He can come in and put him to sleep, which is obviously super helpful.
Yep. you love to see the sleeping boss.
Yeah.
Always makes you feel more comfortable.
Yeah. These snow jives are one of the really rough monsters in here. You can see they they'll cast that blizzard spell, which is huge damage. Yeah, so right now it's the number of NPCs is we've got Hector, we've got Panon. We're just gonna keep them around, but we'll be picking up Lucia in the world tree, and that'll be number 3. So funny things are gonna start to happen.
Yep.
This is like probably the weakest monster in this cave. These are the guys you always want to see as you're working through here.
And even these guys can paralyze you, so they're not free by any means. But compared to the other stuff we can see in here, definitely preferred option. And here again, I was mentioning earlier, or I was translating from Crimson, mentioning that because we don't have Christo in the party, we don't have the antidote spell, and so if we get poison on us, we just have to live with it until we get back to town. So we're not gonna waste inventory slots on carrying around antidote herbs. So just gonna live with it.
Yeah. So to kind of introduce this glitch a little bit, one thing that's interesting about this game is when we're in a dungeon like this that has a boat. Also, if you're in a town, there you have a boat and you can sail around on it. Right now on the boat we have access to the wagon, but as soon as we step off the boat, we no longer have the wagon. And so you'll see, like, if we had lost the characters who were alive in that fight with the Dragon Riders, the wagon characters would have jumped into the fight. But as soon as we step off of it, the characters are on their own, and the wagon is essentially no longer with you. And that's part of what we're going to exploit for this glitch, is we're going to step off the boat and use the outside spell, so we essentially lose the wagon. We'll be outside without the wagon. And that's going to be part of how we make this whole glitch work. So right now we've got, Panon is in the party along with Hero, Ragnar, Taloon. We're just going to use outside. So even though now we're back on the boat, the game doesn't realize, that even though we're on the boat, we don't have the wagon. So we don't have access to Mara and Nara, anyone who's not in the active party. And instead of using the return spell to get to Stancia, which would actually bring the wagon back to where we are, we're going to make a sailing trip, which takes a little bit longer, but allows us to keep just those 4 party members.
成功しましたので、パノンが導かれます。
So yeah, Crimson introducing what we're going to see on this little sequence here. In we do the usual of Panon giving his little talk, little encouragement talk to the king, and then we're gonna leave, and things will get interesting.
Yes, indeed. So yeah, we come in here, we wait in line, Yeah, like I mentioned, Crimson's probably gonna do some menuing because he likes to do it here.
Yep. Again, you know, during these times where the time you're actually in the menu doesn't count against it, but since it always takes one step's worth of time to open the menu, that one step is included in the waiting time, and so every menu here is saving a quarter of a second over doing it outside. And quarter second, but given the number of times you have to open the menu in this game, does add up.
Yep. Crimson wants to hold up his end of the relay here. Can't afford to lose quarters of seconds.
Indeed.
That's pretty rude that NPC can't leave because Ragnar's in the way. And now Taloon's in the way.
I'm sure it's all fine.
Alright, so again, instead of like casting a turn or something to leave here, after we have the pep talk with the king and we get the Zenithian helmet, we're gonna walk back downstairs and get back in the boat. Because essentially the way that the boat works in this game is gonna make this whole thing work.
Such a fascinating glitch.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, again, we don't have the wagon, but we do kind of have access to this menu where we can move the members around. So we just took Panon out of the party. So Panon's not really in the party anymore, and because we don't have the wagon, he's not really here. So we get some text where he says goodbye. So it seems like he's leaving. That coffin disappeared from the party. Goodbye.
Yes, now Hoffman is now no longer with us. Hoffman, so Panon left. Panon said he was leaving, and now we no longer have a Hoffman. Hector, I'm sorry.
Yep. So essentially, what it did is
mysteries have occurred. Yes.
Great. Yep. Someone left the party, but it wasn't Panon. We can keep him in the party.
Yeah. So what's happened here is, when Panon tried to leave the party, the game went to look for it, and as Antonio was explaining, Panon was not in the party. He's not in the current party, and we didn't have the wagon with us. Oh, by the way, it's our invisible balloon again. But the game said, okay, I have to remove somebody from the party. And what it ended up doing was it chose the slot in which Hector was set in the party. And so Hector has now been deleted. Hector technically is still part of the party somewhere, but he's not actually in it. So potentially, I'm not sure actually if Crimson is intending to. I think he's intending to make use of this, but we'll find out. Actually, if we're already in the World Tree, possibly not. There are some very interesting things that can happen if you then try to. Oh, right, because we're not getting Alina and Christo in the party, so it won't happen. But if you get Alina and Christo in the party with Hector in this kind of half here, half not state, things get even more interesting. But unfortunately, that turned out to be one too many glitches to fit into a single speedrun. But nonetheless, yes, Hector has been deleted. We now have Panon, and that will open our second NPC slot for Lucia, be getting at the top of the World Tree, who we can now get without the entire game breaking on us because of third NPC.
Yep. But what's cool is since we did keep Panon, there's a glitch that I think Crimson actually discovered that will show off in the Necrosaro fight. That has to do with having him in your party at the end of the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was actually working with Crimson to figure out the details behind exactly what was going on there. It was a very fascinating discovery.
Yeah, so that'll be cool. Look forward to it. But first, we gotta kind of resume our quest for Zenithian equipment. So we have gotten 3 out of 4. We got the shield, and the helmet, and the armor. And at the top of the World Tree here, we will find the Zenithian sword, as well as Lucia, the party member that allows us to essentially, yeah, get through to Zenithia Castle and
Yeah.
get our final guest character, Doran.
Mm-hmm.
World Tree as a dungeon overall is pretty nice because you can you don't have to worry as much about staying all healed up because if somebody dies, then you just pull a leaf off the ground and revive them up to full
Yeah,
health.
this is the World Tree, and there are lots of leaves all around us. The game does keep the limitation that's been present in, I think, all of the mainline games. You can only get a single leaf of the World Tree, but if you use it, you have another one right here ready to pick up. So you can easily revive your entire party if things go wrong.
Yep, as long as one person survives, and yeah, there you go. You see, using that Aeolus shield to bounce some of those monsters out of the fight.
Yep.
The red cyclones are vulnerable to it. The other monster actually is not especially vulnerable, but got lucky.
This again, not healing. Only healing hero because we have the coffin block, guaranteeing hero is the one who gets hit by all physical attacks. So Nara can only get hit by spells, but as long as we don't have, as long as we get these other characters out of these enemies out of the fight, it's not a problem. And of course, if we get a free first turn, we can just run away and not have to worry about any of that in the first place.
Right. Yeah, and you see Crimson. Yeah, I mean, he could heal Nara in the back, but it's pretty unlikely that. Yeah, it's pretty unlikely both characters would die in a fight. So if one or the other dies, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, here are the green dragons we mentioned, and this is where that agility is actually really helping us out. So we got that meteorite armband on, we got all those agility seeds. So hero going at the beginning of the turn there. Able to bounce them out of the fight. And actually, we're seeing Hero go first a lot. And that's very unusual, because Hero's actually not particularly fast. But this hero is, thanks to the casino glitch, and all those agility seeds we picked up along the way. Here at the top of the tree, it's nice to not be poisoned here, because sometimes being poisoned throws off your movement a little bit, and it's really easy to just fall out of the tree.
Yes. Yep. Then using one of the plentiful World Tree leaves to revive Mara there.
Yep, it's taking it safe and slow. I do the same thing.
Yeah. Yep. Can't blame him. Can't blame you either. It's you do not want to fall off from here.
Yeah, I mean, I've never done it. Yeah,
of course not.
Never.
Of course not.
Not me. And then, yeah, the whole reason we had to come up here with 3 party members is you have to leave open space for Lucia to join your party.
Right.
There's a character at the bottom of the world tree. If you talk to them, he says, you should only take 3 characters up there.
I'm not sure why, but just think of it as a bit of advice, just might be a good idea.
Just some friendly advice.
Yeah.
And then right over here, Zenithian Sword. Alright, take a World Leaf for the road. We're going to take one fight with Lucia in the party here, and this is so we can get our Repel glitch back. It hasn't been active for a little while. But this allows us to get it back again, winning one fight with the guest in the party. Did not pick a particularly easy fight.
Yeah, but it was the one that happened to come along, and it was not it wasn't a really dangerous one. So you just figure, just take the one we got rather than trying to find a better one.
Yeah. Alternatively, you can just fall out of the tree and take a fight in the desert, which will be way easier, but might take a little bit longer to find a fight.
Yeah. This guy's really sticking around through all these. Aeolus shield blowings.
Yeah, snow drives aren't
You'd
particularly
think
vulnerable.
You'd think this fly thing would be really vulnerable to being blown around, but not this one, I guess. Yeah, there we go. We got the repel glitch set up again. Get on our way.
All right, nice. Now that we've got all of that Zenithian equipment, we can go to Zenithia Tower and actually be allowed to walk inside.
Yeah.
So even though we've had access to the tower ever since we got the invisible balloon, we're not going to be able to climb the tower without all that equipment. So had to go around and do all that stuff before we could actually get through the tower and climb up to Zenithia.
Mhm.
All right. So now that we've walked through the door, let's make sure to equip that Sword of Lethargy again.
Yeah. Uh-huh. See, once again, we've set up our coffin block with Gray, so Nara in the back, is they're safe from physical attacks.
Yep, really good for enemies just like this one that
Yep.
are all physical attack.
Yep.
And we can still use that Ayla shield for some of the monsters in here too. The Jumbat monster and the Beastan monster are both pretty vulnerable to it, and they like to show up in groups. So we'll still be able to. In some cases, it might make sense just to blow them away rather than try to run.
Yeah.
Especially since both those monsters are capable of doing critical hits, and that's something that can still mess us up if it happens and
Yep.
we get unlucky.
Very true. Very true. It's just like when your own characters do critical hits. If you take one, it just completely ignores your defense, and it's not a good thing to have happen.
Yep, and yep, there we saw it happening. And blew them all away. Yeah, and when you do that, you don't get any experience or gold, but that's fine. We got pretty much all the
Yeah,
experience
but
we need.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're fine.
Yeah, we're still going to get the extra 10,000 once we get to Zenithia. Should be enough to get Hero to level 23. It's kind of where we want to be for the end game.
「見ての通り風神の盾を多用するんですが、たまに飛ばし漏らしがあるので、それをまどろみでミニアに眠らせてもらってます。ガンガンとかにするとザワラルしちゃうので。
So the reason we have, Crimson was mentioning earlier about having given the Sword of Lethargy to Nara, and the reason is it's a backup in case the Ayla shield does not blow away some of those enemies. That Nara will actually use that to wave it around, as we often say, to try and put the enemies to sleep. And for some enemies here, that is fairly effective. So it's a good backup just in case Ayla's shield doesn't work.
Yeah, that's great. And we really haven't talked that much about the party AI at all because it's not as big of a function of this speed run. But obviously one thing that's happening is Crimson is only able to control the hero, and the other party members are just kind of going off of overall tactics direction.
Right.
Which I think he's just had it on offensive most of the time. And so you kind of plan for understanding what the AI is going to be doing in a lot of circumstances. How can we use that to our benefit? So understanding that, Nara won't know whether monsters are actually vulnerable to sleep as a spell until she's had, a lot of experience fighting those monsters, because they do learn over time. But if you know that you're going to go through a dungeon and monsters are going to be vulnerable to that, then yeah, you can throw sort of effigy on that character and know that they'll probably swing it around a little bit, and it might actually help you out.
Which is another thing to kind of touch on. So we got a little bit of story sequence here where we swap Lucia for Doran, but the AI gets panned. The AI in this game gets panned a lot because of some silly, what seem to be fairly silly decisions. Like a famous one, of course, is Christo constantly casting defeat on the final boss over and over and over. I actually went in and I did a deep analysis on the AI, and they actually, when I went in and looked at it, they actually did what for the area of this game, the NES Famicom era, was a really fantastic attempt at smart, intelligent, AI that was unfortunately derailed by a couple of oversights. Like that defeat glitch in particular, or defeat thing in particular, is a result just a simple multiplication error that when the game looks to guess at an enemy's resistance, it accidentally multiplies it by I think 16, or is it 8 or 16. Anyway, it multiplies it by a huge number, and so until the characters get their final learning stage where they're able to know the enemy's actual resistance, they estimate the enemies are all susceptible. Like they have like 200% or 300% susceptibility. And so that's why Christo constantly uses defeat over and over, because he mistakenly thinks that all the enemies, including the final boss, are weak to it. And so things like that. The game tried also to be intelligent with healing. For example, the healer characters be able to check when the hero is healing and alter their own behavior. So if the hero is trying to heal somebody, don't also try to heal that same character, that sort of thing. And unfortunately, because of a slight mistake in reading that command data, turned that into complete random behavior. So if the hero tries to heal somebody, you have no idea what the AI is going to do. So a couple of small mistakes that ended up having an oversized effect on the AI resulted in that kind of bizarre behavior that we often see. But, having done that deep analysis, I was really impressed by the effort they put in, and I think it's just really unfortunate that in the end, those couple of mistakes had such an outsized impact. But it was really good work on their part.
現在、平均タイムからは少し遅れてますが、EST には間に合いそうです。
So there's an update from Crimson that where he's a little bit behind his average run time, but still well within the estimate time. So we should be in good shape for the rest of the run.
Yeah, and on the AI system, yeah, casually it is kind of quirky, and obviously it was built in like 1990, so pretty good. But I'd say as a learning the speed run, it's actually a really, really interesting part of learning the run, because yeah, you kind of get to learn what are the characters' behaviors in different situations, and then how can you actually use those to your advantage or minimize some of the disadvantages of that. And it's a place in the game where you can really go deep and learn a lot and come up with some really cool creative solutions for some of these battles.
Absolutely.
So we're here in the final cave. So this is gonna take us down to the last refuge, the only place that we can't access with a balloon. So we are forced to kind of take this in order to reach the end game. You saw that we were in Zenithia. We went and visited Master Dragon. He powered up our Zenithian sword. He gave the hero a bunch of experience. And then we lost Lucia and allowed Doran to join our party. So we've got this dragon in the front of our party now. And he's pretty helpful. in here since we're
Yep.
not really trying to take fights, but he's got a ton of HP and nice defense. And just like in any speedrun for Dragon Warrior 4 or Dragon Quest 4, we're just trying to get through the final cave.
Yes. Trying to survive all the way down to the bottom.
Yep, it's a long dungeon.
No need to fight anything in here. Just want to get all the way down. That is also, by the way, why we have only 2 people in the party. It's so that if we get like AOE spells, for example, the damage from that is minimized. And of course, since we have the wagon with us, even if both of those people die, the people from the wagon will just jump out. And ultimately, this just lets us minimize the risk as we go down and have all of those backup people in the wagon to try and, give us the best chance of getting out of here alive.
Yep. And yeah, we're not going to try to take fights in here. We might encounter some metal enemies in the back, like, quarter of the dungeon. You can see Metal Kings and Metal Babbles back there, so if we see them, we'll... I bet we've got some fairy waters left over. We might be able to throw at them.
Yeah, I do expect that Crimson is well prepared for that eventuality. It's not something we'll count on, but of course, if they pop up, we're not going to let them go by.
But yeah, this dungeon's really cool from kind of a design standpoint because it's trying to sort of create this illusion of going deep into the earth. So that first part of the dungeon was just a really huge spiral where you kind of go down, further. And now we're going to make our way kind of through the middle of this section, which is sort of a maze, but it's really cool because in the middle of it we've got this underground lake, kind of like Journey to the Center of the Earth style.
Yep, yeah. I mean, you can say the same about a lot of this game, but I really do love the design here. It really gets you. Despite the fact that this is on a 30, 40-year-old now computer system with all the limitations of the day, they've really been able to put some good, artistic detail into it. And it was just even playing casually back in the day. I loved going through here. And we have the movement tile cave, where one wrong step will throw you into a pit.
Yeah, you don't want to take the wrong way in this room.
No.
Yeah, this room is actually pretty funny because whenever I see people casually play this game, I see them. Well, sorry, not this room. The room that has the boat. Sorry, it's about 2 screens down. I see them get lured by a treasure chest. It's kind of off to the side. So they'll sail their ship over there, and then they'll take some of these conveyor tiles and not realize that they can't get back to their boat, and they actually have to go
get back. Yep.
all the way back around. Yeah.
Yep.
So classic, old school Dragon Quest
Yes.
dungeon design there.
The lure.
Crimson taking the opportunity to grab a couple more of these last seeds just to up his stats.
Oh, a nice 3 agility on that one.
Great. So yeah, just when you get in the boat, just sail to the right. Don't get too distracted by that chest right there.
Yep.
You can go.
Yep. You're not getting back to your boat from there.
Yeah, if you're gonna do it, just go grab it like this. Don't take the conveyor
Go
from the
to
side
right.
there.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's definitely one of the last
Right,
big trolls in the game. I love it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, where you see the swamp, you say, okay, I can avoid the swamp by going in from the left. Well, yes, you avoided the swamp, but now you're in a bit of trouble.
That's right.
一応このままの状態でも勝てるんですが、 あんまりにも寝なかった時に負けると EST オーバーするので、はぐれメタルは出たら狙います。
Yeah, so Crimson's saying he will be going after medals that if they pop up because it's winnable from this state, but there's always the chance that Negrosar just refuses to go to sleep and could get bad from that point. So any medals that pop up, he's going to go after them.
Yeah.
For that extra bit of safety, which is perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, absolutely. He's still pretty low level, so definitely makes sense. And one nice thing about the glitch that we're going to do at the end here is we'll actually be walking through this area that has the Metal Babbles and Metal Kings a couple times. So he'll have actually some extra opportunities to encounter those monsters.
Hey, come on!
Those are not medals. This area does have a decently high. The flying coffin.
Oh!
Speaking of,
King Metal. Goodbye. That would have been nice.
the tease.
Oh,
Tease.
Alright, Dragon Quest IV showing up.
Yep, absolutely so.
That's great. It's so funny because that monster pretty commonly appears with a whole bunch of metal babbles in this dungeon, but nope, it's just the king.
Just kidding.
All right, we grabbed a mirror shield there out of that chest. I think that went to Ragnar, which is kind of standard.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, made it here to the last refuge, so this is kind of the end of the game. We're able to get healed up and save here. If we do happen to die, then we can return to this point, not have to go through Final Cave again.
Mm-hmm.
Let's final battle!
But yeah, so this we are actually turning around, and going back through this point. If we get another medal, great. If it stays around, even better. But there's actually a glitch that we're going to Crimson is going to perform up here, which will look very interesting.
Yeah,
Let's put it that way.
This is a pretty interesting glitch. You can kind of try to do this on the NES. It does work to the extent that you can do some funny things, but you are not able to use it the way you can, well, what you're about to see. And rather than even try to explain this, I almost just want to let it happen.
This is definitely a better one to just sort of to watch first and explain after.
Come on, 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 come on!
Nope.
No medals.
Wrong color. Wrong color.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on!
Oof.
The wrong color.
This would be a really nice time to get some extra
Yes,
extra
this
levels
would be
from
an
the
excellent
medals.
time. Yeah. See the reflections there from the mirror shield as well.
All right.
Last
as soon as
chance,
we leave
last
this
chance.
room,
One more
No more medals.
No more medals. Aw. Unfortunate.
Too bad.
Unfortunate.
All right. Well, we're gonna have to go with low levels,
Yeah.
but again, totally doable. It's just not quite as safe.
Yeah. Yeah. as Chris was saying, this is definitely a winnable setup. It's just that there is that little bit of risk that if the final boss is particularly uncooperative.
All right. Well, let's just watch. Let's just watch and see what happens here. This is, I think, really, really fun.
It is. This is the world map that we picked up a while back. Hello.
Eh, セキュリティを破って不法侵入します。
Hello. Anybody need some doors?
I'd like some more doors.
Can be arranged.
Great.
Would you like some more doors?
Yeah, let's put one. Let's go up there now. Let's put one on top of this. Let's just keep. Yeah, let's just keep turning this entire room into doors, maybe.
Bad idea. Well, in this game, one does simply walk into more doors.
Yeah, you do need a map to know the way, though. Look at all those stairs.
Yeah.
It's a very strange screen.
Baron's Horn there. Oh, look where we are.
Looks
Look
like
where
we are right past those barrier tiles.
Indeed, we are.
Beautiful.
So that was the door duplication glitch, which, as you saw, is exactly that, but has this other fascinating side effect that if you essentially erase the walls by putting doors on top of them, you can then walk outside of the map. And by a very lucky coincidence, if you do that on that particular map, you fall right onto the barrier tiles in front of the final castle. And that means we can just completely skip all the mini bosses, the 4 mini bosses you're supposed to fight to unlock, to be able to get in here. Just completely skip those and walk straight into the palace. So unfortunately, as Anatoly was mentioned, it does not work quite the same way on the NES version. The fact that you can warp specifically to those barrier tiles is a lucky coincidence of how the data is set up on the Japanese version, and unfortunately, it doesn't have the same effect on the NES version. But you can still just play around on the map, and any map that has a large double door like that, you can do that. So you can do that in Mintos has one, I believe. Where else? There's a couple other locations, but anywhere you see a door like that, if you have the world map, you stand inside the door. So it has to be placed. So you have to walk out so that you're standing in the door while it's open. If you open the map and the world map and close it, the door is closed, but you can then open it while you're standing on it, and that spawns a new door. And so it's a thing you can play around with in the NES version, but this ability to skip past the barrier is specific to the Famicom version.
Yeah, very cool glitch, and actually useful in the Famicom run, which is cool. So in the beginning of this dungeon, in Necrosara's palace, you saw Crimson really doing his best to try to avoid fighting the clay dolls, and they just were not going to let him go. So he ended up getting forced into a fight with it. The reason that they're dangerous is they do have an instant death spell. So you try to avoid them, but fortunately he was able to get through the fight without having anyone die, so all's well.
Mm-hmm.
And Necrosara's palace is one... Oh, you got
I would say especially good because I don't believe he got anyone with Vivify.
No one's gonna have Vivify. So he's got his World Leaf, and that's it.
And that's it, yeah. One revive. Just like classic Dragon Quest.
That's right. Yeah. So Nectar's Palace is one of those dungeons that's it's pretty big, but if you know where you're going, it's actually pretty short.
Mhm.
So making good progress through here. Fortunately, the encounter rate in here also is actually fairly low. There are
They
some
expect
fights
you to
that are
kind of get lost and have to spend a lot of time wandering around. So.
yeah, absolutely, and you know there's
Oh no! Woo! Save it!
okay, good.
As you were saying, yep.
Yeah, those guardians very scary. They have really high damage attacks and they have sleep breath, so you can get sleep locked in that fight if you fail to run twice, and if that happens, it's probably just time to go back to town. But we're fine. We're fine. We got away.
Indeed. As long as you get away, it's all that matters.
Yep. And this is actually one of those dungeons where there's an advantage to having Doran in your party. Just since he does have so much HP and you can throw him in the front there. He's pretty good for absorbing some stuff that goes wrong. A lot better than Lucia would be, who's the NPC we usually try to keep when we go through here in the normal speedrun.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, 5 Demighoul fight. Yeah, nice. Expel got all 4, that's great.
Yep.
So it was a group of 4 and then a group of 1, classic Dragon West, and so he expelled the big group, and fortunately was able to get all 4 of them, which is actually pretty lucky.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, since we've gotten past the Guardians, it looks like we're about to be out free from this dungeon. So we're gonna head out of the castle, use the Baron's Horn to call the wagon back here, and head into the final boss.
Yep.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Go.
So we'll try to talk through what's going on in the final boss fight here. So as you can tell by our party composition, by our low levels, and by the fact that we've been doing all kinds of glitch shenanigans, this is going to be a pretty different looking fight than what you might be used to from the ordinary any percent NES speedrun, if that's what you're used to watching. Or the rule set that we use when you do like the international community races between the West and Japan. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting, but it's still definitely not a free fight by any means. Necrosaro can absolutely still decide to be pretty mean and dish out all the damage if that's what he wants to do. Yeah, but for those of you not familiar with this, or maybe it's been a while, but Necrosar is an epically big final boss fight for JRPG, especially from 1990. In that he has 7 phases to get through.
Yep.
Let's go.
Thanks to the secret of evolution. Good luck, Crimson.
Thank you.
Good luck.
あ、間違えた
やば。
So, Necrosaro phase 1 here, he's got the 2 swords that he's holding, and he is able to do 2 physical attacks at a turn, so that's what we see at the beginning here. And what we're seeing right now is Crimson is using Iron Eyes, and this actually all goes back to the AI learning system that we talked about earlier. So the number of turns that pass is actually kind of a factor in how your AI party members understand the vulnerabilities of the monsters. And what we're trying to accomplish here is Mara learning about Necrosaurus so that she will cast Stap on him. And so that Ragnar's AI will attack with the Sword of Lethargy instead of trying to use it as an item. So ideally we get both of those things going on here. So you pass some turns with Iron Eyes, and
Yeah. So unfortunately, it's a slight misinput at the beginning of the fight. So you ended up with Mara dead there, but should be able to recover from this. We'll cost that one leaf, assuming he's planning to. But we did get to sleep on. Oh no, we do have a. I guess Minia has Vivify, it looks like, so we did get that revived. But yeah, we did get to sleep on Necrosaurus, so we do have a bit of leeway to work with here.
oh yeah. Yeah, I never keep Nara around, so I forget that she went
Right,
Vivify
yes.
at level 20. But yeah, she just barely
She
got
has
it.
get a 20, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Nice.
Necrosaurus still asleep.
日本の解説とバックスファウさん、スタンドパドンの解説お願いします。
So, yeah, you looked into this as well, I think.
Yeah, stand Panon.
Stan Fannin, yeah, you wanna go into that?
Absolutely. This is cool. This is the glitch you were talking about earlier that Crimson discovered. The name Stand Panon is a reference to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Anyone's familiar with that? But essentially, because we have this weird situation where we have both Panon and Doran as guest members in the party, an interesting thing that happens with the game is we'll bring in Panon into the fight, and remember he's got that Sword of Lethargy equipped, so he basically has sleep hit when he attacks. And if you just bring Panon out and then you switch in Doran in his place, what you'll find is you have the stats of Doran, but you have the actions of Panon. So now you have a dragon that's pretty powerful and also capable of putting the boss to sleep.
Very fascinating discovery, and it's not only, of course, is Doran powerful, but Doran also has strong defense, whereas Panon can easily get one shot by pretty much any phase of Necrosaurus. Now that said, Panon doesn't actually have to be alive for this to work. It's entirely possible to have Panon be in his coffin and still bring in Doran, and assuming Doran's alive, Doran will still take on Panon's actions. So it's not it's not the end of the world if Panon dies, but it's one way or the other we will get Doran throwing sleep hits at the boss, and should make things considerably easier to work with.
Yeah, pretty cool. And so while we were talking about all that, it's been some interesting things happening here. So we got through phase 2, which is probably the easiest phase of the fight, and we were into phase 3 there. And phase 3 is interesting. It's a little dangerous because phase 3 has an instant death, single target attack where he'll cast Beat, and we actually saw that happen. But that was also the phase where we brought in the 8 times run glitch one more time. So you see every hit that we're doing is a critical hit, 140, 176, and that's going to help us cruise through the rest of this fight.
Yep.
So the remainder of this...
Panon throwing out the 90 damage.
Love it. Yeah, the remainder of this fight is essentially dishing out damage as fast as possible with all of those critical hits.
間違えた!
And trying to bring all these characters in who can put Necrosaurus to sleep in these various phases so that he's not too dangerous, because even though we're very powerful with that glitch where we're able to do critical hits every turn, don't forget that we're also very underleveled.
Yep.
And it's still easy for Necrosaurus to kill us.
As we just saw with the double hit on Ragnar.
Oof. Yeah, this is tough.
So another unfortunate misinput there. Tried to switch characters and accidentally went down to run instead. First turn of this phase. So okay, it looks like it's gonna drop the leaf here.
Safe.
Ah, slept. We got the sleep, so we can now we can have a chance to put this back together. And hopefully Nara will wake Ragnar up. But of course, we all know how often Vivify works, which is 0% when you need it to.
50% equals 0% every time.
Yep. Slept. Good.
Yep. You never thought you'd be grateful to have Taloon in your party with some levels, but here we are. Now.
There you go. Yep. Every character has their place and time. Also, yeah, Nara just ran out of MP for Vivify, so yeah.
Yep, it's coming down to it.
Yeah, see if Crimson's gonna go for the leaf. See if he has a. I assume he has a. Somebody's got a wizard trick. I don't know if Nara has one on her. Or she will use it.
Yeah, she may have one, but I don't know if she'll use it.
Wow, Hero went down. That could be... That... It is not looking good.
Yeah, I don't know if we can recover from this one.
Hero going down is a bit of a serious blow.
There's a chance we could get through this phase 6, but the final phase, oof, yeah, is really, really tough because not only is it the most powerful attacks, but it's also got the most HP and regeneration, so you really need to be dishing out a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And these are our last 3, so it's at this point it's just gotta go for it. You gotta hope for a lot of lucky sleeps, and I'm not seeing them.
Nope, and then that was our last non-guest character who died. So
right.
If you only have a guest alive, then it's the party is essentially wiped.
That's unfortunate.
Yep, that's really tough, but yeah, not too surprising. Again, Nekosaro just was really actually doing a lot of his most powerful attacks, and they were working, and he was not cooperating with sleep. So.
Yep. Well, the flip side is we do have one more chance at medals here, so we do have to, in order to get back into Death Battles, we do have to redo the door glitch as well. So that means we have to walk back to that room with the door.
Yep, it's cool. We'll get to see all that again, which is fun. Yeah, and if we are able to get some experience from the medals, that would definitely be helpful, because you can see how fragile the party was once Nekosaro got going. Let's step away for 1 second.
Sure. Crimson did have that one unfortunate miss at the very beginning of the fight where Mara went down, but ultimately it really is just Nekosaro. We are about 5 levels below where we would be in an ordinary speedrun, and even that is 10, 15 levels below where you would be coming in casually. So it is really taking advantage of all of the glitches that are available to us to do this at the lowest level possible, and that just means that there is and anything goes wrong. Poor luck on Necrosar. Poor sleep luck like we saw there. Just did not go to sleep. Any of that can just lead to disaster, and so we just have to try it again. But fundamentally, as you saw, we did have those,
少し世界樹の葉を使うタイミングを間違えましたね。あ、よかった。
そうですね。よかった。So we did get one medal here. It's to be a few levels. There's 24 for hero. Be a few more along the way for the party. But yeah, just Chris is trying to guess when best to use that single leaf that he had, and ultimately just missed the timing for it, and could not get that out before hero went down. But yeah, you also saw though how quickly those phases went. As soon as we got the 8-run glitch up, and so it's just getting to that point and and then maintaining the pressure. Especially with this extra level, it's just one level, but one level at the in the way this game's systems is quite a bit, so that will definitely add to this ability as well. So just have to get back here, set up the glitch again, get through the castle. Castle is pretty trivial, and just take on Necrosar once more.
Did we get a metal babble?
We did. We got one. Yeah, we got hero at 24 now.
Yeah, and you can see this is one of those dungeons where you have the wagon. And so everyone who was in the wagon was able to partake in that experience, which is nice.
Yep.
This glitch is really fun. One thing that's kind of fun to do, I did this on the NES, was play around with this on the different big doors in the game and just kind of see where you can get to.
Yeah.
Like you can get to the top of the tower in Roseville.
Yep.
It's kind of a fun one. Yeah, just kind of get into some different nonsense. Even if none of it's particularly useful, it's just kind of fun to play around with it.
Yeah. Choosing the specific points where he opens the door, because you still can't walk through things like pillars until you overwrite them with doors. And so you have to place these so you have a path to get out the side.
Yeah, all of this kind of up, down, right, creating doors in all these different places. Yeah, you can't just go straight in any direction with this, which you kind of see if we're playing around with the glitch.
Also the top half of the door itself, even when it's open like that, is still solid, and so you would be able to walk through that either. And so you have to kind of maneuver it so you have those bottom half tiles where through the entire place you need to walk.
Take 2.
All right, and we're through. So yeah, it's definitely fairly punishing to lose the final boss in this game, because you got to go through all that again, and yeah, with the barrier skip that we did, then you even have to do that extra stuff.
Adds even more, yeah.
Yeah. But that's how Dragon Quest is, you know. It's a really tough boss at the end, and it's not someone that you can necessarily just warp straight back to.
No, no. This is definitely before the era of save points before bosses.
Oh yeah. And you know, this being the Zenithian Relay, the final bosses of Dragon Quest 4, 5, and 6 are all
All three of them are, yes.
they're all brutal.
Yes.
Yeah, so look forward to it. I think that probably the worst one is 6, but
I would agree with that. Yep.
yeah, but all three are
Mhm.
you know, if you get unlucky, it's really really tough.
Yeah.
Oof.
Well,
This is one of the worst fights in the palace to get stuck in
Yeah.
and not be able to run
Yeah.
from. Nice 1 HP on Doran there, way to go.
again, it's only the last HP that counts.
At least they were just using the damage spells. Those guys also cast Beat. It's just such a rude encounter.
Taking advantage of those wizard rings that we picked up in the casino with all of our hard-earned coins.
Yep, still coming in handy, so at least we've got plenty of healing resources. And one thing that's been interesting about this route today with not picking up Alina and Christo is you can see that making Necrosar a lot more difficult, because if Alina were here in the party, being able to contribute to that damage at the very end and her having high HP, that would be nice. She's in the normal speedrun, Alina is like probably your main damage dealer in the Necrosaro fight, just because she's able to dish out so much.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
I love the imposter sprites. I think they're
Yeah,
always
they're
very
cute.
they're so cute. Yeah, I love just being
Yep.
seeing the giant versions of your characters show up.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep.
All right. Well, in good shape so far. We also haven't been running into any guardians, so we haven't heard.
It's always a plus.
Yeah, we haven't heard Crimson freak out and get
Yep.
really really scared.
Yep. I mean, that is honestly, I would say that is the proper response when you see guardians. So.
Oh yeah, it's how you feel whether you express it or not is
Yep.
dread.
Yep.
Ooh, keeping keeping either sister alive while this walk through the palace is a
Yep.
feat in itself. It's
It
not
is
something I'm
indeed.
used to seeing. Like, I'm sure that Mara is a better choice than Nara, at least. Just because of Nara's really bad HP growth. But
Yep.
whew, it is. It's not very very comfortable having a max HP of like 111.
At this point in the game, no.
So one thing that's actually really cool about having to go back to Nekasaro is um, the AI remembers what they learned about him in the various phases. So when we had to ironize before to allow the AI to learn, that is not something we have to worry about anymore. If they learned about Nekasaro's resistances, they will remember it for the next time they're seeing him here.
Yep.
If you reset the game, then you lose that. But Crimson kept it and revived his characters. So
Yeah, that's. I would say definitely the right choice, just because it takes that one more thing that it takes out of the equation in your favor. So.
Okay.
good luck.
Thank you.
All right, and opening right up with Sap there. That's awesome. Still gonna do a little bit of ironizing here, I think, just to make sure.
Yeah, because it's not guaranteed to learn after some number of turns. The way it works is after each turn, given their current learning level, they have a certain percent chance to go to the next level. Like from 0 to there are 4 levels, 0 through 3. 0 where they know nothing to 1 is almost guaranteed, but 2 to 3 I think it's like a 10% chance, or is it more than that? Like 10 or 25 or something. It's not particularly high, and so you have to take. You don't know that after say 3 turns or 4 turns they will have learned it, and so you have to spend 2 or 3 or sometimes you even spend 4 ironizes, especially on the final phase, just to have the best possible chance that everybody's learned what they need to know.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like selling things in Netta's shop earlier, where there's kind of this chance every time, and you can feel pretty good about it, but because it's kind of hidden, if you really want to be sure, you just do it multiple times just to try to increase your odds.
Yep.
All right, looks like we got a good setup here, though.
Yep. Necrostar's asleep.
Yeah, we got the coffin block going for the character in the back there, doing some nice damage. Yep, this is what we want to see.
Good. Necrostar is sleeping just fine this time around.
Yeah, character in the back. I think that's Panon in the back, which is good.
That is Panon in the back, yes.
Yeah, you're trying to protect him.
Panon, yeah.
So he can do his sleep hits and not die in one hit from Nekasaro.
Yeah, exactly. Asleep though. Sleeping again.
Perfect.
Yeah. Sleeping Necrosar, you love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing that's also good about having these characters with Swords of Lethargy doing the damage is if they push Nekasaro into the next phase, it actually does the phase transition and then it checks to see if the sleep proc.
Yep.
So sometimes the next phase will just start asleep.
Yep, exactly.
Rather than starting awake, which is awesome.
Amara coming out with the Blazemore.
Yeah.
Had a little bit of danger on the hero there, but also taking advantage of the way turn order works to make sure that you get to kind of protect the hero there for take the hero out for one turn, and then bring the hero back in and use Ironize. And when you use Ironize, that always takes effect immediately at the beginning of the turn, ignoring agility. So that is a safe move.
Yep. And yeah, shuffling all these party members around, like he brought Hero back in the coffin block position there for safety since she was pretty low HP. This is something you really need to do more for what is happening here because we don't have Christo, so we don't have that double increase that you usually have when you do the Necrosaro fight. So yeah, Necrosaro is more dangerous because of, again, not having the party members we didn't pick up for this challenge run.
Yeah, and we can see that we've got the 8 run set up. We're getting critical hits on every attack, and so now it's just a matter of can we push the damage quickly enough before Necrosaro decides to explode in our faces.
Yep.
Which is the thing you may choose to do.
Yeah, really hope he stays asleep. Phase 4 here, this one is not too bad. This is the phase where he actually follows a pattern, so you can see what he's going to do next and kind of prepare for it. And this phase also has pretty low HP, so it goes pretty quick. But 5 and 6 get pretty dangerous because he's got some really strong attacks in those phases.
I got no sleep. Staying asleep, and into the next phase. We have a chance to sleep here as well. Yeah. So far, so good.
Yeah, great phase 4. Into 5, we'll see if we get the extra message. Nice.
Sleep! We got the sleep! We got the sleep. So this phase is probably free. Fingers crossed. Don't want commentators curse it, but we do have it's still asleep, and we have the 8 runs, so this is going to go pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's great when you can just bring out a full party of attackers, and then you're doing multiple critical hits every turn.
Yeah, bringing in Pen in there for the possible sleep hits.
Okay.
Very nice.
In
Very
phase
nice.
6.
Alright, so we'll look for that sleep message again.
Nope.
Not this time.
Nice!
Sleep. We got sleep. We got sleep.
Immediately. First hit. It's great.
Stand up.
So now we got the stand Pannon. We got Pannon
right.
swapping to Doran. Doran, that is a sleep hit, so we have a chance at sleeping Necrosaro here.
Sleep, 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 sleep.
You can also see the massive damage from the Doran crit there at 198.
No sleep.
Unfortunate. Okay, so now we're gonna throw out Iron Eyes for a few turns again to get the learning up. So we didn't see phase 7 last time.
Yeah, we don't know anything about phase 7. The AI doesn't understand it, and again,
Yeah,
the
so probably,
really important.
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say the really important thing is we don't want to be casting sleep spells. Or we don't want to be using the Sword of Lethargy as an item. We just want to be attacking him and trying to put him to sleep and doing damage.
So you see a third Iron Eyes, see if maybe he does a fourth after this as well. And to try and guarantee that everybody's learned the resistances. Yep, there's a fourth one.
Number 4, yeah. And the difference there is you do it 3 times, and so 9 turns pass, that's about an 80% chance that your characters know. You do that 4th one, passes 12 turns, and you get up to about 92%.
Let's go.
Looks like he feels comfortable at 92%.
Yep. Yep, Pannon coming in.
Sleep. Nice.
Got sleep.
Alright, he's asleep.
Sleep.
Doing the big damage here.
Yep.
And Necrosaro is unlikely to wake up right away, so
pulled out the we got another sleep.
Alright.
This should be this should be in the bag.
We got him.
Yep.
GG.
GG.
GG, that's it. Necrosaro is defeated.
ごめん、ESP 超えちゃった。
The Nekasara fight is always such a rush. It's always such a challenge.
Yep.
Even when you have like the 8 times run glitch, it's amazing how tough and yeah, just unpredictable that fight can be. All right, we get brought back here to Master Dragon and Zenithia, and we just need to find our way out of the castle.
ここで闇のランプを預けていないと、アリーナを探して無限ループが起こってフリーズすることがあります。
So there is a glitch with the way we have did not pick up Alina and Krista. If we don't have the Lamp of Darkness with us, the game can get caught in an infinite loop trying to find them, and the ending never ends.
Good thing we picked it up way back in
thing we picked
chapter
it
4.
up. Yep.
Nice. That would be the end of regular timing if we were doing it on the Western timing, but this is JRTA timing, so we're going to let the credits play out, and the timer goes until the end shows the end of credits. And then we'll pass the baton on to the second run in the Zenithian Relay.
Yeah, big shout outs and thanks to Crimson for running this. It's I know we put a lot of effort into developing this run and finding all of these interesting glitches to show off and getting them all to fit into a single run as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very cool routing. Fun to show all that off at once. It's clearly a really interesting version of this game. And the game itself, of course, is incredible and it's super deep, has a lot going on. So
You see, by the way, the balloon is still invisible. The balloon is invisible forever.
World tour on the invisible balloon.
Yep.
But yeah, great time. Finished Nekasara under 5:30. We'll go a little bit past it with the credits. But honestly, really fantastic run.
Yeah.
Even with the challenge Nekasara at the end, we cruised through the first 4 chapters, which made it all actually totally even out. Yeah, awesome. GG Crimson.
The one thing, if it hadn't been for the horrible time we had trying to find that one king medal, this still would have been sub-estimate. Yeah, GG.
I'm sure we'll make up all the time because we'll find Pierre on first try.
Yep.
In Dragon Quest V.
Yeah. Yeah, these games know each other. They will sort it out.
So yeah, enjoy the credits, and yeah, definitely stick around for the rest of the Zenithian Relay. Really cool to see these 3 games back to back in a marathon. So thanks everyone on RPG Limit Break and Questing for Glory for letting us show this off and doing this cool Dragon Quest segment in the middle of the marathon. Had a lot of fun, and it's really cool to be able to not only show off the Dragon Quest games, but also some of the awesome stuff that the Japanese speedrun community has been doing on these.
Yeah.
ちょっと最後コマンドミスで負けちゃいましたけども、本来は、キングメタル買った方が早いんですが、それよりもちょっと見た目の面白さを重視してみました。
There's a quick comment from Crimson as well. Unfortunately, there was that one command entry miss on Necrosara that cost a whole bunch of time. Normally, it is faster to just fight several King Metal slimes to get the levels we need. But for this run, I decided to try and pull out all the interesting tricks that I could. I hope you enjoyed it.
もしよろしければ、ファミコン版特有のグリッチ満載のルートについて感想いただければと思うんです。
私ですか？
アナトリア様。
Antonio, are you still there? Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Just wondering about if you had any thoughts on this route in particular.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thoughts, impressions, what have you.
Yeah. I really want to, applaud Crimson for thinking of all of the really fun, creative things and putting them into one run. That's actually very difficult to organize. And of course, Crimson is an excellent speedrunner, so he was able to show it off and execute and get a great time as well. So yeah, my thoughts are just really, really fun route and well played. So GG Crimson.
とにかくこれだけ多くのグリッチとかそういったものを一つのそのランにまとめるのは非常に難しかったと思うんですが、それをうまくできた上で、しかも楽しく走ることができたので、それを見るのもまた楽しかったので、とにかくありがとうございました。
Thank you. Thank you. やってて楽しかったです。
よかったです。お疲れ様でした。
あと2分ほどで、ドラクエ5、ドラゴンクエスト5ありますので、引き続き、応援の方よろしくお願いします。海外の皆様、欧米の皆様ありがとうございました。
So we will be the credits will be finished in another minute or two, and then we'll be proceeding immediately to Dragon Quest V, as is the practice for the Japanese runners who do this Zenithian relay run. So I definitely hope all of you who are watching from the English side, I hope you enjoy the upcoming Dragon Quest V run as well, and Dragon Quest VI after that. So thank you all for watching.
Ichio 一応このエンディングが血の色のように赤くなるというのもあったんですが、ちょっと資金の問題でカットしました。
So a quick fun note from Crimson here, by the way, that they had the developers originally planned for to add some color to this ending as well, but ultimately they had to cut it due to the development restrictions, time, money, that sort of thing. It's a lot of the story of a lot of the Dragon Quest games that they ran up against those, but I think honestly a lot of games have run into those same problems, but nonetheless the developers are able to put together what I think is a fantastic game.
具体的には闇のランプではなく木の帽子を預けると赤くなります。
なるほ
ど。ではそろそろ終わります。ご視聴ありがとうございました。
Coming up on time, so timer, get ready to, if you're going to mark time for this run, do that. It will be at as soon as the end has finished appearing on the screen is the instant at which they stop time. So that should be in just a moment here, and we'll be turning it over to Dragon Quest V.
See you next time for Dragon Quest 5. Bye bye.